Okay, family, what's good with it? You already know, man. Update to the update and all that right there and more, right? Man, there's some strange stuff that's going on right now. Make sure that you smash that like button as soon as you come up in this gym jank, right? And I'm gonna show you what the hell is going on. I think it's weird as hell. You know what I'm saying? I looked through my comment section on Instagram today, and I had just got up. I was like, damn, what the hell is going on? So I go over to the damn comment section and stuff, right? Right. Lo and behold, you know what I'm saying? I got Babaji over there in the comments. So I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, soon as I get up, I don't even get time. I was actually in the process of designing a damn logo and shit like that and the whole damn nine for the audio book, right? I'm trying to design the logo and every damn thing. I got Babaji over there in the comments. He wanting to comment bang with me. He over there putting like these long ass damn. Hey yo, this shit is hold on, man. Let me make sure I show y'all this right quick before we even get started with the show. But yeah, man, but Baji, he over there, comment banging and stuff like that and the whole nine. I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, yo, it's too early for this right here, man. Yeah, I mean, when you hey, look at when you guilty, you do stuff like that. Yeah, when you're guilty of something, you do stuff like that. You feel? You got to keep going over the comments, just like when you see people and they keep making videos about people. See, when you gotta overemphasize, you know what I'm saying, a certain point, man, that means you ain't got no leverage. You gotta keep talking about the shit over and over and over again. So look, right, lo and behold, right, on the Instagram Jim Jank, I go through. I'm looking and stuff, right? I'm like, what the hell is this? I stroll down, keep on going, right? So you know the post about Mama Dia, right? So I keep on strolling down, right? I'm at the 2 hour mark right now, right? Yeah, I'm at the 2 hour mark. It's the 2 hour mark right here now. We got some other news too. Now look, lo and behold, Babaji is in my comments. Now, this is the stuff that Babaji saying now. Peep game. He say now, imagine how us and her family feels knowing the truth and you won't let her rest in peace. You're literally using her pics for your agenda of hating another black man. How sad is it? Again, you're making yourself look bad. Mama Dia stopped taking her meds on her own. She said she didn't like the way they made her feel. I didn't make her stop taking them. I honestly didn't know much about the heart condition. She was happy in her last days with us and she enjoyed life and she transitioned on the highest frequency one could transition in, and she's in a very beautiful place. We hold her very close and dear, not dear, but dear to our hearts. And per usual, you're going too far, but we know there's no limit to what you would do to take me down. It's okay. You've done it all to me, and I keep rising to the top because I'm pure blood, and you will only serve as a stepping stool to my rise. I forgive you, black man. Do better. Hating on me will never make you look good to the real. The people who gossiping, you are low vibrational beings that are hurt by the idea that these accusations could be true, and you're feeding off of all who get sucked in for whatever reason. It's okay, black man. Do your thing. You found your purpose in life. Your karma will be crazy because of you're putting out lies on me. It's on you. I'm gonna continue to be great. The most high chief Babaji. You see this? What is this, y'all? Come on, man. I'm in the process of actually designing the audio book logo, the world audio book logo. You know what I mean? Like, what is this, man? Now he's saying that I'm telling lies on him, but he's the one, right? He's the one that came over here in this chat and he typed that stuff. Y'all not remember that? Or am I making up lies now? Do y'all remember when he came over here and typed that stuff in the chat? Come on, man. Stop playing. Yo, like what the hell is going on now? Hold on, man. Let me get adjusted, man. It's too early, man. Now, can anybody explain why this man is sitting up here saying that I'm telling lies on him and this is the stuff that he produced? Now, if you remember, that's right. If you remember when he was over here in this chat typing that stuff recklessly, that's right. Put a one up in the chat. Number ones, drop them joints if you in agreement. Hey, I'm just trying to figure this out right here, man. I might have caught like, hey, I don't know if I got amnesia or if I dreamt this or if this just some stuff that I was thinking about. I don't know. What was it? What was I in my lower self type of shit or whatever? Like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, okay. Because I need a few more ones to make sure I'm good over here. Because this to make it make sense network. Okay. We ain't no confusion over here. Now, why would Babaji be in my comments typing all this stuff? Now, if you upset with somebody, if it's something that you're trying to say, right? Who gonna be typing like, look at this, yo. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 6 paragraphs. That's 6 whole paragraphs. Who gonna be typing 6 You gonna be sitting in the interrogation room typing 6 paragraphs. You're gonna be talking as long as what 6 paragraphs are in characters. Are you serious right now, man? Come on, man. You even showing how guilty that you are, man. Why would you be over here typing all of this stuff like this? And how many? That was 5 hours ago. 5 whole hours. Oh my goodness, man. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. This, hey, yo, this is bugged out, man. And then, like I say, I caught a little piece of the gym jank to the gym jank, whichever part, you know what I'm saying, that went glitching and tripping and stuff like that, and all that to the whoop de whoop. Yeah, I seen Nas on that gym jank to the gym jank. I was like, yo, hold on. I was like, what's going on? I seen people over there in the comments. They was, you know, trying to tell her the right stuff or whatever. But lo and behold, Babaji was over there, and Catfish Mouth, Day by Nature, his wife over there and stuff. Yeah. She over there and stuff trying to tell the girl all kind of stuff, talking about don't listen to him and all kind of crazy stuff. I'm like, how you gonna be sitting up there telling folk not to listen to somebody type of stuff or whatever? Folk trying hard as they could to help you get away from carbonation. You sit up told a whole heap of lies. Had your mama involved in this stuff and all that. Right. People making phone calls for you, trying to get you and your children away from a cult. And then you go right back and then do that same stuff over and over again. Over and over them again.
And it's hard to break away from that. It's hard to detach from that. And knowing who I was.
And don't even worry about the video. The audio is what is most important because it was glitching as I was making the attempt to be able to record it. But we good. Like I said, we just need these receipts. And these is even more receipts to confirm that this is beyond, you know what I'm saying, a mental health case right here. This is a bad situation. So now this woman is basically making an attempt to go live and express herself, but Clubfoot them over there in the comments. Clubfoot them is in the comments trying to deter her and stuff, saying don't listen to them and all that. I'm telling her in the comments, don't listen to Clubfoot. You feel what I'm saying? He over there, and look, the whole crew is making an attempt to be able to convince the woman or to get her to deflect. I'm like, hold on, let the lady speak. If you got something that you need to say, anybody know when you come up here, I just mute up, let you talk. You go ahead and get that stuff out or whatever, however, whenever, in whatever way, shape, fashion, or form you need to get it the fuck out. So when this lady trying to go live, despite whatever it is she's going live about or for, you got to ask yourself, every time somebody leaves, have you not noticed how Clubfoot always be in the comments of that person, like trying to manipulate them, like he don't want them to say certain stuff or whatever. Now listen to this, man.
When I was taken care of, was how I needed to be.
Wait a minute, hold on, because she be talking real, she be talking extra, baby. She be talking extra bashful or whatever. Hold on. Let me try to amp that for a minute. But that ain't okay.
And I don't
see how she be half talking and stuff. She be half talking, yo.
I don't acknowledge.
You see how they was in her joint. You see how they was all in the comments, like in the chat, throwing up green hearts and stuff like that in the whole nine. It's like the woman wanted to say something. She wanted to say some stuff or whatever, but they was preventing her the whole damn time. Like, why is y'all over there like ganging her in the chat and stuff like that or whatever? That ain't cool, man. That ain't cool, man. Y'all over there. Hey, look, y'all basically over that motherfucker gang stalking. Yeah, y'all over that motherfucker whole live damn gang stalking, man. That's all you guys are doing. And then the funny thing about it, right, when you gang stalking, right, you over there trying to prevent people to be able to tell us what's really going on. And then, like I say, shout out to Sybil. We're gonna get to her comments as well, okay? Yeah, because I was actually tagged in a post today, so we'll make sure that we get to that. But we didn't get to the video from the upload the other day. You know what I'm saying, that dropped. I didn't get to show y'all that Jim Jank. But like I say, if you on the gram, I know you've seen it by now. But we're gonna go ahead and then dissect with the dissect. You know how we do over here.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I have a lot of things to cover today. I have had a lot to digest. Um, I'm really, 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 really grateful that you guys have taken the time to read the book. Um, it's been amazing, amazing feedback as far as how it's impacted and helped a lot of people to really um, prevent any more damage that has already been done. Um, Obviously, it's for the person who is going to look for information and really do their research and to be able to get the information that they need to be aware, to have knowledge and understand what they're after. Um, and yeah, we have a lot to cover. As far as the book is concerned, I've been getting all of your questions. A lot of questions. My goodness. You guys have a lot of questions. So I will be getting to those questions. I actually have really exciting news after about your questions. So for this time right now, I really just want to share what I've been processing and what's been happening for me. Um, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the fact that it's a free download because in 24 hours, it will no longer be free. Okay, so tell your friends, call forward, send the mess, send the link. It's been free for the past couple of days, and you have 24 more hours left. That's it. After 24 hours, it will not be free anymore. Um, so get your copy, and we're actually going to be going through the book together. We're actually going to be working on that. Um, Sometime next week, I'm going to start, and we'll read chapters together, and we will answer questions. So we will be able to answer the questions that you have, and to talk about whatever it is that you want to um, know and answer your questions. I'm really here for you, and I'm here to answer those questions. I have no shame in being honest and telling the truth. Um, this is really important to me that people just understand and have awareness. Like I wish somebody would have did what I'm doing before I went. That
Now,
makes sense.
now, let me stop right there. Now, being that she did what other people didn't do, or what other people didn't choose to do, or didn't have the strength to do, the thing that we got to do right now, and the most important thing is to be able to decipher everything, because there's people that feel all different types of way, about carbonation in general. Especially after seeing Velvet come, leave, seeing Joy come, leave, all type of stuff like that. So we understand how powerful that the carbonation mantra actually is. But if it really was as strong as what Babaji think, right, he wouldn't have people that leave away from him. But when they leave away from him, right, they not giving us all of that work, right? See, that's why we've been over here on this book. We've been over here on this book, Hard Body. And matter of fact, we're gonna go back to that book right now. We look at here, we be stretching. Hey, look, we push it all the way to the limit over here. That's right. All the way to the limit. And the thing about it is, I think we left off on what was that? Chapter 16. Was it 16 that we was on? We'll go ahead and then get back in. And that's titled The New People. So we'll go ahead and then get into chapter 16, The New People. That's right, facts. And then we'll go back after I read this chapter right here. Then I'll show you what I was tagged in, you know what I'm saying, on Instagram today, actually by, the author of the book. Okay. All right, let's go with it, family. Chapter 16, The New People. I noticed Shaka and Azim were coming around a lot more often, almost daily. It was weird because Babaji doesn't usually allow non-members to be in our space like that. But I guess since they paid for the Airbnb, he welcomed them. One day they cooked for us some mushroom burgers, and I've seriously never tasted anything vegan that delish in my entire vegan life. It was a 20 on a 1 to 10 scale. The homemade potato fries, mente made in Azim's avocado dip and all was A plus. They definitely were professionals in the kitchen, which turns out that what Shaka does for a living as a vegan chef. Food has its way of softening everybody's belly, especially if it's delectable. I kept noticing Azim was always popping a boom out as soon as Babaji came around. It was so obvious she was giving him a lot of energy. She showed up to the house one day in a see-through black pants and sequins beaded half top with all of her boobs out. Even though she spent a few days with us seeing how tasteful we dressed, she didn't fit in at all. She would sit around all of us and just suck up the energy of a room. She listened to all of our private business and never spoke about herself. I got livid that night and I told her that she is sucking up all of the energy in the room because Efru had opened up about her abortion she had for Caliber and how it really affected their relationship. Then Aya was talking about the intimate relationship she had with Efru and how serious they were and how they used to write each other love letters and really had a strong bond. I looked over at her and she was sitting there as if it was a reality TV show, but no one knew nothing about her. I said to her, no one knows nothing about you. And my sisters are here literally sharing their hearts while you take it for entertainment. She said in a very trembling voice, it's just that you all are so deep and powerful. And I'm inspired by all of the things that you've gone through. But I don't feel like I have gone through half the experiences you all have discussed. So I'm just learning all of you. I told her, you are not here to learn our business. You are here to learn yourself by applying the knowledge from my experiences to help yourself grow. Instead, you sit there as if you never gone through anything. But we know that's a lie because if you're alive, you have experienced some sort of challenge you've grown from. Sheba told me to give Azine a chance, but I was not having it. Sheba asked Azine if she understood what I was saying, and she said yes, and that she would try to participate. Then I told her, and if you're not gonna participate, you shouldn't be here because we are all here to do the work. Then she said she had a dream before that they knew we were coming back to LA from prison, that she was with Carbonation, and that her and Shaka really wanted to be a part of the family again. Before we went to bed, Efru told me that they were in Mexico with Babaji for a few years back, and then Azine left and her husband followed her. After I screamed on her, I walked out the room and went to the laundry room. I didn't want to be in the same space while she was there being a vamp, and everyone was pacifying her, literally spewing out their most intimate, painful details and secrets to some random. When I got back to the room, the meeting was over and her husband had brought in some wine for everyone to drink, which was great and also needed with the high tension. We turned on music and danced, and even she sat breastfeeding and watched everyone like a lost puppy. I was really annoyed with her. The next morning, Babaji called a meeting pretty early. I was uneasy because it felt like big news was coming. Babaji told us that we needed to stop doing teaching videos and just rest. He said that right now we needed to keep a low profile because anything we do can be used against him with the murder investigation going from an ex-carbonation member, and to also recharge ourselves from the recent events in prison. He ordered that we should connect more together because that's how we were going to heal by demons showing up through each other and have meetings to work through it. Then he announced that Shaka and Azim have joined the family officially and to welcome them. I sat with a blank face, Babaji and Shaka to introduce himself and tell us how he found Babaji. He was extremely cocky, but not in an authentic way. It seemed like he was overcompensating something, clear his throat. He started talking about all this business he owned and that he is very successful and that he wanted to take Babaji's message to the next level and magnify it. Oh, Lord. Everything went left from there. Babaji then asked him, oh, you think you can do my job? He responded, yes, absolutely. Everyone laughed, but I was furious at this point. I had bad vibes from the moment. I met them. Shaka literally wore leopard booty shorts and a muscle T-tank around the house. And even though he was so little, always so obnoxious, then I asked, does he even know who you are, Baba? Does he believe that you are the Messiah? Baba asked, Babaji asked him, do you believe that I'm the Messiah? He said, yes. Babaji asked him, what would he do to start his own tribe? Shaka said that he already had his own tribe. He used to sit and break bread with his people, teach each other by doing group activities and delegate responsibilities according to the individual strength. He was definitely throwing shots because Babaji and the Naji eat alone in their room. Babaji asked him, so what happened to your tribe? Why aren't you still doing it now? He said that mainly everyone wanted to be doing it now. He said that everyone wanted to be the boss, but didn't have resources to back up their demands, and that the energies didn't vibe. Babaji explained to him how every single person in combination is his soulmate, and he is personally connected to each and every one of us, and that he knows us better than we know ourselves, and that he could tell him intimately about any one of us at any time. He told them that in order to start the tribe, the first thing you need is knowledge. And that's what makes him Messiah, because of the message that he channeled and delivered to the black community, Musinity. He told him he could never do a job because he doesn't have the discipline, and that he isn't humble, so the people won't receive him. He said the reason people have received him is because he comes from nothing, and yet he made a life for himself, and people recognize the value he can teach them. Babaji then asked Azim if she thinks her husband could lead us, and she said yes, if he makes up his mind. I know he can do anything. I said, wow. He's gonna sit there. He's gonna sit here and not even give honor or thanks to you, Babaji. And then he has the nerve to say he can do carbonation more expanded. Then he got more riled up. He said, "What are you talking about?" Babaji asked me if I could lead. I said yes. Now all the men are in here sat and didn't say one word, like a bunch of pussies. Oh my God, I was fuming. Babaji asked the women how everyone felt about them. All of the women gave pushback. Aya was like, what? Hold up. Malia said, you're disrespectful. Then I looked at Captain True and was like, you're just going to sit there and let him call you? Are you kidding me? Babaji sat and watched. True said, he can say whatever he wants to say. I'm not a pussy, so I don't have to answer him. I love that. He said that poised power. He was correct, but I wanted someone to check this clown. No one did. I then said he reminded me of a con artist, like the scammer type, like credit card and get rich schemes, like he has an ulterior motive. But Baji told me he didn't feel that, and that I was just emotional because in protecting him, he told everybody else, y'all should all be as mad as Earth right now because she feels like this man is a threat to the family. Shaka then said he really doesn't mean any harm, and that he gave up all of his Babylon life to join carbonation, and that he believed Babaji is the Messiah and gave honor to Babaji and said, I'm grateful for the knowledge you have brought to my wife and I, and we are honored to be a part of the family, and I humbly thank you, and all of the work you have done inspires me. Finally, everyone applauded. So we could only end the meeting with, took him 3 hours to surrender, but also we were all so over him and his energy. Being so out of tune, he drained us completely. Babaji then asked, what's for solar noon? Because he was really hungry and drained from that session. So Sheba and Aya got up and went to the kitchen to get to the magic. Babaji dismissed the meeting and everyone went to their rooms. I couldn't look at Shaka or Zine's face. She came in the room and Sheba told her, we are all out of clothes communally, so she should bring all of her stuff and add it to clothes. She had a lot of beautiful jewelry and great oils, so that helped her a bit because I actually looked at them, but her vibe was so off. I didn't wear anything she touched or brought in that day. I kept my distance and didn't trust them with a 10-foot pole. I felt her and Shaka had ulterior motives, and I told Babaji during the meeting too, they knew I wasn't fucking with them on any level, and her son was very uncomfortable. He could scream and hit everyone because they spoiled him and he didn't know how to behave properly. Babaji told them they had to start disciplining him early so that he could learn. Azim said they didn't believe in beating him, but was open to try something new because he was not listening when she corrected him. Whenever she would go to the restroom or just step away for 1 second, he would scream like someone was beating him. So Babaji told them to spank him and lock him in the room until he cries himself to sleep. He'll learn to stop. They followed Babaji's orders, even though it didn't help their kid. I had so many mixed feelings about them. I just didn't want to be around them, and the sun always wanted to hit. So I would tell him to stay away from me. I know it seemed harsh for a little boy at the time, but he really didn't connect with the family at all. Every time he saw Babaji, he would scream and cry. It was so weird. So I just kept my distance as much as possible. That afternoon, Babaji went to the beach again, but this time he took Mente, Syrian, and Tron, which was super random. And of course, Nanaji is always with him at all times, except for when she is with the woman bonding during creative time of making beats, studio sessions, etc. So they went and stayed all night long, getting in around midnight. We had to wake up out of our sleep to greet them back in the house. Europe, they brought tacos for the women, and Babaji was telling everyone how Tron peed all over himself in front of all of the people. It was funny, but not really. Tron said he didn't care. He had to go, and the line was so long, so he just went on himself. We all cracked up. We all went to the room, and Lawyer warmed up the tacos they gave us on one each. I told Zoka that she could have mine because she was pregnant. There was 2 fish, 2 shrimp tacos. I chose the shrimp, and Star, Malia, and Neytiri each had theirs. I told Zoe to eat mine. Then I got infuriated because Star swallowed a taco and then came looking for more. Mine was still on the plate for Zoe and she kept hovering over it. So then here, take the shrimp, and she seriously gulped it without chewing. Like, why the fuck would I give Zoe my taco for her to eat? But she did her usual bullying energy and overpowered Zoe to have it. I was disgusted with her, and I gave her the nastiest look because she knew I saw what she did. I left it alone and laid down back to sleep. The next morning, Babaji woke us up super early. It had to be like 5 a.m. Meanwhile, we went to sleep around 2 a.m. So much for recharging and sleeping in. Every day he came up with some new shit. He was erratic and unstable. Whenever he had a new idea, it started to really irritate me. He told us in the meeting that we all needed to get our passports on deck because we were going to Africa, and that someone brought us land and a village to stay in. We were all rejoicing. I was practically in tears. Aya said, "Oh my God," Earth said in her real nigga moment that she was taking us to Africa. Babaji said, "Oh my God," she did say that. I got really shy for some reason and blushed. I said, "Nah, this all you, Baba. This all the years of your work. You are doing this." He smirked and winked at me. Nanaji saw that and didn't like it. She flinched and gave me the deep, the deep stare. She felt our connection, and later she spoke about it, which I didn't want. I wanted her to feel my sincerity of love for her and him, the passion I had to really create a harmonious, polygamous union. She was the only reason I could even open up to the idea. I truly cherished her sisterhood, and that bond was just as important to me as my connection with Baba. I'll get more into that later. I want to share every single detail. It's very important we understand our environment we create. So that moment kind of shook me back into reality, even though I was overjoyed for Africa. Babaji asked a show of hands of on who had their passports, and myself and 2 others didn't have it on us. Mine was still in New York, and Babaji said, "Earth, we're going to get your BMW in New York, so we'll get it then." The plan was to get my truck and sell it. He said, "As a matter of fact, your car is exactly the money we need to buy our flights." I was so excited. He told the finance team, "Book me, Nanaji, and Earth to New York after we get to Vegas." Then he said, "Speaking of Vegas, everyone is getting legally married. We need to look official so that as we get investigated by the feds, they can't say that we are a sex code. We will all be paired up." So he told everyone to pair up with their partners. Malia with the Pikes, Ephraim with the Caliber, Aya with the Trod, Aziz with the Shaka, Zoka with the Solar, Sheba with the True, and me and Star, Sounds, Lawyer, Musa, and Kite will remain. He then said from now on, the back room was for the couples and that the single people had to sleep in the front. I was irritated. I looked at him like he was Freddy Krueger. Once again, making a random erratic decision, I kept quiet, even though it gave me the stare, waiting to see what I would say. Everybody had the long faces. They were coupled up because they all wanted to be with Babaji, with the exception of Sheba and partially Zoka. In prison, everyone spoke of being with Babaji and him ultimately being their husband other than Neytiri, stuck solar. I never spoke on Babaji, only one-on-one with him. So now everyone is paired off. Star, of course, still hoping to be with Musa for some reason. Babaji didn't pair them, which was odd considering everyone saw them in the couple's room for a few nights. Babaji then said the couples needed to start to do videos together. Efru rolled her eyes so hard, but I was rolling my eyes too, because here he goes again, changing the program. When just less than 24 hours ago, he said to sleep in and for no one to post videos. In prison, basically, Efru's whole purpose in life is to be with Babaji. It was so annoying because he literally talked about her like trash and told her she turned him off, how insecure she was, and that she hated for her nose. Meanwhile, she is absolutely beautiful, so it was really oxymoronic of him, but that's also not new that he would say that, contradicting himself. So at this point, I had it. I spoke up and said, so what about polygamy? Are we not practicing that anymore? Is that no longer the mission? Babaji told me I was worried about the wrong thing and I should focus on myself. I said, I'm focusing on myself, which is why I'm asking about polygamy. Then he said, why does it matter to you? I said, because I want to know. He said, why? I said, because it's important for me to understand the knowledge of what we practice. He said, well, I said not to worry about it. So you do what I say, period. I rolled my eyes and he said, does anyone else have any questions? No one did. So he ended the meeting. We all stood up with him and he said, one mind, fist on heart. And we replied, fist on heart, one step. We all went back to the room and didn't really say much. We were all gathering our belongings to now sleep in front, and the couples were setting up in the back room. The men were in and out of the room, which was so awkward because we were used to having zero interaction with them. Babaji kept us separated. We weren't allowed to look the men in the eyes. I would always put my head down to speak to any of my brothers. At first, it was odd, but I got used to it after a while. Seeing them in the room with us was a bit too much. They kept coming in, out unannounced, usually anytime they needed something. I had set up the studio in the morning, which was in the closet. They would knock and say, excuse myself, and speak whatever they needed at the door and wait for us to get them the okay to come in the room. Caliber at one point just opened the door wide open and I was changing my top. So I blacked out on him and said, what the you need to announce yourself at all times. He was like, my bad, Mama Earth, and closed the door and knocked on it and announced himself and said, come in. We both laughed. Caliber was cool and uptight at the same time, super grouchy usually, but quiet with it. After an hour or so, everyone made the switch out of the rooms. I slept closest to the couch, away from any of the men. I didn't want any contact whatsoever. Sam slept on the other side of the couch with Kite, and Loyal slept in the kitchen floor. Star slept behind me next to the other couch. It was actually much more air and space, and the guys were super chill, so it wasn't a lot of energy or emotions flying. I could actually hear my own thoughts that night. But oh boy, before that night came, it was a long day. Babaji went to the park that day with Nanaji, Azim, Shaka, and Sounds. They came back early, but the vibes was off. When we saluted the chief and the chiefess, then back in the house, Nanaji walked straight past everyone and went right to her room with Princess. Babaji talked to the men for a little bit. Then it got quiet before the storm. We all went to bed, and then about 9 p.m., Babaji came busting out his room. Sometimes I could swear to myself he was on something like a narcotic or something. His wrath was so wild and his eyes alone could burn a hole in you. He called the meeting and said that everyone in the house was fake. He said he has paid the price for everyone, and all over the world, people worship and bow down to their gurus, and only Loyal gave him the proper respect. None of them understood what was happening per usual, but when he rambled like this, he would eventually get to the culprit. He went on about how he took the charge for all of us, how he's the only reason we got off, and that none of us could stand the pressure, and that we are all fake, and that he doesn't have to be here with us, and he can go off and travel and live his own life with his family and be good, and we don't appreciate all that he does for us. He went as far as to say that he's retiring because he's put enough knowledge out now, and all people do is tear him down to his name, and that he has changed his name so much. But they kids still keep destroying him, which actually finally made some sense to me as to why he changed his name like underwear, because he wants to leave a new name with a clean legacy, but it's been tainted so much that he can't. He said his name is destroyed and dragged, and that is his own people killing him, even though he is the Messiah for the black community, that we never embrace him, but instead judge him. It was really deep listening to his pain. And to some degree, I understood it. The prison part, I'm like, shit, if you never did that live video with the turtles at the beach, none of this would have ever be happening. Of course, I said this in my head, but per usual, I know he could read me. His next words were literally, I know some of you are innocent, have never been to jail before, and don't live this life. So that's why I took the charge. But all you can't handle what the truth comes with. He chucks everything up to having thick skin and not folding under pressure. He said all of us failed and couldn't even handle prison. He said we had it so good in prison, ate 3 meals a day, had a bathroom, showers, could connect with each other, and that we are so ungrateful that in prisons out of the country he was in, tiny black cage boxes with just a hole to shit in and no showers, and the same place the food was brought to eat, and that he wanted to kill himself after 2 weeks. Well, we couldn't even handle Hawaii prison, and that it was sweet compared to real prisons. I was in absolute agreement with him. I was not interested in getting adjusted to the prison life at all, nor was I interested in what he claimed was real prison. He condomused me to say this was only the beginning and that prison was just a test for what's to come, throwing the fear tactics to keep us in his loop. I really couldn't figure out what could make him happy. Nothing was never enough. Unfortunately, sooner than later, I discovered what's the only thing that brings him joy besides his daughter and even her who he beat constantly. So it wasn't matching up with his words at all. Then randomly said to Shaka, who are you feeling in the group? Sometimes we go around and ask everyone their feelings for everyone in the room. So I start with you. Shaka said, my wife, Azine. Efru is beautiful and young, and I love her curls. And Star has nice skin, and that ass is crazy. We all busted out laughing. We needed to break the ice, considering how thick the air in the room was at this point. Then Babaji said, well, how do you like Efru? But you don't like Nana. I think they are very similar, but Nana is way more beautiful than Efru. Then he said, I just don't like Nana. Even from Mexico, she's just not my type. Then Babaji said, what's not your type about her? He said, I don't know. I'm just not feeling her like that. Then Babaji said, show a hand that he's captive. We all put our hands up unanimously. Babaji kept pushing the subject. It was really bizarre. He said to Shaka to tell him specifically what he doesn't like about Nanaji. We all stared at him like the fuck. What is there not to like? But he went on to say her breast sag and her style is not for him. And then he always sees her as his wife, so he doesn't even bother looking. Then Babaji said, well, she don't sag no more. And if my wife ever feels like you give her energy, I better not catch you because we're going to have a serious problem if I do. Then he asked Azine, do you think your husband likes Nana? She said no. She thinks he admires both you and Nanaji. Babaji finally left it alone and said his last words about it. Respect the queen and bow to her at best. Are we understood? Shaka said yes. Then Babaji asked family, who is feeling who right now? Loyal said he was feeling Neytiri. Caliber said no one, which we all knew was a lie because he in love with Efru. Pice said Malia. Tron said, I'm more like a mom feel for him, but he liked Star and Neytiri, that he didn't like Aya at all. Capping once again. Star and Musa. Syrian said Mente, of course, and vice versa. Then Babaji said, true. We know it's all Sheba for you. Then he said, well, it's Sheba and Mama Earth. The whole room went crazy. Like, oh, shit. Babaji said, oh, really? He said, yes. I said, you're married? True said, what that mean? I ain't dead. I was in shock, but I said, I guess I can see that. Babaji asked him, what does he like about me? He said he found me attractive and that he liked the way I carried myself and that my maturity is dope. Babaji said, man, Earth is out of tune and you think she mature? True threw his hands up like, well, it is what it is. Then Babaji came to me and asked who I'm feeling. I very shyly said, well, you really? Nanaji looked me dead in the eyes, but I couldn't look at her. Babaji played it down and was like, well, everyone wants to be closer to their higher self. That's normal. Besides me, I said, no one. I'm focused on the knowledge. He said, so you don't like True? I said, True is dope. I like his mind and his intellect, but that's it. Babaji said, so apart from his intellect, have you ever looked at True romantically? I froze because I wanted to be honest, but I was super nervous. I said, I just said True is dope. That's it. Babaji then said, here, feels Earth is capping. The whole room raised their hand, including Sheba. I was shocked at that because when I see True, I see Sheba. They are all one to me. So I said, okay, yeah, I thought about it, but always see him as one with Sheba. And I would never. So the whole family was like, oh shit. And I was like, no, it's not even like that. Chill out. Then Babaji said, see, that's a woman who is insecure. That just because she is getting attention, she wants to give back energy when she knows she don't want truth. I rolled my eyes and said, okay, I'm insecure now. Babaji said, you are. Just because True is feeling you now, you all of a sudden feeling him. I said, I ain't say I'm feeling him, but I do think he can be interested. I like how his mind works. Babaji was like, man, you fake, Earth. I threw my hands up like, oh, well. Then Babaji asked Musa, he said, he was feeling Natiri and Efru, and then him and Star are good as friends. Babaji told him to tell the truth what happened with Star. So Musa said he connects with her and she cool, but they are not compatible. We all know where this was going because Babaji has said many times his experience with Star. But he surprised me and said he said that Star is too dominant for Musa and left it at that. I was so relieved. Then he asked Sams. Sam said he wasn't feeling anyone. Babaji was like, man, you just asked me about Earth the other day and you gonna sit here and cap. He was like, no, I just want to focus on the knowledge. He was embarrassed because when he asked Babaji for me, I told Babaji I was not interested in sounds like that. But he was cool and that's it. Babaji then said, Zoe, we know you are for solar. He skipped Malia and Aya though, which was interesting. Babaji asked Kite, he said, Natiri. We all were like, dang, Nate, oh, okay. She was blushing from ear to ear. Babaji said, well, we all know Natiri is stuck on stupid for, so no need to ask her ass. We all laughed, even though it wasn't really funny. That meeting must have lasted 6 or 7 hours. So Babaji was like, what's for solar noon? We were like, right at 6 p.m. He dismissed everyone, and we all are cracking up, walking back to the room. Later, Babaji kept complaining that he had a terrible backache and that he wanted to only sleep on the floor because the bed was hurting his back. Caliber got on his back and started digging in it with his knees and elbows. I'm just yelling, telling them to stop because he didn't know what he was doing. So Babaji had him stop. I told Babaji I would work on his back after he got back from going shopping with Nanaji for some new clothes. He took Zoka, Aya, Princess, and this new Spanish guy, Igor, who had come to visit the family, who really loved Babaji. Azim was supposed to go, but her husband wanted to accompany her, and there was not enough room for him, so she was going to go without him, but Babaji told her to stay. The rest of us went to the park across the street to relax while they were out. They came back a few hours later. We came back from the park to salute Babaji and Nanaji and was really happy with what she purchased. But then Aya came in the room with a bag and said to Malia, Babaji bought you a dress. It was only the 3 of us in the room. Aya pulled out this most gorgeous summer dress with stunning colors. Malia jumped up and was so shocked. Babaji walked in and said, you like the dress I bought you? She said she loved it. And they gave a sweet, flirty smile to each other. He also bought Aya a dress too. Same style in a different color. Now, call me crazy, but didn't you just tell this woman last night in front of everyone that she was an absolute whore and needs to get fucked by 10 men before she will ever change? What in the entire is wrong with these bipolar people? I really didn't get it, but I just stayed quiet and kept watching. I guess he felt bad for how he humiliated Malia, but that surely wasn't the end of him saying this craziness to her. I kind of realized that he'll do stuff like that to appease Nanaji. Also, she wouldn't suspect with him and Malia were up to because they were definitely still heavily involved. Babaji has very strong sexual feelings for Malia and always raves about how great their sex is together and that they can have better sex than him and Nanaji. Babaji called me to report to his room. I came in and Aya and Nanaji were on the bed going through the new clothes. Babaji told me to please work on his back, that he was in a lot of pain. I had him lay on his stomach and asked Nanaji if I could sit on his back to massage him, and he told me yes before she could answer. But I looked at her and she nodded yes. I began to massage and start cracking his back immediately. He was like, oh my God, what are you doing? I could feel the crack. Oh my God, you healing me. What is that? his upper right ring was really in a lot of pain. So whenever I touched that area, he would scream, but I kept telling him to take deep breaths. I explained to him that he is carrying a lot on his back for someone and that it was weighing on him very heavy. He said, wow. I asked Nanaji what oil she had. I took the tea tree oil and warmed it up in my hand and kept massaging. Babaji was moaning like we were having sex, and he kept saying, oh my God, I'm healed. He was like, how the fuck you know how to do this? I told him I have always done this for my Babylon family. I have healing hands. And he was like, nah, for real you do. I started feeling Nana's energy getting uncomfortable, and I guess so did Babaji. So he asked her, do you like to give massages? And she said she takes on people's energy when she does it, so she doesn't do it a lot. I told her she had to rub her palms together, then tap the center between her breasts, and she cut me off and was like, I know. So I was like, oh boy, in my head. Then Aya said, are you almost done? Babaji kept moaning. So I said, he's in a lot of pain. He told me to keep going. I asked him if that was a woman tatted on his back. He said, yes, it's a lady. I was in awe of on how big that it was. It took up about 3/4 of his whole back. I massaged him, and for another good 30 minutes, I was sweating and really digging deep to heal him. I had him do some stretches. Then I went back to massaging him. He kept saying, oh my God, you healed me, Earth. I'm healed. That shit was so painful. I massaged him for a bit more, then had him lay on his grounding mat, face down, and told him not to get up for 30 minutes. I got up and said, ladies, please make sure he stays flat. He laid quiet and closed his eyes and didn't move. I left the room, and then a little while later, he came to me and said, Earth, you healed me. Yo, I literally had no pain. I couldn't even bend before. I have no pain. Then he started jumping and saying, we're going to celebrate, man. Bring Earth some wine. All the women was like, hey, Mama Earth. I was blushing and did a mini happy dance. Star had been wanting us to hear her song she was working on called Spiritual Warfare. She asked if she could sing it for us. We all said yes. When Star sang, it was time to listen. She could heal anything with her voice. She sang along to a track, and the song was fire. I got up and twerking the entire song. I told her to sing it again. I called Babaji in the room to hear the song, and he said the song was dope and that she needed to sing with more confidence and to make sure it was in pocket before she finished recording in the studio. She was sweating so hard when she sang for him, but she said, I'll be ready. Babaji was laughing at me twerking while she sang and said, okay, Earth, get it. I was really hyped for this recording. Was one of the best songs I heard from the Carbonation Women. I told Star this song would change the game, and she was thankful and sweet. Every day she practiced her song. She was so excited about it. I was sincerely happy for her. Later that night, all of the women were in the room dancing and going nuts with Babaji and Sounds DJing from the living room because we had to stay separated from the men. After a few hours, we took it down and talked for hours except for Azim, even though Babaji told us to take it down for Nunu. Bedtime after the party, we felt too good and wanted to express ourselves. As we kept talking, I was hearing the smacking noise. I was like, is that the dryer? What is that? I've been finished washing. Is that clothes? We let it go and kept talking, but then I'm like, hold up. What is that noise for real? We kept hearing more smacking, then moaning, then we heard slobbering. So I said, is that someone fuck? I hear all this moaning and crap. Then I heard Shaka say, it's so good, baby. Then sure enough, Malia, Zoka, and Star went out and started spazzing out. We had to grab Malia by the shirt because she was ready to fight him at this point. It was Shaka and his wife having wild sex, and he wanted the entire house to hear him smacking her ass and her sucking him off, say how good it felt. It was so gross. It sounded like elementary porn of a creep. And as if he wanted to prove a point or something, True ran out of the room and went to Babaji's room and told Babaji, they fuck. Babaji said, who fuck? He told him, Shaka and Azim. Babaji was like, so the what? True told him they were making a lot of noise and no one could sleep. So Babaji came out, and Malia, Star, and Zoka are standing in the doorway watching Shaka Azim. Babaji went buck wild, crazy, but not because of Azim and Shaka, but for the women standing and watching. He started shouting, what the are you guys standing here watching them for? Do you want to get to? Malia, you next. Why are you standing here? She said no, but Shaka is disrespectful that she was going to check him on it And Zoka said she was so grossed out. Babaji said, what was you going to do with your demon baby pregnant? Go sit your ass down. Then he said, Star, why the you staring at him? He don't want you. You don't have no pussy walls. If my 9 inches long, 5 inches thick, and I ain't felt nothing inside of you, then that means there's nothing there. Why are you standing and watching this nigga, his wife? Star said she was trying to hold Malia back and she stood at attention so they could stop. But they never did, even though they saw them standing at the door. I never understood why he kept talking about Star like that. It was so disturbing, and I felt it wasn't true. I felt like he wanted to break Star's spirit, and that's the only way that he could do it. Babaji kept going in about Malia being a whore and told her that she wanted to shock her. He asked Malia, are you a whore? And she replied, yes, Babaji. Said, well, if you're a whore, why are you here? I don't want whores here. Then he said to Malia, who are you? Malia said, I'm a whore. I was literally dumbfounded. How could she have said this about herself? He literally brainwashed her to believe she was a whore, then tried to flip the script. He then announced that all of the couples are off again and everyone is separated and back to being single. We switched sleeping areas again. The women got together and we were talking about what had just happened, and Azine had the audacity to sit in the room with us saying he didn't want to have sex, but her husband kept telling her it was okay. Like, what the she had no voice to stand on. She didn't see how the man was literally humiliating her to put on a show. Babaji came back in the room about an hour or so later. He told Malia that he loved her more than Niza and that he didn't want to hurt her, but because of his daughter, he has to play the role for now with Nanaji. He went on her Instagram page and told her that her last video was fire and let us all hear it. We all cheered her on. It was the best I had ever heard her speak. Malia has a lot of spiciness in her heart. He asked Malia if she knows that he loves her. Malia sat without saying a word and pouting her mouth. I was actually shocked. He said he loved Niza like that. I kind of knew he had feelings for Malia. He always showed it, but Niza was mentally unstable. So for him to have feelings for her was bizarre, because he told us that Niza's father was a pimp and he had to protect Niza because she reminded him of himself being put in a mental institution and that people were trying to throw him away and that he wasn't going to do that to Niza. Unfortunately, a day after we got out of prison, Niza strangled Syria and almost knocked her out. And if it didn't get in between them, and if I didn't get in between them, she would have killed her. I couldn't even fully stop Niza. It was Babaji who had to come in and get her off Syria. And then he kicked Niza out and put her in a hotel and told her to go back home. So she was gone by the time Shaka and Azim joined officially. Babaji continued to talk to Malia and told her that she needed to be patient and wait for him to be able to spend time together. He hugged her, but she wouldn't hug him back. He said, hug me back. She said, no, I don't want to disrespect Nanaji in the other room. I said to Malia, she was holding back her feelings and I could feel her nervousness. Babaji offered her to get her son in Babylon and that he would pay for her plane ticket, but she declined. I think she wanted not to take that offer, though. That's what my gut feeling. Since Nanaji was back, she felt she wanted out because in prison, she said she wanted her investment back from Babaji. Then he told Malia that we were all her support system and that everyone hugged her one by one. And he had everyone look at Malia in the eye and say, I love myself except for me. I hugged her again and she finally gave in. It was more like a daughter hugging her father. She dug her face in her chest and let the tears roll. This kind of moment is who I loved in him. I knew he could feel me judging him because he told me Malia was actually retarded and didn't want to be with her anymore. But he clearly tonight showed something different. He said he didn't want to risk her getting her pregnant again and that he would only let her swallow his cum and only sleep with me secretly until Nanaji accepted polygamy. I always told him I would not do that to Nanaji and that it had to be done righteously. He would get furious when I would say that. Back to Malia, once again, he was contradicting everything. He had just said to humiliate her in front of the entire family, telling her she was a whore. I was officially convinced Babaji was mentally unstable, 100% certified, no cap. Chapter 17, the violent attack on Malia. We're going to that Jim Jank for a second, but we'll get the intermission to the Jim Jank by actually going back to the video that we left off with Mama Earth. And then I go ahead and then drop the link, Jim Jank, and we'll go ahead and get confirmation through this as well. We'll make sure we get all of this work this morning, okay? Well, this afternoon anyway. All right, family, let's go, man. Y'all drop it in the comments. I'm gonna drop that link shortly, okay? And we're gonna keep on going, all right?
Um, and I could have understood the seriousness of what I'm actually getting into. I'm on both of my lives, guys, so just understand that. Um, so you have both of them here. So if I'm looking in the cameras at you or you, um, but yeah. Oh, thanks. Thanks to everyone saying, the compliment. I appreciate that. Felt like a red lip today. Yes, I love lipstick and I love a little red lip, and there's organic makeup all over the world. It's 2020. Wake up. You know, it's a beautiful thing. As women, we love to just feel feminine.
Hold on. Wait. I need to make sure that I got enough real ones up in the building, man. So at this time, man, drop nothing but straight ones off in the chat, man. I'm gonna go ahead and then get that link drop. We're gonna come back to her. We're gonna do what it do over here, okay? And like I say, man, if anybody got anything to say in reference to the book, however, whatever that you feel, you know what I'm saying, about the book at this point, by what you just heard, especially the situation, that fight that we just heard about any damn way. Oh, that fight was a fool. That fight was a whole live fool. I'm like, damn, so y'all blanking like that over there? Y'all going that hard in the paint? Y'all see if y'all can catch the link through all the ones right there. That's right. Let's go, man. Let's go. Look at all the real ones that's over here. That's what I'm talking about right there. I knew it was a lot of y'all. I knew it. They tried to tell me otherwise. I'm like, man, y'all tripping, man. Let them people tell them lies, man. It's a whole bunch of real ones that come over here. Yeah, I was like, let them folks tell them lies and all that stuff right there. Facts. Okay. Okay, I see him. Yeah, I see him. Y'all, hey, y'all definitely making your presence known. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely making your presence known, man. Don't let nobody tell you that this is not the livest network. See, this is where all of the real ones be. If you was looking for the real, they right over here. Every last one of them. You see that? Uh-huh. And if you ain't smashed that like button already, make sure that you do so, because we'll be going to the next stage, to the next phase. I always try to get some commentary with y'all to see, what people think about the book before I even proceed with the next chapter of the book. Right. Facts. So I'm going to give y'all a second. Number ones, y'all. Okay. Like I say, I see them real ones. I know what it is now. Yeah, I know exactly what it is now. Yeah, that's a fact right there. Let me go ahead and then plug in. Okay, peace. What's good?
Hey, brother, how are you today?
Hey, I'm great. How about yourself?
I can't complain, man. Listen, I wanted to talk in regards to what you have already started so far, especially with the sister Silver.
Uh-huh.
Um, what I'm seeing in regards to her is as you read on, you kind of see the battle of her mind. I don't think that she was that boisterous as she put it on in the book. I think that all those are the things that she wanted to say, but she couldn't
Mm,
say.
mm,
I think that right now what she's feeling is the spirit of shame,
mm,
and in that she bring on the vivid imagination of the things that she allowed to happen in her presence. But now that she owned it and she looked back on it, she these are the things that she revealed that she wanted to say in his presence but couldn't get out. And so, but does that diminish the book? No, it does not. Does it diminish her story? No, it does not. It just put a perspective on the battle. That's what's happening. Because even when Azim and Shaka came in the picture, you also see how that same spirit, what she despised about Aya, she took on the same spirit as Aya in that very moment with judging that sister on. or saying the same things that she felt that Aya or he would say to her. She was projecting it on the same, because you got to think, if all of them was competing, they all of them have a competitive spirit to please him no matter what. They all trying to get his attention. They all trying to get his eye. So when you see this, in other words, she's a grown woman of a certain age. And the question is why is she? Why was he able to get to someone her age? And all these things, but you could clearly see with the battle of her mind, what the things that he did saw. It was no different than what he's seen in the rest of them. You could see that unbalance kind of there. You could see it in her. And so that's what was kind of like kept pushing out at me through the
You
whole
know,
thing of your reading.
one thing that stuck out the most to me is of on how that Babaji tries to materialize the things of the greatest importance and placing all of that in him. That's why she kept, saying in the book about how much that her bathing suits cost and the other stuff that, she left and she lost, and she gave up, that lifestyle, only to be with him. So I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the total psychodynamics behind it and how a person could have that much pull to reel somebody in. I don't
But
even think that it's an age. I don't even think it's an age
but
definitively.
it don't have anything to do with age, because she's a child in a grown body. And even though it is, like we said, because look at Aya definitely is a child in a grown body. It don't matter how old they are. It's the pinpoint that he could find in them. When I say that he be searching through them in the spirit, he be searching those spots in them so he can find an
Mm-hmm.
open door. And once he find that
Exactly.
open door, he kick that door wide down. He kick it wide open so that he can just take over their spirit, their mind altogether.
Right. And
It was
if you
another part. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
go right ahead. I don't want to destroy your thought.
No, yeah, it was another part that you was mentioning in regards to the marriages. It was a great thing, that 2 points that was brought out in regards to the marriages. Now he brought out that he because he said, you may have seen, remember he was on your platform. He said the marriage part gonna come out soon because it's politics. He said, and it might be shown soon. And then you remember he kept trying to force me to speak on the date. You get what I'm saying? The thing is, what's going on with Eligio at this moment here is still based on what he really don't understand. He still haven't understand that the Most High is buckling him down to his knees. He has not been able to sleep. He has not been able to rest because he feel all these entities coming back at him. All the entities and the dark powers that he have used for his benefit throughout the years have now turned on him, and they're now finna, it's time to pay the piper in so many words. When he mentioned the marriage was for him to link up everybody so they won't testify. But what he don't realize is a loophole to everything, because he was so dumb to understand, even though you married to this one person, which is Velvet, that you ain't married to Tron. He could testify against you when the seat get hot. You ain't married to Sheba. Sheba, because and all their stories will be just as powerful as Velvet, because the difference between anybody else marrying and trying to use that law against them, normally time it's a husband and a wife that lives in the house together by themselves with their children. But the difference with this story is you have a lot of adults that could be able to tell their story on first-hand basis, such as Sybil, and it still will have that impact because they was there living with him for this amount of time. So while he thinking that he being on top of things, you actually falling backwards. You get what I'm saying? And the reason why he's so scared about, let me tell you, because I want to say this too, in regards to the sister Mariah, that is really plaguing him because, as we already know, and this is why I said that he was the one that was standing in that house that night. He the one that was holding that knife in that sister body, because we all know, and as we hear time and time again, they become my mind, they become my body, meaning that they are him through that body. So even though she was physically there, that sister was mentally and physically, well, that her body was physically there. It was him using that body for that sacrifice of her mom. He was the one that pulled the trigger in the situation. and he knows that. And that's why he is moving in such fear. When he felt that, when I said reckoning day, he knew exactly in the spirit, because these are the things in the battles that he already been knowing, that the power, the most high has already been showing him. But he don't want to buckle because it's pride, it's ego, it's
Do
ego
you
there.
do you think that it's possible that he doesn't even know what that spirit or know what that channeling esoteric energy actually is? Do you think that's what it is?
I think he does, because you got to remember when she first did the before she announced her book, Silver said, and it went over a lot of people's head, but I caught it. She said that he has mastered the form of tapping into realms out of this place. Remember, I told everybody that it's a second heaven and it's a third heaven. The second heaven is where the enemy and Satan reign with all demonic powers. And when you see they sticking their hair up in saying that they getting that reception, and that the electrolytes coming through, that's what they channeling that second heaven. He has mastered that. He know exactly what it is. What he don't want to admit, that where he was being protected, whereas by the law or the powers that be, because they was using him. Now those same powers, when they come up to the power of the most high Yah, nobody could stand. Nobody could save him. And see, that's what I want to say in regards to the people that's out here. It's a reason, world, that it was this thing has been opened up on your platform. It's a reason, because honestly, I've been around. I've been in this ever since I was 16 years old. I'm 37 years old now, and out of all my years, world, and especially coming out here, listen to different ones. I have never been on no platform ever talk ever, but it's a reason for everything. That's why I'm saying divine order. When the Most High is ready, He's ready. Let Yah be Yah and man be man. See, he ain't letting nobody get the credit on this. When it all come and fall down, he used your platform for this very reason, because you was the one that really explore not just what you see in the physical, but your eyes was on the things that on the spirit world, to open it up to the masses. And the reason why he's bringing it out, because everybody was in unison. You think that all the cries and all the prayers of this platform here, that the Most High wasn't going to answer? Yes, he was. And this is not just for the eligio. This is for personal things that the Most High is showing people that's probably be listening now in their own personal lives, that show that he's still alive and well. And whereas you probably giving up on your family members or something, that you see the enemy keep pushing and pushing at your own personal life, in your own personal lives, he letting you know, I hear you. And he gonna show and use this as an example. He's coming up against a beast that he don't even understand, that he can't even box. When I say understand, he understand to a certain instinct, but he finna understand, because see, he was raised up with them. He was always raised up with them. Well, and when I say with them, I'm talking about the powers that be from infancy, when it was the when he was in foster care, when he went to the mental institution, when he went to the military, when he went to the youth center. It was always them. And so they was always there to protect and get him out of stuff, or what it didn't never touch him. But now he feels that it's beyond control now. His hand
So
can't
so
fix it. Okay, go ahead,
so
baby.
why does he feel like that he can't? I mean, like, because undoubtedly he's afraid. He's still running, and it's not so much as geographic running from country to country in different spot,
Mm-hmm.
and from cookie house to Airbnb, but it's like he's running away from something. Does he like honestly feel like that his time is coming to
That's
somewhat
what
of
I
a
was just gonna
closure?
say. Yeah, yeah. That's why he kept asking me what the date, because he know his time is coming. Didn't Judas know his time had came? Judas even knew. Judas knew it was beyond power. It was nobody
Mm.
that could help that brother in the midst of that. And that's what it is. At his end days, he know. That's what I'm explaining. That's even to this point, regardless of what that sister motive is, I'm finna go back to Silver right now. The thing is, what people need to look at, stop looking at her grammar, because it ain't about the what the European have taught us about the English form. we always had our lingo and our own language anyway. You clearly could understand what that sister is saying with them words. So stop going with the grammar and the proper way of doing it with the European way. You feel me, brother? And regardless of what her motive is, what we do know is, do you think that Satan will reveal anything from the darkness to the light? No,
Mm,
sir. This
mm,
is
mm, mm.
divine order and power, and she being used in this very moment to bring it out in this very time because he has his reckoning day. It has come. All now because the Most High, because I seen one of our sisters out there yesterday, and she was really touched, and that was Kiss Cavell, and I felt that sister heart, and I want to say speak life to her right now because
Kiss
all the
Cavalli.
yeah, Kiss
Yeah, Kiss
Cavell.
Cavalli.
I could
Uh-huh.
feel her because all the time when the Most High show us something, it's not for us to do anything. It's to let us know that confirmation has now come. He letting us know that I don't need nobody to do nothing for me. When I step in the picture, it's gonna be done. He just letting us know that everything we've been talking about and being on one accord about over here on this platform, he's now revealing that yes, y'all was correct. Everything I was revealing to you all, yes, it was on point, and I am working the scene. He's working the scene. See, even baby Eliana, I had when I was listening to you read about that yesterday, brother. Even baby Eliana, I had to pray on that. And he brought something back to my attention. And he didn't even realize what he had named his own child. Eliana in the Hebrew language, ancient Hebrew language, means Yah has answered. Not Yah going to answer. She is the light. She really is. That baby is the light. Well, you see how she's being mistreated, and he said, "Suffer the little children not." She is the light. She's the avenue that the Most High have brought in there to bring that change. When her name is meant, Yah has answered with an ed at the end of answer, meaning that it's already done. His path, he already know that too. He know his time is up. He know that his judgment has already been it's already been written in stone. In so many words, what's done is done, and no man can save him. No power on this earth can save him, my brother. So all we doing is sitting back really and watching y'all work. And this gonna wake up a lot of people on your platform too, to let you know, like I said, this ain't just about what Eligio doing, but this is in our own personal lives. Some people have lost their faith. Some people have got discouraged about their own things they have gone through in life, and you seeing loved ones going astray, or you seeing the enemy got a hold on some of your people. He letting you know through this situation, I am still alive and I'm still well. And just like you gave this attention and nursing and time in this situation, do that with your own people and watch me work for you. So that's the dynamic of when we knowing the presence of Yah and what he is doing, and when he want us just to stand still sometimes and watch him work.
Mm.
That's
So
it.
so so do, so how do you, I mean, like when you look at the manifestation of, their daughter, their daughter's name, and you giving a definitive meaning to what that word means, like how do you think all of that, came into manifest?
Listen, see, so that's the brilliance of of the higher power of the Father. See, he'll make Satan do things that he not even aware of himself. You see what I'm saying? He was naming that child, didn't even realize the dynamic of the name and the power that was coming through. He didn't now he was blind on that fact, because if he realized, because he used it as a Babylonia, because it actually says God has answered. They use, when they say the name God, they normally be talking about their Babylonia. I'm saying Yah because he got a name, and I'm putting a name to the face. He has answered. So he's gonna turn around and use that baby in all this situation as that light to tear that place up. Eligio has not been sleeping, brother. That these rants that we've been seeing, that bulletin you seen him put in, that post that you seen him put out there, that's fear. That is really fear. You ain't never seen him move the way he been moving now, because he ain't been getting no rest. He has been,
That man, hey, look, that man put a whole, I think that was six paragraphs
wow.
he typed in a comment on my channel, which means that he unblocked me. You feel
Come
what I'm
on.
saying? So I'm like, what is all of this? Why you go? If a person got to talk that long about something, you know they telling a damn lie. If you telling the truth, that's just it. You say something about somebody, leave it alone. That's it.
Right.
You keep talking about it over and over and over and over and over. What are you trying to prove, man? Putting that long ass comment on my damn channel like that, man. We
Because
been
you
knew
know
what the hell
what?
was going on over here. You giving us
You
further
know what?
confirmation. You giving us further
That that's what I'm saying.
confirmation.
But because you know what, brother, it's still in his arrogance, still in that spirit of arrogance and his proudness. He's still thinking that he possibly got the power to rock everyone that has been waking up to who he is back to sleep. He's still trying to do the last. It's like trying to, it's like almost getting soldiers that has been burnt up and try to make them turn back alive with their ashes and fight a war. Baby, everything up in there burnt up right now. Everything that they have the spirit of Yah in that camp. Everybody feel it. You know, two more left today. Two more left today. Two more of
Oh,
his
and
children
that's
left today.
that's what I was saying. Yeah, right. And see, that's what I was saying
Cause they feel it, my
yesterday.
brother.
See, when when the lady Sybil, yeah, when Sybil was live the other day, and when she was
Mm-hmm.
live and she was talking or whatever, and I was up in there, the dude Shaka Zulu came up in there. So when Shaka came up in that gym jank, Shaka was like, "Yeah, it's two of your people leaving now. You need to check your camp."
Come on.
So I'm like, "Oh word." So when I peeped that, I was like, "Okay, now just from times past, what Club for to do right is he'll try to twist the narrative.
Come
He'll try to flip and then bounce it. See, when people start leaving away from him, look at him, man. He go crazy then. Like if he by himself in a cell, like how he was in Managua, Nicaragua, he will go crazy. That's why he said after 2 weeks he was gonna kill himself. He say I was gonna kill myself after 2 weeks. Only 14 days he was going to
That's right.
take his life. It was that bad. Okay.
Not brother,
So think
but you
about
know
that
what
within
though?
itself.
You
So
know what
that's
that
how when
says?
them damn members left, you better believe right now he trying everything in his power right now to go to my page, to go to
Right.
Steve's page, to watch Grand page, to watch Spice Girl,
But
Nation
you know what
Report.
though?
Oh yeah, he don't.
You know what that says though? That says that he ain't hard body like
What does it say?
it
What
says that he ain't that hard body like he try to portray. But it says that he didn't do 10 years.
you kind of went out on me a little
Okay,
taste.
can you hear me now, brother? Can you hear me? Hello?
What's up? What's up, world?
I can hear you, but you kind of broke up on me a little bit. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I got you. Okay, yeah, I'm listening. My other juice was okay, so I think we dropped out. What's going on? Next, yeah, kind of crazy, but whenever we over here talking about something else, that's something going on. Yeah, but hey, look, whenever something like this, tick, tick, yeah, But they be trying. Whenever you talking about something that's powerful, that's what they do. Or they shut you down. Yeah, they shut you all the way down. You see now. They be trying. Okay. Yeah, boy, when you start talking about something that's powerful, boy, they would try to shut you down. Yo, they done stopped the time on my gym jank right now. The time ain't even moving. Hold on for a second. Let me see what's going on. Good gracious. Yeah, they done stopped the time from moving, man. Yeah, hey, you feel me? Shout out to Stacy V in the chat, man. Yeah, whenever it get heavy like that, that's what they do. You feel me, Tamika? We back. We back, y'all. We back. Yeah. See, you see how powerful, you see how much energy was up in here? See, Aurelia was dropping it, and then Tiara was coming through. Yeah. See how powerful it got over here? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Let me make sure I'm to the good first. Let me make sure before I drop the link, because I got some crazy looking stuff going on right now. Yeah, it's looking real crazy, but we're gonna do what it do though. All right, let me see if I can't get us back. Oh my goodness. Oh, I ain't even had a chance to look at them lights. Let me see if y'all dragging me right now. Oh my god. I ain't got 300 likes. What the world? What's going on? What? That joint say 299. Well, you know I need about 300 over here. Come on with it. Yeah, boy, you know we don't play them. Hey, we don't play them circus games right there. Not over here. This the Make It Make Sense network, man. Come on with that thing. Yo, why is y'all playing right now? Let me go. Hey, yo, man. Shout out to Jason for donating. Shout out to Linda Lee, Lasagna. Shout out to Lasagna. Shout out to Laura Reeves. You already know what it is, man. Facts. I don't know if I even got to name them yesterday. Shout out to Kiss, Kimberly, Vicky, Virginia. Peace to the God, 777, Alexis, everybody that donated to the stream. It is what it is. Nothing but continue support. Hey, I can't do nothing but thank all of y'all for that right there. And then for the people that even if you didn't donate, when you up in here, as soon as you come up in here, just hit like. I don't care if it take 15 minutes for the damn live to start. Just hit like because you already know the show gonna start, okay? Yeah, if the TV figured out what we got figured out, well, they'll be in a better position with it. Yeah, good thing we thought of it first, though, right? Let's go, family. Let me see if I can get Tiara up in this gym jank.
I think I'm in, world.
Okay, word to the word. What's going on?
Hey.
Tiara,
So,
you here?
yeah, I'm here.
You here? You one way with me?
Can you hear me?
Are you one way with me, Tiara?
Yes, I'm here, I
Man,
think.
hold on for a second. Don't go nowhere. Don't move. Just stay there. Yeah. Okay, word. Tiara, you there?
Yeah.
Word. Okay. I
Can
don't
you
get
hear
no
me?
sound from her. You say you here? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. I can hear you perfect now.
Damn. Like as soon as I came
Yeah, you
in,
definitely here.
they
What's
like
going
shut
on?
that
Say you was tuning in?
they shut that shit down as soon as I came in. I was like, what?
Tiara.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was asking. I said you was tuning in. I can hear
Oh
you
yeah.
great. I can hear you great.
I don't know. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I been following what's going on with Mente and I think her name is Siren. Allegedly they left. Sybil, she reached out to people I guess that she followed to kind of drop the link to her live, I guess. So I spoke with Siren, and I honestly, for me, because I donated over $200, about $200 to Velvet, she kind of scored it for me. It's like the girl that cried wolf for me. So I let them know, like, I really don't trust it. And it was kind of sketchy that Siren went live well, she posted something on her like live or whatever, but Mente didn't. So I'm like, it kind of looked weird, kind of looked sketchy. I hope y'all not getting donations for carbonation. So she was just like, Simon was just like, I'll let Mente know to post something on his news feed or his live stream. But she's advocating for them. But I expressed that to her too, like, motherfuckers really ain't rocking with them to send no donations after all the shit Velvet put us through. So I'm just trying to see, what y'all thought on them supposedly escaping or whatever.
Oh yeah, facts, facts. And like I said,
Can you hear me, world? Can everybody hear me? It's choppy.
okay. Let me see if I'm to the good now. Boy, look at here. Boy, they trying me right now. Yeah, they trying me right now. We back on track though. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, man. It's too much truth getting dropped over here, man. And the damn and the likes damn adding up too, boy. I see y'all done already put me at 337, boy. Y'all need to get me up to about 350. We need to be about 350 over here. You hear me? Yeah, man. It's supposed to be 350 something people that rock with King World. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, well, we got to get, go ahead and jack that all the way up. We ain't even taking no intermission for this one right here. But I went ahead and redropped the link. We got everything good now. Everything to the good now. Yeah, boy, 400 likes would be dope. But hey, like I say, that 350 though. Hey, yo, come on with that 350, boy. Hey, we start trending out here, boy. We can bring some more people over here, and we can really get to exposing this thing. We ain't even got to look. We ain't even got the Dr. Malachi Z York son yet. We ain't even started. Look, we ain't even had a chance to go there yet. You already know how we gonna do that. We going through all these Gem Janks. That's right, on this network. Okay, Tierra, I should be able to hear you to the Gucci now. What's going on?
All right. Oh yeah, I hear you real good. It's for some reason they don't want me and
You there?
the young lady, Miss Johnson, on live together or something. It's weird.
You there? Tierra, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, word. All right, now back to what you were saying before you got chopped and screwed or whatever.
No, I just want to see what people like. thought is about Siren and Mente leaving, because Siren tells me she when I was live when I was video chatting her and when we were speaking to each other on Instagram, she said that she said that they could have been left, but she was waiting on Mente to make his final decision. And in my head, I'm like, final decision about what? Y'all mind should have been made up when he skull drug Velvet ass. It wasn't no. So it kind of just make me second guess all of it. Honestly, I don't know. I don't trust it until they speak live. You know, saying fuck carbonation. But even that, like Velvet did all that too, and it's just like her ass back laid up with the nigga. So I don't trust it personally. But I just want to see what people like thought is about it, because it kind of looked weird. It's kind of sketchy to me. Then for all I know, shit, Silver could be working with their ass too. I don't know. It's just kind of strange.
I don't honestly can y'all hear me good? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're clear. You're really clear.
Okay, I'm clear. Okay. I don't think that is I don't think that is sketchy because like I said, the heat is on right now. The heat is on. And the ones that are leaving, you seeing him because you got to think, if he's not getting proper rest, if he's around there in a mental state worse than what he's already is, when he's playing mind games with them, he hearing voices, he hearing all the voices that he allowed to be heard, or that he has been submissive to all these years in controlling other people. So on doing that, upon that, listen to voices and not being able to rest, he's on a war page around there on them, and they are
Hmm.
realizing that the heat is on. The heat is on everybody. So what? And then he keep talking about people watching him because he could feel the eyes, he could feel the heat, he know that the enemy is on his trail. So what they saying is, listen, I need to clear out before he hit me. That's what, that honestly, people that
You,
has a lot of people around them, when everything hit the fan, normally in a group, is now no one
it's
standing
every
on
man
that
for
person that
himself.
end. Huh?
That's true. I was, and you
Yeah.
know
It.
what? To kind of backtrack on what I just said. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so yesterday, I don't, I think it was 2 days ago, where it was live. I was getting death threats from carbonation or whatever, but I giggled at it or whatever because it was just like, y'all niggas don't, y'all ain't no real gorillas. I'm from Baton Rouge. Like, I done seen people shot, killed, stabbed, drugged. I'm the only girl of 7 children, like, and I got 26, it's 26 of us, and I'm the oldest granddaughter. So I got buku male cousins that's gonna go to war behind me. So for him to do all that, that didn't scare me. But I have been getting death threats. So to your point, if he's threatening people online, I can only imagine what he's doing to them. Like, ooh, I know they're probably going
But
through it.
you going out again,
I
sweetheart.
feel to me, I feel like the motherfucker. I feel like them demons.
That's when
Yeah,
you
she
remember
keep
when
going
me and
in
you
and
and
out. Like,
World
what
was.
are you?
Oh
What are
no,
you
I stopped
talking through? Because it sounds
speaking.
like you're in the hallway.
I stopped speaking. I
Yeah,
just stopped
What are
I
you?
was
I'm
speaking.
saying.
saying, what are you talking through though? It sounds like you're in the hallway.
Can you hear me, World?
Yeah, she kind of messing
Yeah, it went. Yeah, it
up
went
my
out again.
sound. Like I'm trying to, like I want you to listen to me. Like I'm gonna
Okay,
remove you
brother,
right
that's
quick. I want you to
fine.
listen to
Okay,
me.
that's fine.
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, but her, yeah, it's like she talking through the TV or something like that or whatever. Like it's kind of throwing off
Oh,
my
they
stream
coming
yard.
heavy today. It's
Uh
coming heavy today. It's
huh.
coming
But
heavy.
what was you saying though? Because she was asking about the
Yeah,
whole
she
thing
made a
about the
great point.
Syrian, the
It
whole
it it
deal,
just
and
add on
she
more
kind of
confirmation. It just came on more confirmation, brother, on what we had said already. That a lot of them was receiving death threats when they leave. That's all she just confirmed just a few minutes ago. That they was receiving death threats. We already knew that, but somebody to actually say it, here it is. That's why a lot of them was closed mouth when they left. because you got to believe, you got to see they actually seeing him do these rituals. They actually seeing Satan come into the camp to talk to this man. They actually seeing the powers that be work, and actually seeing the spiritual world, the spirit realm actually be materialized into the natural realm right before their eyes. So of course, if they going out of the camp, they thinking, okay, if he able to do all of that in our face, he definitely could reach us where we at, because it's spirit. This thing, that's why I keep saying that it's spirit. It's not about flesh and blood. It's about the spirit realm. So they going about that, and that would put fear. If he could get all into people's dreams to make them dream about him, to make them feel like they have a revelation that they should be with him, you know that this man have tapped into a realm that others don't even believe that exist. It does exist. And that's why I keep saying, if darkness exists, if Satan exists, surely the most high power exists. And today is his reckoning day. So that's the thing. They had fear. They had a lot of them had fear when they left. I could see that. You know a wolf. A wolf always gonna come in sheep clothing. He gonna come. He gonna come like he's enemy. I keep telling people that Satan has to be charismatic. He knows how to be very intriguing. He knows how he's medieval. And the only way you can beat him if the Most High is on your side, by having the discernment of spirit. That's why you have to always try the spirit by the spirit. Because if you don't, a lot of people, that's how a lot of people find themselves in in these situations that those young ladies and men have found themselves in. They never tried the spirit with the real spirit by truth.
I can attest to that. I remember being a little girl in Louisiana. Um, my great aunt my great aunts and grandma would do rituals, because they practice voodoo. And I can remember them putting protection spells on us. Basically, things within the nature of, if anyone cause harm to us or have ill intent, it'll come back on them 3 times fold. So, like, I remember speaking about, because Nature World was just intrigued, asking me questions about voodoo. And I was just like, why he keep asking me about damn voodoo? It was either voodoo or sex. Voodoo or sex. And then Velvet, she chimed in. He definitely want to harness that energy and that spirit to use it for a demonic reason. That's why I spoke last time that him having 3 women from Louisiana, he was gonna harness that damn spirit to use it as control. That's really sick, though. That's really
But
sick. And
but you know what? He had already tapped into a realm of demonicism. That's what I'm saying. Demonicism. He has already tapped into a realm. All he was trying to do is amp up the charges on what he has already have done. But what the enemy
Facts.
don't never tell nobody. You might be going and you might be seeing like you prosperous, and you moving through the world with power. But eventually you're gonna have to pay the piper, because the same spirit that the enemy allowed to use and you be submissive under that demonic presence, he gonna come
mhm,
back to be the one to actually kill you or destroy you at the end. So people don't
yep,
think about that. When you utilize those demonic entities outside of the Most High, those be the same
mhm,
ones that come back to destroy you at the end.
yep.
Hello, brother Dekulu. Um,
Pretty cool.
Hey, peace and love, God. This is peace and love. Y'all are speaking facts. Y'all are speaking facts. And when Aurelia tells y'all that he's opening doorways to other realms, like, I want y'all to really focus on that, and I want y'all to go do y'all's own research on what she's talking about, because that is extremely important. Because when he brutalizes them, when he beats them, when he manipulates them and causes their mind to blank out, that's when those spirits are able to transfer that doorway, like she talked about, you know?
Mhm,
And for me, it's extremely important that we become aware of his tactics and the way that he's able to channel these spirits, these demonic entities into these beings, which, like she said, it's like Satan basically is getting vessels that his spirits, that his demons can embody on this physical plane. And with the girl Mariah, and I emphasized in the build that World did months ago, She spent months out in nature by herself, listening to her video, or like listening to his videos, programming her mind, opening her, getting her vibration to it's the right frequency so those spirits can embody her. And even after she left, I guarantee you, she didn't decompress. She didn't decompartmentalize when it comes to, it's emptying out the cup of Nature Boy and refilling it with something else. And when that moment struck, the entity popped out. Kind of like a multi-personal, like this, like what's it called? The person, like I forgot the name of it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. It's like when that moment happened and that trauma or that heated situation happened, that spirit came through and, like Aurelia said, stabbed her mother. And that's to him opening doorways. And I agree with you wholeheartedly about that. And people really have to look at the spiritual lens of this situation.
Absolutely. I think too, because you just made a great point as well, because it's like I always say, with dealing with personal disorders and these compartments that the mind triggers to compartmentalize your mind, so that in other words, it sends out a protection. That's why a lot of people block out with psychosis, when they don't want to feel, or the hardest part, punishment on their body. They use that they mind compartmentalize to another disorder, multiple disorders, so that they won't have to feel what they feel. But what the thing is with him, and you just made a great point, Dekulu. The reason why you hear me sometimes regurgitate over and over, because sometimes people is so caught up on what they see, like with their eyes. They can't fathom what's on the other
Mm-hmm.
side. It's a world that you
Exactly.
don't see around us. And it's like it's like, for 5 minutes they'll believe what you say, but in the next second or third minute, or after that, they going back to their own analyzation on what, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. You got to stay on target. When the Most High give you something, you stay on target until that mission is accomplished. And that's the difference with that spirit that's in Allegio. He stays on target. Even when you thinking he talking crazy, he using the witchcraft of order out of chaos. It's when you say something, World always say, he came over here and he used it in Mama Deal, and he admitted to the death. Well, in order of chaos, when they mention what they bring out, the secret, that secret is all automatically deleted in the atmosphere, which makes it be deleted and not true in that moment, and they'll be able to go on in a fresh
Yeah.
new direction in a thought. So
Yeah.
it's
He
it
cleared himself. He wiped his hard
exactly,
drive. Exactly.
exactly, exactly. And so that's why he was doing that, because he was thinking. That's what I'm saying. He's trying to utilize everything. What we seeing now. He's trying to use everything that he has been taught through this whole time, through these demonic entities. But what he's coming up with, I'm gonna tell you what's bothering him the most. Nothing that he has been able to control from all this time up is working, because he's dealing with the power of the Most High. He's dealing with the power of all powers. And he
Facts.
realizing at this moment, none I'm doing, nobody can save me. Nobody. And that's the problem. That's the blessing part. So that's what we got to come in and get the Most High praise right there, honestly, because we actually seeing the Most High work. We are actually seeing him, how he works, and that we seeing this entity that has been out there terrorizing people through these live streams and going into people's homes, being dismantled right before us. We
Facts.
watching it right before our eyes.
Facts. And I want to emphasize
Let me ask
another
you a question,
point that
right?
Aurelia.
Let me ask a question right quick. I'm gonna let you speak on it, brother Dekulu, but I just wanted to insert real quick, right? Think about the movie Ghost, with Patrick Swayze and Whoopi Goldberg, and once
Mm,
that people died or got killed, like how you
mm.
see those spirits and stuff, what I'm saying, leaving up out of them or
Yes, great point. That's a great point.
Yes.
Even
And
to
and
Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry, but
You
like
fine. Go
world,
ahead.
like was speaking facts, and this it, like speaks on multiple times that Dr. Aurelia said this. he's opening doorways to these lower dimensions, and these spirits, are coming and embodying, these Eferu or Caliber or Loyal when they're being brutalized, or when they're being tortured, or when they're like going through these traumatic times. So for people that's not really tapped into the spiritual lens, let me give you an example. Okay. Now imagine, because Nature Boy says that the body is a cell phone. Now imagine everybody in this camp is an iPhone, right? Now every time Nature Boy, puts a specific code, right, is brutalization, fear, right? This iPhone now becomes open to a virus, and now that virus can now take over that phone and begin sending out text messages, random news, like calling people you don't know,
Mm-hmm.
things like that, you know. And that's what we're seeing like taking place. And in the book, when World read how, after Ismailia basically got trashed and basically called herself a whore, or a hoe, in front of Nature Boy, she made that powerful video. So now it makes me think that when like when they post these videos, how do we know that they didn't just get brutalized right before they did those videos, and now embodying the spirit that Nature Boy passed to them during those, like brutalization or manipulating moments. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, because that's, what you're saying is absolutely correct, because that's 101 art of war. That's 101 MK Ultra altogether. That's how they abuse. They use the trauma that you experience to use it against you. And everybody, I see some comments as well that's saying that he gonna destroy himself. Well, that's what I just said. That's why you have to kind of pay attention. With the same spirit that he's utilizing, the same spirit that he has been gathering and receiving power, being submissive on her, is going to come back. That same spirit going to come back to take him down and dismantle him right before our eyes. But you are absolutely that was a perfect example, and I'm gonna tell you why on so many dimensions, Dukulu. Because the brain is the very thing that they use as testing for to make our what cell phones and computers and all of that,
Facts.
in regards to how you get high and the trauma, and when things are so loaded down on the mind, how it could burn out. It could either burn out, or we have to step back sometimes on things to cool down our minds sometimes. And yeah, they did studies on this stuff, so you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, and it just and and for me, it's like what like hearing World read, and I know we're about to get into the chapter, whether it be today or tomorrow, about like Malia like getting beaten on, but like when you go back to the book and you go back to how from one day he talks about everybody being together, and the next day he wants everybody to be separated, and then he says so that people don't think that he's a sex cult, right? Which just basically proves why he did it in the first place. And when he brings up Shaka Zulu, and that part makes me laugh every time, because Shaka Zulu out of the group, he's the most alpha out of Solar, True, Tron, not when it comes to being physiqueness, but just his energy that he embodies. I mean, even though he's still submissive in a certain light to Nature Boy, in that moment, you know, he picks on him to basically show the women that even if there's somebody that has a little alpha, I'm the one that controls the situation. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
agree. I feel like he was sizing him up to like show off, beating his chest. He said he a gorilla. Yeah, I felt the same way, Kulu.
Well, and he called himself a lion too. And in the jungle, that's what lions does as well. A lion will get with they will
Yeah,
come
that's a
and
great
take a
analogy.
yeah, they will a lion will come as well, and take a whole nother family from the other another lion, a male lion. And he would when he succeed, he kill off all their children. He killed all their babies, and then he start a whole new family with the women that he have taken. And that's the same thing when he heard them, because honestly they was acting like Eligio didn't hear them up in there having sex. Shaka was making a statement too when he was up in there having sex with his wife. He was making a statement as too that I'm into my woman, because he was already trying to put him with other people and all these different things. And he was making a statement by hollering through the house. But he didn't know that spirit that he was dealing with, because honestly, that was just turning Eligio on to try her. That made him want her, to hear her in such a thing away. in so many words. See, you can't play tit for tat with that spirit, because you sometimes you'll get devoured. Thank the Most High that they got on out of there and they went on their way. But you can't play tit for tat with a spirit like that at all.
So, Aurelia, so like, what do you think about the slave tactics that he's using by separating the men and the women, and even like when they're married, they're still separated, and how they have to look down at each other to even speak? That's the same way how back in the day, like we as black men couldn't even look at in the way of white women without getting beat up by other people. You know what I mean? It's the same tactics being implemented. So, like, what do you think
but
about
but
that?
that but that that's the part that's really laughable. But our brother brought that out as too. Look at his role models. You got Bruce Lipton. You have all these white scholars, because even
Yeah.
Silver brought that point out. You got all our brothers and sisters that he could have went by for as knowledge and get understanding, because a lot of this knowledge out here, the Most High showed it to our people first. This just real talk. This ain't about no race. It ain't about no being mean or anything like that. It's just because we are the chosen, and a lot of times the Most High walked with his own people, and he revealed those things so that we could bring out forth through the world. But look at how he wanted to do it. He would go and get white scholars and and get their information and put them up high as his God and all of that kind of stuff. And the reason why, that it shows you I'm gonna tell you why he does that. The reason why he did that is because when you're looking at the Hollywoods and you're looking at the elites, it's mostly the Caucasian color. When they using our people, they be the puppets. Normally, when you look at anybody in Hollywood dealing with the elites, they are the puppets, and the Caucasians are the ones that's up high. And the Jews, the fake Jews, sending out orders against the people, against the public. That's what his mentality was. That's why I said he been raised in this thing ever since he was a baby. That's all he ever knew. Even down to the sex industry, he was having sex with white billionaires. And that's all he ever knew to have up in that pedestal. So of course he gonna have his own plantation. And he all he doing is taking orders. He was taking orders of how to. That's even on jobs, the Kulu. I know you had a job, I had a job, and I've seen it many times before. When the bosses and the owners be what? They be the white Caucasians. They didn't have to be the ones that's on our neck. They got somebody that look
Hmm.
just like us to pull the whip
Facts.
out. This
Yep.
real talk. If we gonna talk real, we got to talk all the way real. So that's the thing. They just got one of us that look like us. And but the thing about that is, because everybody we think that everybody is that's black is kin. Everybody with the same skin is not kin. Everybody that claim that they black is not the chosen and is not Judah. This is real talk. So we have to be able to decipher between who is really us and who is not. That's why I say, always say, try the spirit by the spirit, because that would never let you down. Believe somebody who they say they are when they first tell you. Believe them. Believe them who they say they are. He done told us
Hmm.
many, many times who he is. And this last time he actually said, I'm a demon. So there you go. What else do you
Facts.
need to know? You know what I'm saying? What else do you need him to say? He telling you who he is and who sent him. Real talk.
And you're exactly right. And it's crazy how he'll never he'll never say that on his own platform. He'll come over here and say it all day and tell us the truth because we already know the truth, you know. And he'll come over here and he must tell the truth, but over on his platform he'll never say that. And what really got me, and after this I'm gonna drop off and I want to hear y'all's perspective, like especially Nikki's and Aurelia's, is like, so when his back was hurting, right, and he had Immortal Earth come and give her a massage, right? I feel like he was over exaggerating to
Come on now.
purposely get Nana's attention. You know, and for me it's like he's basically having an orgasm over a back massage, and he's acting like he
Come
never
on
got a
now.
back massage in his life, you
You
know.
know he was
And I feel
lying,
like
the
that's just
Kulu.
and I find it funny but also sick at the same time, because it's like Immortal Earth actually had a healthy perspective into trying to connect and be a sister wife with Eliana. You know what I mean? He like from the book's perspective, she saw Eliana in this higher light, whether that be true or
Right.
not. And it seems like they were working towards that by some of the instances that they had with each other. And It's like at that moment when, you know, she put her hands all over Nature Boy and was going into the science behind massage and the oils and stuff like that. Nana got jealous, and you can see that. And he exacerbated the situation by moaning and overdoing that. And he's just creating the divide amongst the women. You know what I mean? He don't really
But
want
I'm gonna
polygamy
tell you
because
that
of these
that's why I want to say the interesting thing about Miss Silver. I'm gonna say this to you. That's why I say you could hear the dynamic of her mind and how her mind is working. Because in the same sense, and like I said, this does not diminish what I'm gonna say here. It does not diminish her experience because she's still telling you the truth in regards to what she experienced by him. But what the sister is doing is also is trying to make herself look a certain way. And like in other words, I was the one with the insight. I was the one that gave them advice. I was the one that saw things, and I was the one because I was older. Because if you look through the whole book, she was the one that claimed that she was able to talk out against him and all that kind of stuff. And we all know, come on now. Listen, in his presence, it wasn't like that. I think that those are the things in her mind that she wished she was able to say. Those are the things that she wished she would have done in his presence. And I'm gonna tell you, even to the point of because she was buying into even the point of I act like she was trying to respect Velvet in so many words. No, sister, you was playing along the game too. Because first of all, you already seen Velvet way many times on that internet before you even got there. So you already knew on your back because her own ego and pride that she had. So that's why I say, in her perspective, I'd say that sister she's still going through mental deliverance herself. She really
Yes.
is. She needs mental deliverance too, because she's not all the way well either. She's not all the way
Yes.
well. She just giving her perspective. That's all she's doing right now. Would I take advice from her? Absolutely not. No,
Yes.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't. But would I receive what she's saying and what she have seen with him? Absolutely yes, I would. Because
Hmm.
she all she's doing is verifying. She's verifying what we have
Hmm.
already known. So we know what, in other words, when people hear truth, you know truth when you hear truth. Truth don't have no explanation. It could explain itself now. Truth could definitely
Facts. Facts.
explain itself, but it don't have to, because you hear it, you know it when you hear it. But
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying. But that other part, how
Yes.
she been trying to lift herself up through the book, and like she was this so profound person. No, ma'am.
Hmm.
Because
Aurelia,
if you
hold
was
on for a minute.
profound, you
Move
wouldn't have
around.
went over
Move.
there and
Hold
did
on.
it,
Hold on
baby.
for a second. Hold on for a second. Kind of move around a little bit.
Okay, baby.
Move around a little
Move
bit.
around.
Yeah,
Okay.
wherever that. Yeah, because
Okay.
you got a delay. You got a delay too. I don't know what's going on with your delay, but wherever you sit
Okay.
there.
I'm sorry.
Nah, you good. I just want them to be able to hear you. Keep going in and out. Like if you up here to
Okay.
Hulu, and if I'm not talking, if somebody's sounding like that, yeah, let them know so everybody else can, you know what I'm saying, be able to hear them clear. Okay.
Okay. Bet. I
Could
got
could
you.
you could you catch what I was saying, Dukulu?
Yeah. Yeah. And how I interpret it was like the truth is consistent in all dimensions. So, for example, right, these trees that grow all around us in nature, right? They've been taking oxygen and sunlight and water since the beginning of this earth. You know, go back to the Egyptian or Roman or the ancient Zimbabwe period. Those trees were still growing, taking oxygen the same way that they are today. So that's the truth. So I definitely understand what you mean, that the truth reigns consistent. And when you hear it,
Come
you
on.
know, it's something that you just stick to, you know? Um, so I agree with you
Exactly.
1,000%, 1,000%. And, you know, I want to emphasize again before I head out and head back in the comments and listen, is when Dr. Willius says we have to look at it with the spiritual lens, y'all really have to try to see what that is and see what she's really grasping at and see that it's not just what he's doing physically. Yes, we know he's using slave tactics, but he's using these slave tactics because the,
Mm-hmm.
these open doorways into other realms that allow entities to embody. So, for example, right, True hasn't wrote a book yet. I believe that the spirit that's embodying, or I'm not True, but Flow, right? The spirit that's
Right.
embodying Flow, I honestly believe that's Like, man, it's one of the spirits that Nature Boy imported inside of him during his time at Carbonation, because he has yet to still speak on any of the things that he went through. If Immortal Earth has went through 3 or 4 months of this and described it like this, there's no telling what stored information's hitting within Flow. And I believe that that spirit that he's embodying, or that spirit that he is right now, is not really who Flow was before Carbonation. I believe that, you know, it's somebody else. And what Nature Boy is doing, he's breaking down these people to where spirits can incarnate in their vessel, and then now they can go operate on a physical plane, right? He's giving these lower demonic beings a physical body to operate and create chaos in this time, 2020. And that's what I honestly believe. And I'm gonna head back in the comments and listen. Thank you, King Will, for having me up here.
That was a perfect analogy, brother, because
Perfect.
because even in slavery, that's what they did. See, you know why they was comfortable with letting us off the plantation? They didn't care about letting us off the plantation, because even though our bodies physical left the plantation, our mind and our spirit was left back on the plantation. They still had us in captivity.
And I want to interject and add one thing to that. And when they still, you know what I'm saying, had the spirit in captivity, I want you to understand one of the most important historical things about what we're talking about is the trees, y'all. That's why the motherfucking trees was always have to fuck up every time I got hung. They make sure to make somewhat of a memorial for them damn trees. This tree damn near 200-300 years old right now, where they done hung motherfucker on. You feel what I'm saying?
That's correct. That is absolutely
Yeah,
correct.
they got me on they got me on the chopped in school. Hold on. Let me see if I'm still chopped right now. I think from keep adding on chopped in school. Okay. I'm too good. Hold on for a second. All right, I got you back up in here. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't chopping up. This guy was chopping up a little bit.
Okay,
I finally
I'm a mute Nikki.
Yeah, mute up for a second. What's going on, Nikki? What's good?
Ooh, can you hear me? My internet is the worst, and with StreamYard acting up, it's just rough today.
It's acting crazy. I can hear you though. I can hear you to sound distant, but yeah, you can go ahead and say what you need to. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, the other day when Clubfoot came up here and was yelling at Mrs. Meat and everybody else and calling everybody stupid, and he started every time a new person talked with him, he went on this, well, he was calling it a question, but it wasn't a question, but it's been bothering me that for some reason nobody could give him an answer that would satisfy him, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head, and I need to answer that question for him. The reason that you are important to us is because, let me try that again. The reason you're important to us is the same reason a wasp, a scorpion, or a venomous snake in our house is important to us. And we are on your ass, and we are watching you, and we are talking about you, because that means we know where you are. And as soon as you turn your back on the bee, on the snake, on the scorpion, their ass goes and slithers under the couch, and you don't know where the fuck they are. And there ain't no way in hell that I, World, any of the Beam team, anybody in this chat, or anybody that's paying attention to your dumb ass is gonna let you sneak away and slither under the couch so we don't know where the fuck you are and what you're doing. Period. That is why you are important.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say to Club? Okay, I guess not. Like I say, you damn sure said. I'm glad you said it in the nick of time for your internet store mess up, acting all crazy and carrying on. Hopefully mine is not doing it. Let me see. I already have to see that. I'm about to just I have to go. I gotta go. Okay, yo, this look at that. Look at that. I'm 2-time with the 2-time. You see that? Damn, yo, wait a minute, hold on for a minute. Yo, they trying to throw me twice in this joint. Wait a minute, hold on for a minute. Let me see if I can get this right. All right, at least I know how to do it now. So it is what it is. Wait a minute. Okay, all right, I got it now. I see exactly what it is now. My bad, y'all. Damn. I told y'all we having too many windows open, man, for real. Yeah, and it's gonna do that from time to time. But this is what I want to do for Aurelia and Nikki that's still tuning in, that's that's listening right now. I'm gonna go ahead and then I'm gonna go ahead and then read this chapter. I think we on chapter 16, and then I'm gonna just come back with the panel because I don't know what's going on right now, but it's glitching like crazy. And for some reason, yeah, it's like for some reason, you know what I'm saying? It ain't want to do right to the do right, and I'm not being hit right now. It's nothing that's going to hit my stream right now. That's not what it is. Yeah, I'm thinking there's a lot going on with these internal servers. We've had a lot of storms within the last like month, 2 weeks type of shit like that or whatever. So it's a lot of crazy Jodeci freaking me type of stuff that's going on right now. But we're gonna go ahead and get into it though. Yeah, we ain't even gonna worry about it. Like I say, when I open up the next panel any damn way, like I say after this chapter, then we'll just go ahead and just keep on tearing back layers of all of this right here. But they definitely don't want this information getting put out here. I think that's what it is. Yeah, they don't want this excuse me. So let me go ahead and work fast. No disrespect to the panelists. Shout out to Dr. Aurelia. Shout out to Nikki Crayons for coming up. Shout out to Tiara for coming through and then dropping that science on us too. I'm gonna go ahead and then get back to it because I don't want to knock down the stream. So let's go ahead and then get back into it. Chapter 17. This is the violent. Hold on, let me fit the screen a little bit. Wait a minute, that ain't big enough. Hold up, about right there. Okay, that's about wide enough right there. I like everything to fit. Everything to fit. Okay, let me look and see now. Okay, yeah, that fit. Okay, wait a minute. I got a little bit on the right side. It got to be even type of shit or whatever. You already know how that go. Okay, check it. Chapter 17, the violent attack on Malia. Babaji called out a meeting the next afternoon. Everyone pretty much slept in and woke up around noon. We were all in the process of getting our food and we heard pull up. We all stood at attention, waiting for him to be seated on the couch. Then we all sat on the floor. Nanaji came out with him too. He pulled out the marijuana pen and told everyone to smoke the pool very strongly. I was preparing my heart for some huge news. It seemed dramatic to have everyone smoke so early before eating solar noon. Of course, everyone followed orders and smoked. True took a huge puff. So we all laughed at him. When it got to me, I asked Babaji if he was taking any. He said no, so I passed it as well. I only chose to do it if Babaji did it. Then he told me I was out of tune, that he gave me an assignment to listen to Farrakhan talk about Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X. He told me to report to him what I heard. So I literally took notes on the talk and wrote verbatimly quotes that Farrakhan gave. He told me I was out of tune and started going through the notes. I sent him what you will see in the WhatsApp phone conversations. The whole family was shaking their head in disbelief that I repeated what Farrakhan had said and that I was supposed to interpret to talk, not quote him. So he said I was not in tune and that I didn't know the knowledge, so I couldn't do any videos or go live at all. He told me I needed to study only. Then he said the moral of the talk was that Malcolm X betrayed Elijah Muhammad and never honored his teacher. He just looked at me as if he was looking through me. Then he told Tron to send me the carbonation intro package of knowledge to study, which I found weird once I started studying it, considering it was 90% Bruce Lipton and YouTube videos on biology and quantum physics. It made me question why he calls it his knowledge if everything he's teaching was coming from someone else. I studied profusely day and night, but back to the meeting, Babaji started going through everyone's videos on their Instagram. He said that all of the videos, except for Efru, were trash. He got the Solar's page and noticed Solar had his own personal cash app, Solar Sounds on his page instead of Professor Musa. Babaji went crazy. The Nazi spoke up and said that it was a dangerous betrayal to the family and something had to be done. Solar said he put his cash out because he wanted to see how much he brings in monthly and that he always transfers whatever donation he makes to Professor Musa Pot. So Babaji asked him, okay, so how much do you make? He said about $300 a month. Babaji told him, okay, let's use only your donations to feed the family. Matter of fact, let's use only your donations to feed you, and let's see how you eat every day. Solar was shook and apologized. Then he found the same on Pisces' page who had his own personal cash app. He asked Pice, why did he do that? And he explained he saw Solar do it and no one said anything. So he thought it'd be fine and that his Babylon mom would be more than happy to send him money directly than to Carbonation Cash App, which he said always went to the pot. But having his own Cash App made it easier for him to receive donations. Babaji told Solar that he didn't deserve to be here anymore and that it was his second time trying him. The Naji jumped in and said this is the same behavior Solar had in Nicaragua when Babaji went to jail. He named himself chief of the tribe before he could even figure out Babaji's release. Solar was pressed to take the position. Then Babaji said, so if something happens to me, who would speak for me? Myself, True, Shaka, and Nanaji raised our hands. He said, Earth, you feel that confident to speak for me? I said, yes. He said, but you don't know the knowledge well enough, but your people skills are on point from your experience. You are the only one with the spirit here. You and the Naji have it, but mainly I see it in you 90%. He said it in a little bit in Star, but she is too nervous and she could hold the energy. He told True that he was too serious and didn't have the people skills. He said he sees his investment in the Naji because when she's there, things change. He also said his energy wasn't wasted with Caliber and Pice because their music genius is great, so they use his DNA well. Wait, what the hold up. Shut the front door. I was stuck, but did he just say that? Then he said, if you got that way, you can receive the knowledge too. It's more powerful when you take it in my spirit physically. So whoever wants it, that's why I'm here. But then he went on to say, unlike Efru, Malia, and Aya, they was a waste of his sperm. He said they have not accomplished anything with the power that he's given them. Then none of them have his spirit. He said they all take him for granted. Aya raised her hand and said, Babaji, I did not take you for granted. He looked at Malia and said, what are you here for? No one knows what you do here other than being a whore. Malia said that she hasn't been focused on herself and that she was going to get in her bag for now on instead of thinking about being in a relationship. Nanaji jumped in and told her she is so aggravating and that she is fake and she is only there for Babaji. I shook my head no, and Babaji caught it and he said, what, Earth? I said, you still has feeling for Pice? She just plays it down because she's scared of you. I saw them at the park the other day and they were all over each other, very much lovey-dovey. Babaji said, so did you fuck Malia while I put the couples back for one night? Pice said no, and Malia said no, but that she wanted to because she has sexual needs. I told her she was capping and that she has actual feelings for Pice and tries to play it down. Babaji said that to me, Malia doesn't want Pice because he's not a man enough for her. And I said, I don't agree with that. And she just says that, but she would be perfectly happy with Pice, and the Naji agreed with me and said, look at them. They look exactly alike, just like Caliber, Afro, and Tron, and Aya. Babaji said, okay, is there anything else? And Solar said he wanted to apologize about the cash app and that he begging for his forgiveness. Then Pice said the same thing, and Neytiri said that she accepts that she got voted out and that she was thankful for everything Babaji did for her and that she was truly grateful. It made me teary-eyed as I felt sincerity. Babaji said to her, yeah, of course, you would say that. Of course. Then Babaji took a vote and said, one by one thinks Neytiri should leave. Everybody said yes. And I was the last person. I said, I support the family's decision because in my heart, I felt Neytiri had a lot of talent and could slowly get over her demons with Solar. But it was too late. She tried to get her extra phone back that Zoka was using, but she refused to return it to her. Babaji then said, all who want Solar to stay or go, 70% said another chance until we got to Zoka, who then said, I don't think that she should have another chance. So don't say yes because I'm pregnant for him, because I came on this journey alone and Solar made his own choices. And I'm just kidding. I say give him another chance because I think he will do better. So we all laughed. I thought she was serious at first. Star then said she doesn't know what about Solar because it was really bad what he did and it shouldn't be taken lightly. So there has to be real change before he can be forgiven. Caliber also said, I think Solar needs to do the work and prove himself because this isn't the first time he done something like this and it keeps getting worse. So only if he changes should he be given another chance. But I don't know if he'll cause he talks the way out of everything and it's not right. I said, absolutely. Another chance. And the Najee spoke up and said Solar is a real risk to the family and that he's been given enough chances and that this was a very serious offense and he has to get his shit together. So it was a close tie for Solar, but he was voted to stay. Everyone voted for Pice to have another chance as well. I agreed with her. Then Babaji went back to Malia. He said, Malia, why are you here? Are you here for a relationship? She said, no. He said, so why are you here? She said, to be closer to my higher self. He got livid and said, but you had all of my sperm, all of my power for months. You weren't even strong enough to hold my baby. And you want to be closer to your higher self. She sunk her head down and it almost looked like she was crying. He then said, I offered for you to go home and get your son, but maybe you need to be back in hell, Babylon for real, and get fucked some more by your fat baby father and see what life is really like. I'm tired of you and I have no use for you here. You are actually useless to me. He then went back to Solar and said, I still can't believe you had your own cash app up. You really are BITCH, a real pussy. Then Malia comes out and said that there was a God complex aspect in her chart, son, square Mars, who Shaka and you also have. And I think that's why he struggles with trying to take control. Babaji spazzed out and asked her why is she looking up Shaka's aspects. She said she just wanted to know what it meant, that all three of them had the same aspect. He told her, no, it's because you a whore and you want to Shaka, don't you? Just admit that you want to him. This was becoming so exhausting. She said, no, I don't want her. Babaji told her that she was just a pretty face, nice body, and a good. But after that, she wasn't worth anything that he didn't want to see, want to see her face. She jumped up like she was possessed and ran to the room, but put her sandals on her feet and ran out the door, still holding her Solar noon meal in her hand that she didn't get to eat during the meeting. She was running so fast, none of the guys could catch up to her. Tron, Loyal, Solar, all of them went running down the stairs after her and said she gone. Babaji said, hold the fuck up. That BITCH has my motherfucking phone. I want my fucking phone right now. Find Malia. Get in the car. Go look for her. I want my she stole from the kingdom. The universe is going to make her pay. She is a thief. Everyone was flabbergasted as a part of me was proud of her for standing up for herself for once. But then I started to worry about where she would go by now. It was damn near 5 p.m. getting dark in Los Angeles. And she only had on a wrap. And it gets cold at night. I told Babaji it wasn't safe for her to be out there. Anything could happen. And he told me to shut up. He scared the shit out of me, but Malia had never bucked up like that before, so it seemed like he was nervous. He told me to go look for the motherfucking phone and stop worrying about that retarded BITCH. I went to the room and started connecting to her energy to shield her with light and remain protected. I told Babaji I felt she was at the park. He said he didn't give a fuck about where she was, that he wanted his phone. I could have threw up at that. His main concern was his phone. And this was the same woman he professed to love just the night before. He did this to make Nanaji feel good. And it was so clear. She loved every minute of it. She never flinched once. Her face looked relieved, but she still never trusted Babaji. You could see it in her eyes. She was observing him and giving him the side eye. Then, just when she thought it was over, it had just begun. Babaji asked Shaka, why was he sitting directly in the view of Nanaji with his knees pointing in her direction? Shaka said he had no reason. He wasn't even thinking about that. But Babaji told him that his body language says a lot and that he better keep out of wife's face. This man literally deserved an award for his performance. I looked at him with a scrunched, kind of confused face, and he literally smirked at me. I rolled my eyes at Zoka and had found Malia's passport and picture and her mom's death certificate and brought it to Babaji. Then he said, oh, she ain't going nowhere, and left the shit here. I looked at his face again and realized this was all a joke for him. I couldn't even eat that day. I literally went down and slept thereafter. I started thinking about the night before and the several times I saw him and Malia talking privately when the Naji was in her room. It really made me start to second guess everything. And I'm gonna pause for a second, y'all. Give me a second. All right, let me pause for intermission right quick, y'all. That was a lot. That's all I can say about that segment right there. We're gonna get right back up in it. Let me check these likes to see where we at. We at 410 likes, man. We need to get this thing up to 425. 425. We got the live stream audio book on YouTube right now. What? And I can't get that 425 over here? Hold on. Let's slow it down for a second, man. Let me hold on 1 second. Let me mute back up. Okay. Okay. That's right. She said she was starting to second guess everything. It was one hell of a night. But right before I went to sleep, I looked at Babaji's Instagram and I saw he literally posted Malia's most recent video where she was snapping and bringing the smoke. I was lost for words and knew he had all just been played like a track. I just kept hearing him say, sometimes I play God and other times I play the devil in order to trigger you and become a shapeshifter, to be a catalyst. You need to play out your demons. I woke up that morning saying Malia's name literally out of my sleep. I asked Aya, is she back? She said no. I looked out the window and kept saying, Malia, come home. I felt her energy and I kept saying she's so close by. I told Aya I feed her at the park. I sent Babaji a message telling him that's where she was and she wants us to find her. He told me to let Malia go and that she had nothing to offer me, that she was useless. I told him, okay. He sent me a meme saying, protect your energy. Then I heard pull up. As soon as he sent me the cash out, I was like, oh, Lord, here we go. Round two. I had no idea he was going to spaz out on me, but he did. We all waited for him to sit on the couch and we sat on the floor in front of him per usual. He started off with, you won't believe the message Earth just sent me. My head sunk down like, oh, great. Then Loyal's annoying ass jumps in saying, I told Earth not to talk to you directly. She has to come through me with anything before she comes to you. I'm your assistant. Babaji said to him, nah, Earth is fine. Send me a message. I allow her to do it. She comes to me directly. That's the relationship we have. Earth always sends me messages. I saw Aya roll her eyes and then the Naji walked and sat on the couch. We all got super quiet because she came in mean mugging. I kept my head down and didn't say a word. Then Babaji said, Earth is so weak sitting here crying over Malia, telling me to go get her at the park. The fuck I look like going to go get someone and give her my energy, and she is doing absolutely nothing for me. She is useless to me. This is weakness. This is weakness, Earth. Where's your Haitian warrior spirit? You have so much fear, Earth. All that fear in you, and you talk so much shit, but you're a pussy. Then Babaji went on to say that the download for the day is to protect your energy. Don't chase after nothing that don't want you. He said Malia ran away. Let her stupid ass go. You hear me, Earth? I said yes. I was just worried about her, about where she slept in the cold. He screamed and said, stop fucking worrying about someone who don't give a fuck about you or themselves. I wanted to say, well, you pushed her into that hole. But I kept to myself. Instead, I said, I know the part of myself has to heal and I want to do better. Boomy, who had just joined us the day prior, actually said he felt like he had let that part of himself go. And that he was not going to worry about Malia because she made her own choice. Then Babaji said, Earth, what was you telling me about the food? I cleared my throat and said that Pice got treated unfair because he took a bowl of rice and Sheba told him it was too much on his plate. I looked at his plate and couldn't understand what the fuck she was talking about. It was the same bowl we all We all us to scoop up the rice when we eat, but Pice, being humble as it is, always is put back half of the rice in the bowl. When Sheba left, I told Pice he put too much back and that I had taken the same amount of rice he had. He told me, it's okay, Mama Earth. It's a test. I asked him if he wanted the rest of my food because I feel so bad for him. His thigh is literally the size of my arm. It's crazy and sick looking. Then True jumped in and said, that's just our astrological program. You just not in tune and you don't have enough knowledge to know that. I told him, well, you look too skinny too. And when you guys were in Mexico, you all look way fuller. And it makes no sense that he got scolded for getting the same bowl of rice we all get just because they had people still in line to eat, and that don't make enough rice for everyone. And every day it's a problem with someone not getting enough. Babaji asked if that was true to Pice. Pice said, I'm straight, Babaji. I ate, I'm good. Then he said, that's not what I asked you. Is what Earth said true? He said, yes. Then Babaji said, I already gave orders for Pice, Kite, Syria, Malia, and True to eat extra. So did you get extra? Pice said, usually he does get after everyone eats, but that day he didn't. So then Babaji turned to me and said, so you worried about what everyone is eating instead of yourself. So you damn spoiled. You come from your bougie shit and you think that's gonna be life every day. Well, it's not. And sometimes you have to go without. Get the fuck over it, Earth. Stop being so bougie. I stayed quiet, but I was fuming on the inside. He then said, do you understand? I offer you salvation with the knowledge I give you. I am your savior. And you want to talk about food? What about the spiritual food? That's what you need to focus on and nothing else. If you have to do without, then so be it. We all said facts, he said. I can answer my own. I can answer any question you will ever have to God. Ask me one thing, anything you would ask God, and I can answer it for you. I am your higher self, your Messiah. Your wounds belong to me. He kept egging us on to ask him any question. And I said, well, the most typical question is, what is love? Which you've already answered. Then he said, what is my answer to that question, Earth? I said, understanding. Then he said, you better have known the answer to that question. Then he asked if anyone else had anything to ask or say. Nanaji spoke abruptly and said, there's this energy coming from right here, and it's like a dark, heavy spirit. She pointed at Star and said, at first I ignored it, but I wasn't going to let this go. When I realized you moved from where you were sitting before and you went directly in front of Babaji and your toes are pointing at him with your legs open, and then I felt this vampire energy trying to suck me in. You are trying to vamp me, and that shit ain't cool. I can feel what you doing. Star tried to interrupt Nanaji, and she cut Star off and said sternly, I'm not finished. She said, I watch you giving me all these kisses and being affectionate with me, but I know it's all fake. It's like you trying to take my energy so you can get Babaji's attention. Star hyperventilating and shaking. She said to Star, so that's why I ask if you good. Star replied, Nanaji, I was literally trying to make space because Earth was treating baby Zulu so bad, telling him not to touch her, and I can't take it anymore. How she treats this innocent boy. He came over to her leg and touched her dress. Then she pulled her dress and said, don't touch me. But when I'm giving you affection, it's genuine. I truly love you as my chiefess, and the energy was not directed in any way because usually I sit Indian style, but there was no space. So I put my legs straight and I happened to be in front of Babaji. Then I said, Nanaji, I know exactly what you're talking about. And the word vamping is the perfect description because she does that shit all the time. The other night, Babaji talked to Malia and we all gave her love after the meeting. Star goes up to her and starts talking to her, holding her waist, and I could see her sucking the life out of Malia. That's what she does, and she tries to pretend like she doesn't know what she's doing, but she literally doing it on purpose. She knows exactly what she's doing. Then Babaji comes in and said, no, I'm looking at Star, and I can tell you that I don't feel that from her. She is literally trying to be close to you, Nanaji, because you have my spirit, and she wants to get closer to me, her higher self. It's not directed to hurt you or try to take your energy. It's innocent. Star then said, thank you, Babaji. That's the truth. I literally would die for you. I'm willing to die for this mission. I know deep in my heart that you are truly the Messiah. I would never harm anything you love. I always tell you that Nanaji was your best investment. Yet, because of Princess, and I would never hurt my chiefess. If anything, I would protect her with my life. Babaji said, I know I feel that. And I know you're a real one. Is anybody else willing to die for carbonation? We all nodded yes. Babaji said, oh yeah, Earth, you are? I said, yes. He said, what is carbonation? Tell us. I said, carbonation is knowledge itself. Carbonation is you and the five sciences you put together. Then Star comes in and said, you can't fool Babaji Earth. He is the Messiah. He can feel when you are being fake, and he knows who is real. Babaji then said, that's a fact. I know the truth. No one can fool me, and no one here is smarter than me. I am the ruler of this earth plane. All of your souls belong to me. All of your wounds belong to carbonation. You can never escape me. Even if you leave, I still have your soul. You can hear all of the crickets in the room. Babaji then said all of the women are going to the beach and to get ready. I was a bit taken aback and hadn't processed everything, but I was happy he was going in another direction. He then said, Earth, don't treat baby Shaka like that. He is innocent. I know you are protective of me and you are angry about what his father said, that he can lead carbonation, and all of you should feel like Earth feels. She sees him as a threat to the infield, and she is not having it. All of you should be just as mad as she is, but don't take it out on the kids. I agreed and shook my head. Yes. He dismissed the meeting and told the women to get ready for the beach. It was about 3 p.m., so he told us to hurry up so we could catch the sun at the beach. He saw me passing in the laundry room and hemmed me up by the front of my neck against the wall and told me to stop resisting. He got in my ear and told me this was our secret room and that he would fuck the shit out of me. I just kept squealing, sounding like a damn mouse. I was partially terrified, but mostly turned on. Then I signaled to him that his room door was open and he let me go, but not without smacking my ass hard enough to leave his handprint on. I just knew Nanaji could feel us, but she didn't come out the room. I loved her dearly and I always felt it was my job to protect her and to be honorable to her. I got in the room and everybody was changing in their bathing suits and wrap dresses for cover up. I still remember how excited Efru and Sheba were. Sheba said she had scrubbed her whole body from head to toe and let the water run on her. And this was the universe rewarding her because Babaji kept telling her she was spraying the room with her vaginal pheromones that was very strong. He told her she needed to have more sex with True because the hormone releases from being sexually aroused, horny. I actually experienced an imbalance for the first time in years while at carbonation. All of the women shared clothes and pants. We were not allowed to wear underwear, only during our periods. I believe that caused my irritation with the wipes, which created an extra moisture in the vagina that was not natural. Also, our diet was pure starch. 99.9% of the time, we ate beans and rice daily. My body was used to vegetables, juicing every morning and teas, even if I did have tobacco. But we only ate in the afternoon, and Babaji exclusively had tea and juices in the mornings with Nanaji. One day I went to Nanaji and Babaji and told them I was having irritation, and Nanaji put me on a natural solution of suppositories called Queen V. I also explained that the women had a pH imbalance going on as well, but they were so used to the smell that they thought my imbalance was normal. I knew it was off, but no one understood me, and they said they were used to their odor and that it is a natural smell. Being that I washed the clothes for the women, I would always smell the foul odors in the pants and the underarms. But the more I spoke to them about it, and whenever I tried to explain it, they would convince me I was out of tune and not to use my own natural smell. I knew this was false, and due to their lack of experience, the vagina holds no odor. With pubic hairs, I'm not speaking on being sweaty or working out. I'm speaking on any extra discharge that has any type of odor means there's an imbalance in bacteria in the body. I told Babaji that I needed to get some feminine products and also to use toilet paper, not wipes, for the vaginal area. But Leah told me she would usually pinch her vaginal lips when she urinated, and it was fine without toilet paper or wipes. But she was actually the most imbalanced pH for all of the women. It was a very strong bacteria, and she could no longer smell herself. Babaji ordered the Queen V in the douche bottles. I asked for from the finance team. Star, Efru, and I believe Sheba got a bottle. I thought them to use the organic lemon, aloe, and a pinch of apple cider vinegar to remove the bacteria and the odor. After my first suppository, my symptoms was gone. Star absolutely loved the natural douching, and we had a great bonded time douching together. She could feel the difference immediately too. I told her it's not something she should do regularly, only 3 to 6 months or after a period if needed. Efru tried the suppository Queen V, and she said all her symptoms went away as well. She actually asked me to smell her, and I put my nose right in there, and it smelled like the earth, no odor at all, which is exactly how it should smell. Most of us were getting irritated from the wipes. It's only best to use wipes from dropping the pot, defecating. Somehow this was a touchy subject for Babaji. When I brought it up to him, he would get really offended, but all of that can be read in our messages later when we went in depth about the women in the house. Nanaji actually once admitted that when she had sex with Babaji, her pH balance was off from when she originally got there, but she said she got used to it because it was from mixing of his fluids. But we all knew it was from him sleeping with Malia behind her back. As mentioned in the earlier chapter, I remember Nate Terry bringing this up in prison about most of the women, but they all pretty much brushed it off. I believed it was because they could no longer sense the difference after getting used to a certain scent that they felt it was normalcy. But just from wearing the same pants, even after putting them in the wash, I got irritated. So fast forward, we all got dressed and headed out to the beach. Today was actually the 3rd day of July. Boy, did we see fireworks. Mente drove one car and Baba, he drove the rental van they had gotten for us to go. We pulled up to the beach. It was closed for the holiday due to the COVID-19. So Babaji just took us to eat the beautiful Mexican restaurant we went before with him. Nanaji, Mente, and Syrian. But this, we all sat outside. There was about 14 of us. Babaji ordered margaritas for everyone. I went to the restroom quickly, and when I got back, I got in trouble with Babaji for going alone. Everyone said he was looking for me, so I just sat quietly so it wouldn't bother me. We were never allowed to be alone at any point in time, especially in public. There needed to be a chaperone at all times, one walking in front and someone walking in the back. I felt really bad and kept quiet the entire time. I also sat at the opposite end of Nanaji and Babaji, so I was relieved to get a break from him. He had been on my case all day. The drinks came and we all cheered to carbonation. Then Babaji got a call from the men that Malia had come to the house. Babaji then started saying that Malia has no place to go, so he has to let her back in with a serious punishment. In my head, I'm thinking she goes to have to do 2 hours in the corner or something, but Babaji had other plans. Then Babaji ordered tacos for everyone, and it was delish. We were all happy. Babaji started talking about him and Nanaji and how she loved when he beat her because they always had the best makeup sex. I thought I was hallucinating and not hearing him correctly. I looked across at Star like, what? And she nodded, yep. Then he said he would slap Malia to teach her a lesson or two. Everyone told Babaji not to do it, including Nanaji. But then she said, let me do it. I thought for sure now I was legit hearing things. He agreed to Nanaji's suggestion, and that was the plan for Nanaji to slap Malia. Then Babaji called over to me and said, Earth, you real quiet over there. You got margarita in your throat or something? I didn't answer. Then he kept saying how Nanaji had to slap Malia really good so she could feel it. Nanaji said she would deliver and told him now not to worry. We all know they had physically fought before, and Nanaji, she demolished her, so it was a no-brainer. Then Babaji called out to me again, Earth. So I looked over at him. He asked me if I was good. I nodded, a subtle yes. He knew I was still brewing from the meeting and also feeling some type of way about this whole violent episode we're supposed to have about Malia. But what was boiling me was when we bragged about beating up, he kept saying about, you like when we fight each other. She said, but you're my husband. He said, that's not the point. Don't you like when I choke you out? Isn't our makeup sex crazy? Nanaji's face turned beet red. I looked at her in her eyes in disbelief. She was so humiliated. Then he called out to me again and said, Earth, you need another drink. He told the waitress to get me another margarita, which was super strong. But I didn't decline. I just stayed quiet. He didn't order another one for anyone but me and him. I sipped on it and it ended up giving it to Star because I couldn't finish it. Star made a suggestion that Malia could be in isolation for a week with no contact with Babaji and how that would be a good punishment. He said, okay. So Nanaji would slap her, and I want Star and Earth to protect Nanaji. Make sure Malia doesn't fight back. I was like, oh, okay. And Star was like, I wish she would try me. And she said, I got you, Babaji. He was like, Earth, you got it? I said a calm, yes. Then we all finished up. Everyone was gearing up to the car, and then Babaji came over to me and roped the back of my neck and called me a pussy. He said, don't play with me, Earth. Protect Nanaji. I said, of course, you know I will. Nanaji won't even have a fly toucher tonight. So he was happy and hype about this plan. As we were pulling up to the house, Malia was sitting on the porch and we all yelled out, pussy. She looked terrified. By the time we got up there, Babaji was already inside. No one looked at Malia sitting on the porch as we walked in. Babaji directed me, Star, Zoka, Aya, and Efru to the back room. When we walked in, both beds had been lifted up. Both night tables had been removed, and all of our bags and the luggages were in the closet. It looked like an open gym space. Babaji told us to change our clothes and gear up. I threw on some gym shorts and tank top and pulled my hair up. It didn't really hit me what was about to transpire, pun intended. A few minutes went by and Babaji had me and Star, Efru, and Zoka stand in the middle of the floor, and all the men were surrounding us against the walls. I told Zoka to stand behind me because of her belly. She kind of resisted, but I told her to protect the baby very sternly. Malia walks into the room, and the Naji was in the bathroom behind the door. Malia stood in the middle of us and started crying. She said, oh my God, don't do me like this, please. What are y'all going to do to me? Then the Nazi walked out and stood in front of Malia and pointed at her face and said, oh, what's this? And Malia looked to her side and pow! The open hand slap Nanaji gave Malia echoed the entire house. Malia fell straight to the ground on her back. She crawled backwards and said, please don't do me like this. Please, I'm sorry. We all started shouting at her. I told her to kiss Babaji's feet and to bow down to Nanaji, the queen. She crawled up in a fetal position and kept weeping. I kept telling her to say sorry for stealing from the kingdom. Zoka told her to apologize now. Efru kept calling her a pussy. Star told her she was a pussy too and to keep her head down. I got quiet. The scene was pretty intense. The girl sat on her knees helpless. Babaji said, okay, that's enough. Then he shouted as well, saying, this is what happened when you disrespect me. This is what happens in my kingdom. You think you're going to steal from me and run? She cried and said, I wasn't going to steal it. He told her to shut the fuck up, pussy. She kept crying, and then he told her to stand up. Then Nanaji came out and told her to face herself. Stop running. Nanaji grabbed her and hugged her, and we all hugged her as well in a tight circle. We told her she is strong, powerful, love, God, and Nanaji told her we did this because we love you and we want you to do better. Will you do better? She said, yes, I will promise. I will never run again. I will be strong and I'll stay focused. I cried watching her. Nanaji told her to go shower and we gave her the old scrap clothes to wear. Babaji told her she would be in the closet for 7 days. She went in the closet and laid on the floor in the closet. Babaji had started playing music in the living room and everybody was eating lasagna that Shaka made. We all laid out the vibe to the music. Babaji told us to pick a song we wanted to hear. I was so delusional at this point. I didn't know what was happening. I laid on the floor and brought my blanket out to rest. Then Babaji had Pice go be with Malia in the closet. After about 30 minutes, he had them come out the closet and join us, but he told Malia to dress up. Nanaji came out and everyone cheered. On that, she did a great job with Malia. We all told her that she was the queen and she smiled and laughed for a little. Then we went into the room with Princess and we didn't see her for the rest of the night. Aya came and laid next to me and we all sang along to the songs. Malia made a request for I Rise and Babaji loved that song. Sheba requested Snow. I Want You Around. Babaji played Chris Brown. You got it. We listened to some more good vibes all night. I kept telling Star to sing for us, but she refused. I told her it was a perfect moment to perform for the family, but she got shy. Her voice was absolutely magical, but she was so afraid of it. Babaji asked me what I wanted to hear, so I told him to play Kite by Sybil. He had no idea what I was talking about, so I took his phone and typed it. He looked at it and realized it was my own song and rolled his eyes. He played it like 8 songs later when he went in his room and Syrian recognized the song and was singing it. That felt so good to hear myself. I forgot all about my whole life prior to carbonation, so the song brought back a lot of memories. I laid down and let the tears flow from my eyes. I watched Malia as she sat with Pice and laughed and joked like nothing ever happened. And she was actually really happy. She said she was happy that she came back because sleeping under the tree in the park was freezing and she kept hearing loud noises from the fireworks and it scared her. Is there another word for baffled? Not only at her, but at myself. I didn't understand who I had become. I felt like a monster. more tears came streaming, and I fell asleep right on the floor in the middle of the living room. I would get startled every now and then, and I looked around, and everyone was still partying and drinking and hitting the marijuana pen all night long. I don't remember how I got back in my bed, but somehow I ended up there. It had to be around noon when I woke up. Everyone was still in the bed, either on their phone or stretching. I saw the closest cracked open. I saw the closet cracked open and saw Malia sleeping in there. I couldn't believe what happened the night before. I prayed it was just a horrible nightmare, but it wasn't. Well, technically it was. We'll stop at chapter 18, the 4th of July. That's definitely some fireworks right there, y'all. Oh, pardon me for a second, y'all. Okay, the link is in the chat if anybody got anything to say about this portion, the chapter 17 or chapter 16. If it's anything that anybody want to say at this time, all you got to do is just smash on that link. And as a friendly reminder, when you come up on this panel, I mute up and I let you talk. So everybody will be able to hear you. No one has to ask if we can hear you. So we'll just go ahead and go in, okay? Okay, word. Y'all here? Everybody good? Everybody good? Y'all want to chop it up on this chapter or what?
Yep. All right. How's it going? Can you guys hear me? Am I working?
You good. If
All
anything's wrong, I'm
right.
gonna let y'all know, okay? If anything wrong, I got y'all.
All right. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is in the chat, everybody's talking about how awful Sybil is, and that's cool. Like she's not. I don't think she's trying to pretend like she's not, and she's not really making herself out to be innocent, and she's not pretending like she didn't participate. She's admitting her guilt fully. So like I don't really see a benefit to picking apart like, oh, she's making light, or she's not innocent, or she's just as guilty, or what the hell is wrong with her, because it looks like she knows, and I can see it in her writing that she's not trying to distance herself from the situation and just point fingers. She's like, no, I did that. I did that. And that makes it kind of even more believable, because she's not saying no, it wasn't me, I was just it wasn't me. She's like, no, I fucked up, I did that. And that to me makes it more solid. Like it seems more believable to me because she's not doing that.
Exactly. And I don't and and to interject with what you're saying, I don't feel like that, she's kind of exaggerating at all. I think she's descriptive with what she's saying, and I'm actually glad that she was descriptive as she is.
Right. I appreciate that she's like, no, I put my hair up and I screamed that she was a pussy and I did this and I did that. And it makes the things that she's saying about the other people who are there more believable, because she's not separating herself from it.
Okay, facts. Hey, I feel the exact same way, but at the same time, I'm up here listening to y'all. So we got everybody up. We got Nikki up here, the Kulu, Zoe Delana. We got Miss Meat and Kiki up in the building. How y'all doing? Everybody to the good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh yeah.
What man, listen, Malia, see y'all while y'all playing, she wants to leave that food. I don't care what you fuck what you heard. She didn't want no clothes, no drawers, no sweater. She want that food. And it's amazing how she running. Did nobody say nothing? See her running down the street with a plate of food in her.
Well, aren't they in LA? I mean, I'm sure they see
I mean,
weirder shit on the street.
but she running with a plate of food with a wrap on. Nah, I don't know about that, Shawty. I probably would be like, ma'am, are you okay? I know you're not running in a rap. So you running, trying to burn energy and eat at the same time. Well, I guess you killing one bird. I mean, two birds with one stone, I guess.
I
That's
didn't
what
even
they
think
would
about the
think.
part. I didn't even think
I
about
don't
what she
know.
was wearing.
Yeah, she said she just had on a wrap. And
Sound like she
I'm
was running because she was scared for her life, though. It's like,
Right.
how often do they do this? That they circle them and they all beat on them. And
yeah, but
Sybil, it
look how
sounds
he
like she
talked
was
to her.
too ready for it. Like she
Look
said,
how
I have my hair pulled up, gym shorts. It's like she was really into it, but she's trying to make it like she wasn't. I feel like she
I
was
don't,
more for it than anything.
but
but
that
look at
makes it that the fact that she's still telling about it now, like if that was you and you were all into it, and then after the fact, you were like, oh shit, but then you would be ashamed of yourself and you would minimize your part because
Yeah,
you
like
were
she's trying to
ashamed of
take the guilt
yourself.
guilt away from her. It's like when you with
I
somebody and
don't
then you
feel that she
committing a
is.
crime. You know what I'm saying? And you try to make your part like, man, I didn't really want to rob those people, but
she didn't make her part. She didn't make her part any less. She said she was
Right.
involved. So that's
Yep.
I mean, if I'm gonna make up like if I'm gonna tell a story and I don't want to make myself involved, I'm not gonna say I put on gym shoes and tie my hair up. So she pretty
And
much
that's what
saying that
makes
I'm
it
involved.
and that
Well, it
makes
was
it ring true.
yeah, 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 you're right. It's
because I
just
wouldn't
the
even
more
say
that she
I wouldn't even
talks,
say I had
it
all
sounds like she
I,
was a catalyst.
I wouldn't even say I did all that though. I like if I was gonna like add on to the story, make myself look better because that's some crazy stuff right there. But you know what though? Hell, I don't feel sorry for none of them. My thing is this, and I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I don't know how you could just let someone just slap you. Oh, and that was a sucker punch too. You're gonna tell her to look away while you slap her. That was a sucker punch, Nanaji.
Yeah, Miss Me, you
False
not
crap.
lying. They all would have had to jump me. They would have had to roll me that day because she would have slapped me. I would have focused on her while all of them else was focusing on me because that wouldn't have went down like that.
Yeah, I don't know how you can just not fight back.
Well, you got to think of the gang. Like when we look at this, we have to think of like a gang mentality. Because when you're in
Yes.
a gang, you don't necessarily want to hurt somebody else. But if your leader is basically telling you to do this, then you're going to do it because you don't want to be on the other end of that stick. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to be the one that's being slapped and ridiculed. So you're going to do everything that you can to keep,
To avoid.
your rapport up. That's why
Yeah,
everybody is constantly snitching on each other because they don't want to be abused. They
exactly.
want to be able to eat. They want to be able to sleep. And if he found out, let's just say Solar having his own Cash App, for example, if he would have found that out by himself without anyone telling him, which he probably already knew, he was just waiting for someone to snitch, he would have caused way more of a scene because no one is reporting back to him that he has, quote, traitors inside of his camp. So every time, like
Tried and true.
when I first was reading it, I was like, damn, it's all of these people are just snitching on each other constantly. But I had to look at it from that gang mentality of, we're a family. I mean, and if I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. And then I'm going to get the backlash of not wanting to do it. And the
My God.
whole beating on her and then loving on her just shows you who he is. Like they just emulate him, period.
Right. The
Do
cool.
y'all think Solar's
And
cash app was for his escape? Like he was planning to escape?
yeah, he was planning a great escape. So we got the Kulu and brother, say your name again for me.
It's Unganu. It's Unganu.
Unganu.
Yeah.
Unganu. What's good, brother?
Uncle.
Good to have
Man,
you back.
peace
Go
to the
ahead, the Kulu, and we're gonna let Unganu speak.
It's peace and love to the brother Unkanuk, and peace and love to the queens and goddesses on here. Peace and love to the world. I'm gonna be real quick, but I want us to first. I want to focus on where I feel like her perspective is coming. Right. So she started the book off in the whole carbonation mindset. Right. Going there to heal. Going there to live in nature. And then I feel like as she explains and goes through her memories in the book, as chapter by chapter, she starts to see the real bullshit. And towards the end of the book, I feel like we see the program of Nature Boy deteriorating as she's seeing all this stuff goes along as we read. And another thing to add on what Godmama was saying about a gang mentality, I think that it's deeper than that. I think that it's a slave mentality. Because when I heard World reading the way that she ran and came back and, on her knees, to me, and after the books that I've read, that sounds like a runaway slave. And
That's
for
a
her not
fact right there.
to, and Dr. Aurelia could speak on this as well, but for her not to fight back, like when you go back to slavery, is they didn't fight back when they get whipped, is when they got slapped, when they got raped, if they didn't fight back, like Nature Boy is literally a slave owner, and that is his little slave plantation. And another thing is, like, those girls don't wash themselves, they're all smelly and stinky, and it's like, bro, like, how can you as a dude know that and then still indulge in that? Like man, you would want your women clean because that's what your stuff is going into. You know what I mean? To me,
Well,
it's
he
just
said
like,
that's a
Personal
natural
hygiene.
smell. They know what a
Personal
natural
hygiene
smell.
says a lot
Right.
about someone's mental health state. Personal hygiene says a lot about someone's
Right.
mental health.
You can unmute Unganu.
Oh,
But he
okay.
said that he liked the older. Back when
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
was in,
yeah.
what was that, Nicaragua?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's good with you?
Oh, I'm chill. I'm chill. Peace to the panel. Peace to the fam. Another excellent reading by the God King World. And just to piggyback a little bit off of what the brother Dekulu was saying, I'm bugging. I mean, it's it's like it's a real testament to the sickness of this brother and to the sickness of these young, spiritually immature individuals. And you can really see it is definitely a cult. It's ran cult like. Nothing is as it seems. And like he was saying, she's basically, and I'm speaking on Sibel, yeah, she's just basically playing back and unfolding and giving you the picture of where she was during these particular times. So you pretty much watching the growth of her slowly come out of that. So at that time, yeah, she was buying into it and she was fighting herself because in reality, her true higher self, which is of course is within herself, showing her clues constantly. So she's battling with it the whole time. And due to the fear, she's going along, but at the same time, she's slowly getting these revelations after revelations after revelations after revelations. And so I'm sure I haven't read the whole book, but toward the end, yes, is when you see her fully come out of it. So you're watching her mental journey, and that's what she's providing. So you can't really knock her because at that point in time, she was still locked in. So you got to give her that. But yeah, I mean, come on, man, with the older, this is insane. I mean,
facts.
this is
And I have a
total.
Mm-hmm.
question. And I have a question for Miss Meat real quick before I leave. So
Okay.
I haven't read the book, but I've been listening to World's audio this entire time. Has she had intercourse with Baba G yet at all?
Mm-mm.
No. And
No.
and
And
listen, I seen in the comments. Let me answer that for you. Ask me the next one. I seen in the comments like yesterday, day before, they were saying she slept with him. Now y'all know how egotistical if he would have slept with her, he would have said it.
Oh yeah.
He would have said it. That wouldn't have been.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have been saying she
okay,
mad about the dick and all that.
Because that's
okay,
how he
because
shut Umi up. That's how he shut Umi up when she came out. He was, he exposed that they had relations together.
Right.
Wow, crazy.
I
But
guess
my
Kiki dropped
thing,
off. I was gonna
I'm
let
sorry.
Kiki. No, she dropped off.
I only
And I
want to
think Aurelia
say
backstage world.
this. Like okay, you guys, I know everybody remembers when Neytiri and Star, they came out, right? And Neytiri was talking about how, all of her womanly issues and what was going on and how all the other women, had an odor, yeah, 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 yeah. And then he comes with this long post about the only way men can catch STD is through women having multiple sex partners. And that's how the man catches the STD is through the woman. But now Sybil is, peeling back another layer of this topic, so to speak. And she discloses that Velvet said that when she came back and slept with Nature Boy, she got imbalanced, right? And we all know that Nature Boy has been smashing all of these women, and we know he does not have sex with them vaginally. He has sex with them anally. Sybil has just also disclosed that Caliber and um, Pice are the only ones that have made use of his sperm. Now, whether they are drinking that sperm or they are receiving that sperm through anal sex, because they have both said out of their own mouths that they like men, or they think they like men, or they're curious or whatever. And he's going back and having sex with these women after literally pulling it out of a shit chute, a chute that has nothing but bacteria in it, nothing but death. And you don't eat alkaline, so it's not like it's alkaline death. You're putting
And they smoke weed. And they
right.
smoke weed. They smoke weed
So
and
you can't. I mean, it
With
doesn't take a
weed.
rocket scientist to put all this shit together that y'all are all walking around infected.
Right.
But why he didn't smoke the weed though? Why he made
Because
them do it?
because Miss Me, to a weak person, marijuana is a gateway drug. And it doesn't necessarily mean a gateway drug to another drug, but it can be a gateway drug for your mind to be altered.
Shit, the
Right.
Kool-Aid next.
Right.
Kool-Aid
Right.
next, you gonna make them drink the Kool-Aid.
It
Uh,
makes them vulnerable. It makes them vulnerable to it makes them more vulnerable to his commands. He's using that because he know when you're smoking, you get high, you get relaxed. He know that.
Yeah, but
And
they
then
be hungry. They
mhm.
be hungry. I
Remember,
don't want to
y'all,
smoke no weed and I can't eat. Hell
y'all
no.
remember Cat Williams said, get some of that fuck it in your system? And that's what he does.
yep,
He
exactly.
allows them to get high, so therefore they don't really care too much about
Right.
him
But they
standing
don't,
there going on
you know
hour
what,
rants.
Godmama? He don't need none of that. They do what he say anyway. So it ain't like that they need that to do what he say, because they gonna do it any damn way
You
because they
know
don't
who
want.
I honestly think he got it for was Velvet, because she's mentally
She been smoking? No, because she
uh-huh.
been
She's
smoking. That's why.
and she can't deal without it. She will mentally snap the hell out on him. So she has to be some form of intoxicated, and she can't sit around drunk because she breastfeeds.
Shit, they do though. Shiva too. He makes them drink. That's why. That's what I don't get. No, they drink every day, just like he do.
Hmm.
So I mean,
Shit is wild, man. This shit wild.
It's very
see, I
wild.
The
right.
wildest
See, I
shit
didn't
I've ever heard.
breastfeed.
This shit is wild.
Um, it is, but I didn't breastfeed. But of course, I didn't come from the people was woke, and I worked, so I never did, breastfeed. But I see a lot of women that, like my sister, they don't drink. They drink
Mm-mm, you
every once
can't
in a
drink.
while. Every
Yeah.
once in a while, she'll
You can
pop a
only
whole bunch
have
of milk,
like
and then
uh-huh.
she'll
Couple
drink.
ounces.
Yeah, you can only have like up to eight ounces, but that's not, you really supposed to stay under like 4 to 5.
Right, and only right after you feed the baby, so it has time to go through your system before you
Uh-huh.
feed the baby again. Right, all kind of stuff, and only a little bit, not drinking.
Not no margaritas and tequila and shit. Hell no.
Terrible.
I mean, that's abuse in itself. If you want to call a spade, that's abuse.
I wonder
You're
where did
Right.
Malia sleep at? I wonder where did she sleep at? Probably at the park
the part. Hmm. And that's
with a
another
rap
thing.
on
You guys
in
sit and call
L.A.
each other family, but he wouldn't allow you to go talk to your family, and she's literally across the street.
It's insane. It's
Hey,
That's
insane.
Ray.
exactly what it is.
Let me see if we can hear her,
Hey,
y'all. Y'all know she.
can you hear me?
Oh boy.
Can
Yeah,
y'all hear
you
me?
already going in and out.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you hear
you
me?
can hear me now?
One of
Yeah, I
y'all
can hear
say
you
something.
good.
Yeah,
I can
we can
hear
hear
Okay.
you,
you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
Dr.
can
okay.
hear you
Annie.
good,
We
All
Miss
can
right,
hear
you
you.
Mimi.
good.
Can you hear me
I can
now?
hear Dr. Aurelia too.
Yep.
Okay, I wanted to say like three or four things. Listen, Silver, she's an interesting character because I see it's like it's no different than what she learned from Eligio when he said it was one thing that World read when she said that he said that he know how to play God and the devil at the same time and shape shift. And honestly, you heard her shape shifting through the reading
Mm-hmm.
when you see her at 1 minute she's coming at the women, she coming at the women in a way of competitive because she want his attention, but yet at the same time because that's like exposing herself, right? And then but at the same time she trying to up herself as this great profound insight person that she was while she was there, that every word she was saying was wisdom, that she was giving them knowledge and understanding. And that's why I said when she's talking, and this is not me, like again to say, is to get into her head. It's not to diminish everything she's saying because I believe everything she's saying her experience was with that dog Eligio, it is on point because we know how he talked. We've been studying him for a long time. But when she say the things that she has said to them, I think that it's what she wished she would have said looking back. It's embarrassing. It's that point of trying to correct the wrong that she did. Now, I'm talking about what she wrote in her book. Malia, on the other hand, I think Malia is subjected to everything and being submissive because of the simple fact is she know out of all of them, her family basically said on live they ain't stunned her. They don't care if she come back. She ain't got nothing to go back to really, and that's a sad place. That's like a hard place to be in when your back is against the wall. That's a hurtful place because it's like regardless of and he knows that he already knows the dynamic and the friction between her and her family, so he prays on that because he know that really it ain't nowhere for her to go. It ain't nowhere for her to go, and I wish her family would let her know that all is forgiven and that they can work it out so that she won't have to be subjected or feel like she ain't got no place or nobody. Thirdly, I want to say in regards to the smell. Now, when you're dealing with the spiritual world, and honestly, this is the truth. When you're dealing with when a way that I know that sometimes that I'm in the presence of an entity or it's a demonic spirit, it's a foul smell that comes with it. It's a very small, foul smell. Satan doesn't smell pleasant. That's why when the Most High say when we pray, when our prayers go up, it's like the scent of a aroma. It's a aroma of beautiful. It's a beautiful smell when our prayers go up to Him. But when it's the enemy, it's a foul smell. On top of their body, that's another thing you smell. You smell the impurities of everything that they are doing, and so that's what it is boiling down into. When we looking at the impurity of how they've been living in the family, in other words. And then God mama, you did say something just a minutes ago about the family. You said family, they don't look at each other really as family. If you see it, they are constantly competing, and that's how he build them up to do compete for his attention. It's like, in other words, Satan will come and get an agreement. He'll come and get an agreement with someone just for a common denominator. In other words, say for instance, if they was coming at us, they'll come together for the in unity for that common denominator, but really behind the scenes, they don't trust one another. No, they that's how it actually work. That's how jealousy work. That's how envy work. Jealousy and envy ain't no different than murder itself. And I do want to point out one more thing before I turn it over, you guys. The mind of Malia shows what I was saying earlier about Mariah. Now, he always say that their mind and their body is theirs. You see, everything he was saying, she was repeating out her mouth. So that's what I was saying about Mariah. Mariah's body physically was in that house with her mom, but he was in her body. He was the one that she was hearing. She was the one, he was the one that drove that knife in her. And that's the why you see him moving in the manner he moving, because he know he's guilty. He know he used that demonic entity. He used her body for that sacrifice. And
She did
so,
say she don't remember doing it already. She
come
said
on
she don't
now,
even know how
come
to
on.
knife down. She said I didn't even see myself doing it. She didn't even think her mom was dead. She said I
Listen,
believe her when she said that. She didn't even know it.
listen,
She
I
don't even
have a
remember
lot of
doing it.
Mm-hmm.
cases like that. I had a lot of cases like that, Miss Me, even down to my uncle. I had an uncle that actually murdered my auntie. And that was one of the sentiments they do when a spirit get in that body and drive them to do something. They and that spirit, because immediately when the enemy does something, he leaves to go to the next body, because see, he's not going to stay in jail. The demonic entity in the body, he's not going to be hung down in jail. They just look for another house so they can be free and use somebody else. When he did that to my aunt, that was the first thing he said. I don't remember. I really don't. Is she really dead? If they really don't know, they really don't believe it. They really can't believe that that's their reality. And when I said about the euphoria, when he said about that weed, listen, come on now, we got to think like him. When he said no, that should have been a subjective for everybody to say no, because it could have been more than weed that was up in there. He could have been putting something else up in there, because, like I said, when he reaching that, it going back to the Kundalini spirit. When he reaching that Kundalini spirit and that euphoria, it's a euphoria that he's trying to put over their minds in order to get and gratify what he's trying to get from out of them. This is real talk. So I'm gonna be quiet after that. These are the things that was I was hearing while the brother was speaking, as well as when y'all was just commenting as well.
All right. Uncle Newt, what you have any kind of knowledge on that kind of stuff? Because Aurelia she teach me this stuff. I don't know about this stuff.
I mean, my understanding is a little bit different. Um, I pretty much draw from the true teachings of Kemet, not what Eligio attempts to portray about Kemet, to which he really knows nothing about. Um, and I mean, what I'm seeing within him, I mean, our teachings, the Kemetic teachings, are a lot more in depth um, as it relates to us as supreme beings. We have different variables within us that we should get to know about and learn to master. And of course, our lower nature is pretty much what he, to me, at least, is what he's pretty much drawing on, because he's looking at other people and how they did similar things. And like I was saying, what he's doing is nothing new, because he doesn't know about uh, the nine parts of the spirit. He doesn't know about the actual creative process and the 11 parts that goes into that, and the connection within us. Um, I'm not under the understanding of any so-called evil spirit jumping into anyone. Everything emerges from within us all. And we have the capacity to control that, of course, with the appropriate teaching. He doesn't know that. And he's drawing from me what I'm seeing. He's drawing from others who have done similar things, and he's only mimicking what they're doing. But he has no control over himself. And if you don't understand the difference, between your higher self and your lower self, if you don't understand how the brain works, because in Kemet, we dealt with the science of the body, and everything begins and ends with the science of the body. That's why, we had the famous phrase, man, know thyself. It has nothing to do with your likes or dislikes. You must come to understand the human body for real. That means the inner workings of the human body. So you must know how your brain works. You must know how your heart works. You must know how your liver, your lungs, the whole nine, and understand that whole system that you have within you. And that's where it begins. So you got to become a scientist in that particular area. And once you do, everything will begin to make more sense when you see how people behave, especially if you ever come to learn how the brain works and you understand the three different parts of your brain. So This brother, this man is I mean, wild. Like I said,
And look how
he
he talks to them too. He
I mean,
cuts deep. I mean, he talks. I mean, he talks to them so damn bad. Like when the chapter world just read.
he's a
He t-
pimp.
go sleep with your fat ass baby daddy. And get up.
He's a
I mean, this dude.
I
even when
have
she
feelings about
even
that.
even when she went live, he was commenting and saying, going back to what the good doctor was saying, how the devil, your lower half, he was revealing himself because he couldn't contradict it. He was saying he was a pimp. He was saying he
Yep.
pimping. He was saying velvet his bottom bitch. I mean, so he had to come clean because he know what she's saying is true, and so he's trying to get out in front of it so he can say, well, look, I'm telling you. The Europeans use that tactic also, and they call it plausible deniability, meaning I'm telling you what I'm doing to you, and if you choose it, then that takes the responsibility off of me. So again,
Because you already knew.
exactly, the devil got to have your approval, if you will. If you know what it is and you choose to engage in it, then you just as guilty as I am. Therefore, you can't blame me. So that's his
If you
scapegoat. You
But see,
see what
that's
I'm
the reason why
inviting
she
them
even ran
in,
out the house. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go, Nikki. One second. That's why she ran out the house. Look what he said to her, to Malia. I mean, he just snapped the fuck off on her. She ran with that damn plate and didn't drop it. That's like falling down the stairs and you don't drop your tequila. She had that
saying?
damn plate. Go ahead, Nikki. Oh, go ahead, Uncle
Well, I was
Newt.
going to say one last thing. And the
Mm.
people, some of the people are misreading it when he's telling you he's a real nigga. He's a nigga this, nigga that. He telling you he's a nigga. That's what he really telling you. And when you start to see it from the lower level, as some other folk call it, the devilish perspective, that's exactly where he's coming from. Everything he's saying pertains to the things that a devil would do, but he's trying to disguise it as being the God. So if you're not astute enough, you would think, well, this is something to do with the higher nature, this spirituality. No, because he'll tell you that in one breath, and the next breath tell you he's a nigga. He's a real nigga. That what he tell. He thrives on being that nigga. You see what I'm saying? But
But these days he's a gorilla too.
I mean,
You know.
he all that let him tell it. But it's clear the Negro is crazy. This nigga is certified. He need to be locked up somewhere. From this
that
Negro.
part,
He is certified. Go ahead, Nikki. What was you gonna say?
all kinds of stuff. Oh boy, this chapter is a lot. The way he talks to those women, man, like whew.
Yeah, I'll be
It's
getting
one thing.
smacked up.
It's one thing to bitch about it and scream about it in the chat, but to like actually discuss that is like, dude, that's real shit for some people. That is real shit, and that will fuck you up so bad. That is like the emotional equivalent of physically drowning and inhaling water and not being able to breathe and being completely helpless and not being able to tell up from down. That is intense. Being told, you're a whore, you're a whore, you're a whore, you're a whore, you're a whore. Okay, fine, I'm a whore. Well, fuck you. Get away from me. I don't want a whore around me. Wait, what? You know what I mean? Like, that's, I can't even like express how big that component is.
Right.
That relentless jackhammering of an idea into your brain by a person, and then when you finally accept what that person is telling you, they use it to slap you in the face.
Right.
That is such a mind fuck that I can't even articulate how intense and overwhelming and all-encompassing that is to a person, and how it affects your ability to make decisions, and how it affects your ability to be rational, and how it affects your ability to even have a coherent inner monologue with yourself. It's like drowning. And
MK.
a lot of people are like, these women are doing all this stupid shit and this and that and this and that and this and that. And yes, they are. Absolutely 100% they are. And if And if jail were to be had, include them. Get fine. But I have so much compassion for them as another woman who been who has had somebody like Eligio in their face every single day for years. Like
Right.
I get it. I just get it. And I have
Exactly.
compassion for them, and I understand why they're making bad decisions.
That
I
that is
understand.
All right, what's the Kulu? You back?
okay.
Oh no, go. I'm gonna let Aurelia go, and then the Kulu.
That's what I was just gonna say. I'm just kind of picking back off the other brother. That's what she just explained is why I say it's like it's the very thing that the reason why I say in regards to demonic entities, because you definitely could feel people be going through life every single day and they feel a presence that they don't physically see, but it's the
Mute up
world
right
that you
quick,
don't
Nikki.
see. You can hear me, sweetheart?
Yeah, I was telling Nikki to mute
Oh,
up.
okay, okay. Yeah, it's the world that you don't see. If you looking at nature boy, because honestly, what you're saying in regards to Kemet, that's basically what even the celebrities are behind, Egyptologists and all of that kind of stuff. But these are the same people we see on the television, and we see them shape shifting right before our eyes. We see demonic entities that they are using, and the powers that are be that they using to control the masses and to keep the public dumbed down. These are entities that he has been raised from a child. When you look at, we went all the way back to his childhood. When you look at Eligio's childhood, you see where they had already had an upper hand, even down to his spiritual dream of that entity taking over. It ain't no different than when you have a Beyonce said before her performance, she held her hand up and she felt the presence that came over her, and she ain't been the same. And you see that when the old her died and that new person came in, when Jay-Z was the one in the video blowed up the car. These are symbolics of who the entities and the world that's around us from the fallen angels. And
Facts.
so yeah, so these things here in regards to what he's going through, you can't tell me that being in a prison so strong and being able to be able to have that kind of control ain't beyond a person physical sense. If you were just dealing with physical human power, ain't no way. But to have the captivity of people minds and their souls and they very being, that's a power beyond this place. That's what kept us in fear and in captivity of slavery all those years until the Most High came and really set us free. So we can't diminish those things. Honestly, we cannot. It's a power. It's the powers that you don't see. It's the world that you don't see. They do exist. And whereas that the people don't, the public, the lower level, which is us, don't want to believe it, they up there doing they little thing every single day. That's the reason why they've been on top all these years, because they've been keeping the secret, the oath. That's why they put the hand over the lip, because it's the oath that they keeping from us of who they really are. So that entity with him, this is from childbirth. This is when he went into the system of foster care. Like I said earlier, this is the system when he went from foster care to a mental ward, from a mental ward to the military, from the military to the sex industry around billionaires. This is his always been his surrounding. And then all those different spirits, you got to think this boy has slept over with how many people? Hundreds of people. And you mean to tell me that the part of them ain't stepped out of their body, and he didn't have soul ties with wrapped up in these people? That's why honestly, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be quiet. That's why when the law say, y'all, say for instance a man and a woman go to court, and they trying to they have a dispute, and then the judge say, well, are you legally married to this person, or are you common law married? because what they saying is the reason why it ain't just about, and that's what he actually used. He ain't yet necessarily using that paper a man. He's saying that he using the common law, because what happens is that spirit of the man, y'all are projectors. When we are we receive, but y'all project. So when y'all are projected in us, y'all spirit actually twines with us to make that man and that woman as one. So think about all them people he slept with and became one with. And you don't think that it would be different voices? Different. We actually heard different voices with him when he trying to talk. And one minute he talk like a white woman, a white proper woman. The next minute he talking is like it's crazy. You'll hear that nigga, like how he say always, like how you just mentioned a nigga. You'll hear different entities coming out of him and coming forth because he been with so many people. We cannot delete that part, that this man has been controlled by a power that's beyond himself. But these are stuff that he has willingly done. He has willingly subjected himself to be used by these powers, and these are the very powers that coming back now. It's time to pay the piper. It's time to pay the piper. And he's coming up against a power that he wasn't expecting to meet one day. He wasn't expecting this, but now we are here.
Facts, facts, and I want to build off what Aurelia was saying because I love her spiritual lens. I love how she looks at the world in a spiritual way, and like you have to look at it this way when you're analyzing Nature Boy and what he did. And to speak on the weed thing, because that's the main reason why I came up here, is weed makes you sensitive to sound. Okay, and that's important because remember they always talk about sound and vibration, right? Mathematics and the whole like goo goo gaga guy, right? When you hit this pin, it alters your brain chemicals. It puts you in a state of like Dr. Elia said, like relaxation. And during that state, right, you're more open to images, symbols, vibrations, sounds, frequencies, right? And some people is do we to be able to have psychic experiences or do psychic exchanges or whatever it is. But as they are in this state, he's yelling, he's abusing, he's doing all his little antics, and this is imprinting inside their subconscious brain. Okay? So I just want to like do that like for a second, right? And when Dr. Aurelia said that he's opening doorways, um and when he said, I can play God and then I can play the devil, to shape shift into different scenarios to trigger your curses, right? That is a demonic saying right there, right? And I wish we had the actual quote because you can hear the true Eligio come out in this chapter, right? The true one that's hidden behind these different names, these different spirits, these different entities that he passes on to different people. And I want to, like kind of explain scientifically, in a biofield way, right? So every human has a biofield around their body, right? So when you, have intercourse and become intimate, right, your biofields now become is connected, and we can describe this as two circles that are intertwining to create. I forgot the little like the yoni symbol, right? When you do this and you have baggage or spirits that is attached to you, those spirits can transfer from their biofield onto yours and now begin to feed off your energy and imprint inside your mind so they can lay dormant, right? And allow you to access your body. And I referenced the movie Split because this gives you a great example. These entities allow, Mariah, like Malia, Solar to experience normal reality, but when they get triggered, it's like a tuning fork. A vibration gets sent out and they're able to tap back in and control that vessel. So that's when Dr. Aurelia says like they're blacking out and things like that. But I just want to like emphasize that there are other worlds and realms here that these entities inhabit, good and evil, right? And when you hear Dr. Aurelia speak, you can feel that there's a good spirit attached to her. You know what I mean? And that's speaking through her. You can feel that, right? So we have to start opening our minds and start developing our spiritual lenses that allow us to see what's really going on and attack it directly,
And that damn Solar Pisces was planning their great escape. God, mama, you ain't spoken in a while.
No, I was just listening, and no, the Kulu was saying about it being a tuning fork. And then they've already said that they go to sleep listening to what he says. So I mean, and because
Yeah, that's crazy.
that's what Bruce Lipton teaches. Go to sleep and listen to my lectures, basically. And I mean, if you don't listen to it beforehand, you have no idea what these people are telling you in your sleep. But also, we, as children, when you go through traumatic experiences, you can like develop some type of multiple personality disorder so you can cope with what's going on around you. Because I always say it all the time, like personality number such and such is checking in, because you can hear him bouncing back and forth between all of them personalities, because he's
Right.
been with so many people and you don't even know if he met that right one that taught him how to use it for what he's doing now.
Right. Hey, world, would you go read another
Oh
chapter?
yeah. Oh
Still.
yeah, that's what I do. I just read a chapter, man, and then I tell everybody come up, man, and we just go in on that Jim Jank to the Jim Jank. So I think, you know what I mean, if everybody with the good with it, you know what I mean, like I said, I'm gonna go back in while everybody
Okay.
tuning in, and we'll just crush another chapter right quick.
I wanted to
All
add
right. You want
something.
us to drop off?
I wanted to add something real quick before you do, bro.
Okay,
I
go
want
ahead.
I want everybody to remember this one common denominator. Everybody who's there, they have submitted to him. This is the key thing. That's why he kept coming at her, Sibel, about resisting, because he knew that as long as he resisted, he could not control her. You have to submit. That's the whole point of his whole setup. You have to submit. When you submit, then you're going to give that person that kind of control over you. It's not anything that's coming from outside of you, coming, jumping inside of you, making him more powerful. No, it ain't. That's a regular nigga running regular game. And the nigga is 1945, butter knife sharp. The nigga dull.
Uh-huh.
He uses fear. The same tactic as the cracker. Ain't nothing special about this nigga. This is a regular, common, low nigga.
Ain't nothing
I,
special about him.
I done seen too many cats on the corner, blade sharper than his. No, this ain't no super powerful. He mastered. The nigga ain't mastered nothing. That's the whole damn problem. This
Yeah,
nigga ain't
World
mastered.
been said that. He
He
been saying he a regular nigga.
he intimidates. If you submit, now it seems like he has all of this. Why? Because you have submitted. If he was so powerful like that and was working with forces like that, no one would have been able to leave. He would have been captured everyone that came there. How were they able to?
Okay, I'm let me add on for a second. I want to interject for a second. Now, the question that you asking about, how is, other people leaving and stuff like that or whatever, you got to understand that when you got that position, not just being a cult leader, but the position that he has right now, whenever that somebody transitions, you become weakened with each try. That's why they said after Mama Dia, that's when he started losing grip. If you notice that, that's when people started leaving when Mama Dia passed. You feel what I'm saying? See, when she passed on, Serenity and Rambo left, Flowing Vibes, they left, the whole damn nine. You see what I'm saying? So with him, it's a constant reminder of him that people will leave him, because when he's by himself, then he's powerless within himself. See, he's only the physical body that's acting. These spirits are the ones that are motherfucking possess the nature, boy.
That's
That's
what I'm
all
saying.
that it is. That's
I
why
land.
when this ass was in Managua, Nicaragua, and when he was in that damn jail cell by his damn self, that's why he about killed himself.
Come
Not
on.
only was it because he was being haunted and he had to face and he had to hit a motherfucking spiritual entities within himself. That's when he seen that he couldn't do nothing then. He didn't have that motherfucking iPhone. He couldn't look up shit. He couldn't do nothing but just sit there and suck his thumb. See, it's the spirits that's working through the body of
Exactly.
Clubfoot. That's why I call him Babaji. I know they call him Baba G, but he Babaji to me. See, I don't even say his name and then give him that motherfucking energy. The only time I did it was in
Come
the
on.
beginning of reading and reciting this book for people that would look that up. You figure deal me? And then they would hear it then properly being said, but at the same time, they would hear the bad things that was said about it. See, that's what he do to each and every one of
Mm-hmm.
them. He's an entity that he got to
He's an
be around
entity.
people. He's a motherfucking leech. Okay. He can't establish shit by himself. That's why if you put his ass in any projects right now, he'll stick out like a sore thumb. He can't even rock no skinny jeans. You know why? Because he got hips, okay? And real motherfuckers gonna check you on that shit, okay? Bro, I know what I'm
I,
talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up, he's a funny walking, footed ass, non-fighting, non-basketball playing ass motherfucker. You can look at him and
I'm
then
with
tell. I'm
I'm
muting
with
up, man. All right.
World
I'm
said
with
he can't wear those skinny jeans.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I was just making the point that the only reason it seemed like he has what he has is because he purposely put the weaker amongst him to make
right.
himself appear stronger. But he's
But
not stronger at all. That's a weak
can,
dude all the way.
can I interject off the brother? Because
Yeah, I'm gonna
World
drop on.
dream
I'm
to
gonna drop
talk.
on off, Aurelia. I'm gonna
Cause
drop on off. Yeah, I'll wait for the next
uh,
chapter.
uh,
I'm
uh,
in the chat.
okay, babe. Oh yeah, because he finna read again. Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that that's the point. It's not that the body of him, it's not the elegio is power, it's what he have submitted himself to. That's what's powerful. The demonic entities that he have allowed to come in and to use him as that entity. That's what we saying. And because of
I'm with
that, yeah, because of that, and those are the things that seek out the weak. It's the darkness that seek out the weakness in others because he's weak himself. So he knows what to seek out in others and to draw for those weak-minded people. So that's what we saying. It's not that he's powerful. No, he's just human. It's what he submitted himself to. It's the submission of the entity that he submitted himself to.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just saying that that lower part of himself is what, of course, he aims at, which is also the lower part in others. You're saying the
Mhm.
same thing. Just
I got you. Yeah,
yeah, that's
I
all.
got what you're
That's all.
saying.
But yeah, go ahead and read, world. Go ahead and let's go on. Let's keep it
Oh
moving,
yeah,
man.
cause
Good
this
stuff,
yeah,
man.
it's getting
Hey,
good now. I'm gonna drop
hey,
off too, world.
okay, facts. Okay, all right, indeed. I already know y'all coming back up, man. It's nothing. Like I said, we're gonna get another chapter in,
Yeah,
man. All right, bet.
sound good to me. All right.
Okay, let me make sure I'm to the good before I even start, because sometimes they be with the, you know what I'm saying? They'll mess up the audio and all that stuff. So let me see what's going on before we even. Okay, let me make sure I'm to the good before I even start, because sometimes they be with the, you know what I'm saying? They mess up the audio and all that stuff. Let me see what's going on. Mm-hmm. See that? I already knew what it was. One time was a one time, yo. Okay, word. Hopefully I'm to the good now. Hopefully you can hear me now. And I ain't sounding crazy and raggedy. Let me make sure. All right, I ain't raggedy and stuff now, so we to the good. Hold on, let me hit my gym jank to the gym jank, and we'll go ahead and then start out with the second portion of this gym jank, man. And like I say, for the people that's tuning in now, if you ain't smashed that like button already, make sure that you do so. If you ain't shared the video already with somebody, make sure that you share this video. As with all live streams while we over here, because we're gonna be all the way live, okay? Yeah, that's right. And shout out to Dr. Aurelia. Shout out to the brother Own that came up. Shout out to Nikki Crayons, God Mama, Miss Meat, everybody that's tuning in right now, man. We're gonna go ahead and then get right back up in this gym jank. Hold on, let me restart with the restart. Make sure that we to the good. Okay, all right, bet. Yeah, I want to make sure I got the same size on the screen so it don't be changing and stuff and all that, and reconfiguring and all that dumb stuff. We're gonna go ahead and then get it together. This the 4th of July. Oh snap! The 4th, boy, you got some fireworks, right? The 4th of July. Oh man, let's eat. Chapter 18, the 4th of July. Pull up. He said we all came rushing out on the way to Babaji in the living room. We all said Europe as he approached. Then the Naji came out and we all sat down on the floor. Solar noon didn't even start getting cooked yet, but here we go. Babaji was in a very good mood. He said he had just got good news. He told us that he found his birth family. Mind you, not Babylon family anymore. It was birth family when he spoke of his life. He said that he was trying to find a way to get in contact with them. He put a message in his IG to help him find a woman who was previously assisting him. And he needed to find a contact again. But that wasn't the best part. He told us that we are no longer going to Africa, but to Puerto Rico instead. He told us he learned all about his father, how he had 2 families and 2 wives, and we are all in amazement. Even though Africa sounds alluring, Puerto Rico sounded more authentic to our lifestyle. He spoke about the land that he was receiving, that we would build a village there, and that we received the money to start already. Aya and Azim were approved for a loan. True used all of our social security and information for. When I was giving my information, I asked what was it for, but he was very vague and said not to worry about it, that it was to support the family and it'll go in the pot. Professor Musa, Cash App. We were never allowed to ask many questions. I felt so uncomfortable. I wanted to know what the info was used for, but the way True sat behind the computer, you couldn't see anything he was doing. He just asked for details and said, I'll find out later. Babaji told us that we all have to sign a NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, which is to prevent anyone from revealing any of the family's private business. He said everyone had to sign, so we did electronically on True's phone. It was all going so fast, too hard to really digest everything. Every day was some sort of new dramatic stimulation. He kept hyping us up about the huts in Puerto Rico. He told us about the material we're using could stand any hurricane and was durable in any weather. Then I mentioned the hurricanes are so severe there, and he rolled his eyes at me and said, see, Earth is always in fear. Then Sheba said, yep, you so negative, Earth. Damn. I swallowed it and let it go. But anyone knows that Puerto Rico gets the hurricanes and it's pretty bad. I left it alone. Babaji repeated that the way the village will be built, we are protected from hurricanes. I was so relieved. Then he went on to say Earth booked her flight to New York for the 7th, and that him and the Naji, along with Princess, would meet there on the 8th. I could feel the venom coming from everyone. They were getting annoyed that Babaji took me everywhere with him and the Naji. I felt like it was only right. He told me he was getting the Naji used to me as a sister wife, and that eventually she will conform because everyone knows how he feels about me. Funny enough, during this meeting, the Naji pointed out how connected Malia, you know what I'm saying, was with Pisces the night before, and how Babaji giving them time together was dope. She went on to say that she knows I like Babaji and he likes me, and she can feel our energy towards each other. She said, I know what's going on, even if I don't say anything. I peep game. I got super nervous knowing how possessive Nanaji is for Babaji, but he just smirked at me and we left it at that. Babaji then said, tonight we are partying at home because the beach would still be closed for the 4th of July weekend, so we couldn't go. Then he started talking about authenticity. He spoke on how much he loves himself, no matter who fucks with him or what anyone thinks about him. He said he took a HIV on live, even with his face fucked up, and he didn't care. He went on to talk about his childhood. He let a dog lick his penis and he allowed it to continue because he liked it. And when he shared it with the black community, they judged him and said he was into bestiality. He went on about his ex-wife breastfeeding his baby, and he wanted to have sex with her. So he gave her the sex while she breastfed, and he had the epiphany that they were one in that moment, and it wasn't about the sexual moment. He realized how connected everyone is. This made me think of the time I learned about Telegani. He told us that even if we are doing something that will get us in trouble, that it's better to let it happen and deal with the trouble, no matter what, as long as we were true to ourselves, and even if it was weird. Allow yourself to explore, because that's what we did as children. And it's important not to lose that. I kept that in mind, even writing this book. He started talking to Caliber saying, I feel like with you, I got a good investment. I got an album of music out of you. I can sit and vibe to, but now you are not the same. You told us all about having your one gay experience. You were at least free in being yourself, but now you're not being you. You sat there and didn't say anything about Shaka checking that woman out. You said you didn't want her. How do you think that makes Efru feel? You think she feels protected by you sitting there, not saying anything to check him? You ain't stand up for your woman or defend her at all. She doesn't feel like you're a man. I need to be around people who are deserving of my energy. I'm tired of my energy being wasted. Then he addressed Nanaji and said, another thing you said, all the women here want me. But that's good, because they should all want me. But they should all want to become their higher self. The problem is the men don't embody my higher self, because if they did, the woman wouldn't want me, because the man would be like me. What I offer is the ability to look back on the physical, the image of self, gas form, the finite body will not exist. We will be in the ultimate ego. The I am will be the only thing you have to observe and understand what you did in this life. I had to form a team. It will be Nana, Earth, Star, has strong potential. Tron is focused on technology and works hard. Caliber is good, but can do more. Sounds is scared, but I can push you. And New is a definite real nigga. True will be there. Sheba, you need to do more of your art, but I could keep you. Mente has morals that can't be enough. He's loyal and writes well, but your wife would make the team. Shaka is the chief, but Azim wouldn't make it, because I still don't know what she does, and that would be it. That's the team I would keep right now, but the rest of you all can go. Oh, then he said, Kite makes good beats also, but he's weird. He said all of the names he mentioned are the people he fucks with heavy. Everyone else can go. He said he would say Zoka, but she's stupid, even though he gives her the ounces, and Solar doesn't do enough work on the music. It was very surreal moment. Basically, he just told everyone else he doesn't need them, and they are not bringing value to carbonation. I felt twisted, considering some of the family has been there for so long. It was an honor that he recognized my gifts, but it didn't feel fair at the time that I could also feel the off the vibes for Nana G. She started explaining how she has been wanting to speak for Babaji at Sinetta and other radio stations, and how he held it down every time. The tone was, I have already done what you're asking everybody, and I've done it well. She definitely wasn't feeling what he said, nor was he questioning. Although he did ask us who we think embodies his energy the most, and everyone said Nanaji, including me. There's no denying that she has spent the most intimate time with him and has completely embodied the knowledge. This is what I love so much about her. Her ability to snap, be vulnerable, and to speak her heart all of the time. But I started to feel when I met her that it wasn't really there like it. I felt it watching her online. I felt like she was hiding herself and really suppressed herself. She was very contained and soft-spoken. I saw a glimpse of her firecracker energy when she would talk about being in Babylon, but for the most part, I saw her as quite subdued and amicable. She was not authentic. It felt like she was pushing herself to stay in a specific persona, which threw me off guard, being that I was expecting more of the spice from her. It's almost like she was observing everyone, first really digesting energies. Her and I spent a lot of time together. It was intentionally the way Babaji set it up. We got to talk a lot about her Babylon family and their relationship. She asked me to be a mom to her, and it really touched me. Babaji said to me, I thought he was joking, but when he started discovering his Babylon family, she felt pulled to want to heal her generational curses. I never forgot. He walked into the room one day, and I was singing Princess to sleep. She laid flat across my chest, and I rubbed her back while singing a song Star created called Safe Travels. It's such a soothing lullaby, and no one can sing it like she did. But anytime we wanted the baby gods to take a nap, we would rock them to sleep singing it. So he walked in as I was singing the princess, and it was an awkward moment because whenever he walks into the room, we have to salute him. But because I was laying down with princess, I couldn't get up. He saw me and said, baby, come on, look and see what Earth is doing. Him and Nanaji stood at the door as I was strumming her back, and she was falling asleep, and they couldn't believe it. Nanaji was already in tears from whatever that had just transpired with Babaji, so I asked her what's wrong. And she's really having a moment from seeing Babaji find all his family. So I slowly put Princess on the bed, not to wake her, went over and hugged Nanaji, rubbing her back. Then Babaji told me she wants you to be her mom. And I'm like, huh? Then she said, yes, I want to heal the relationship with my mom and I through you. I told her, wow, that's really deep. I could feel that. And that I was here for her. We actually didn't let go of the hug for a good minute or so. She felt like a sweet, long lost sister, and we were really healing together. It reminded me of the time we went to the beach together. We ended up going to the beach that day, myself, her, Babaji, and Syrian and Mente. We laid out under the bridge on the sand, and Babaji asked me to massage Nanaji because her back was hurting, and he told Nanaji I would heal her the way I healed him. It was sacred the way it felt about the both of them. So I put my heart into anything they needed. I had Nanaji lay on her belly, and I sat on her lower back. She was in heaven, literally. All she kept saying was wow and moaning and really feeling into my hands. I massaged her shoulders, mid and lower, and even her butt. That's a very important area when working the lumbar so the blood can flow. She was moaning to the sky. Then Babaji came over and started massaging her back as I massaged the head. She said the head massage was her favorite and it felt so good. Babaji and I, we looked at each other's eyes while Nanaji's head was down and smiled at each other. It felt like a confirmation of his vision coming to fruition. We kissed very softly and innocently, like and I love myself type of kiss, less sexual, more spiritual and in sync. Not to mention we were already feeling wavy from the wine. Then I kissed his hands as he continued massaging her. Syrian was on the side of the blanket and said, look at his sister wives. Hey, sister wives. Syrian was adorable and innocent, but Babaji and I both got super nervous because we know the Naji and we gave each other and both eye expressing of oh shit type of shot. Her energy started to shift quickly and she wasn't moaning anymore. So I wasn't sure what was about to happen. I was thinking, oh boy, but she remained calm and just said, okay, that's good. I feel better. I said, okay, and stayed soft towards her, smiling. I didn't want the vibe to change. The moments were just too blissful. It felt like, wow, once the Naji adjust to it, we could all take care of each other. At this point, Babaji is way turned on, grabbing my ass on the side, telling me how fine I am, biting his fist, making nasty expressions. I had to keep shooing him away and pointing to Naji, but he just does what he wants all the time. So I jumped up and headed towards the water. I was feeling too anxious, not wanting the Naji to feel like something was going on without her. I never wanted to feel that way. I really wanted to grab her hand to go with me, but I second guessed myself as I started to get in. Babaji comes right behind me, stepping in, but screaming about how cold it was. I was screaming too, but I just told myself to let go and dive in. I dived in and it felt amazing. Babaji did the same thing after me and I dove in. We were ducking the waves together. I was telling him when the big wave comes, don't stand. Just go under the current so it don't smack you down. If you try to stand against the ocean, it would throw you around. The next wave, we both went under, and he was well impressed and said it worked. Wow, that was good. Nanaji came shortly after, and she couldn't handle the cold water, so she kind of stood knee length and screamed about how cold it was. We were both screaming, telling her to dive in, but she was scared. So Babaji went and grabbed her and told her to trust him. When the wave came again, we all ducked under, and it was so inviting. As we came up, we didn't stay too long in the water because a little late. It was a little late already. We got to the blankets and towels, and Babaji was taking tons of pics of me. Nana and Syrian together. We love the shots. Babaji really is an excellent photographer. He knows how to capture the detail of the body. We finished up, and everyone super chilled out. Nanaji fell asleep in the car, and Babaji and I were looking at the houses on the hills, talking about how perfect they would be for carbonation. I was sitting directly behind him, so I was pulled up close to his seat, massaging his shoulders and touching his chest. I saw a black on black Tesla and told him that's the carbonation car, and that is what real vision I had about already. He gave me a high five, intertwined fingers, and our smiles were beaming. We started singing the song, You Got It, and the Nazi started to slowly wake up. So I sat normal again to see. When the song part came on about fuck around and give you my last name, I squeezed Nanaji's left shoulder and she started blushing. I love the vision of them being married. She told me all of the details of all of us in white with white off-shoulder dresses, but different styles. The men would wear white waist wraps, chest out. Her dress would be strapless with a long tail on the ocean. I told her that's it. What absolutely happened, and that I will hold that vision with her. I added to her vision that what if we could all jump in the ocean afterwards to consummate the love union. She loved the idea and said, that's perfect. I legit felt it in my spirit. We all rolled home wavy as ever. They hit the pen more times, and I had a little more sip of wine. We got to the house. The family greeted us at attention at the door. Yeah, we were laughing the entire time with the gigglies and feeling good. The women all came to hug us and told us how good we felt. Malia said, whenever you guys hang, the vibe is always high. I loved it. Zoka said, damn, what do y'all just do? Y'all happy as shit. We just all laughed, and the Naji and I high-five fingers intertwined. Babaji grabbed my shoulder and gave me a hug after he was giving everyone else hugs too when we got back. Our vibes were always lit, but it was truly the highlight of the day to get chosen by Babaji to hang for the day. I usually always got chosen too, and Babaji would always say, I have dope energy to be around. I went to the room and we were all getting ready for Nunu. I was changing my clothes. Star was completely undressed. Efru was wrapping a dress, and then Babaji walks in the room, and we all got started because we couldn't really salute him at attention. We were all half naked, which would mean dropping our clothes. So we looked at him with the buzz-eyed, shook face, and he bust out laughing. He said, it don't even matter because I've seen all y'all naked except for Earth, so relax. We all laughed out loud. It's something about the way he said it. Then he rolled his eyes at me and closed the door with a slight slam. Efru was like, your body is so beautiful, Mama Earth. And I blushed. Star told me that her and I had similar body types, although we don't at all. Maybe she meant the thickness wise, but both her and Fufu's body is on point. I told them both all the time how stunning they were. I remember the first time I saw Zoka naked, and I damn near fell the fuck out over her beauty. She literally has breasts of a Nubian queen and an hourglass body with Giselle legs. It's really out of this world. I always felt like the lies never really showed how stunning the women really are, because in person it was a sight for sore eyes. Every single woman was gorgeous, and we all told each other all of the time, not trying to be sexual, but truly admiring each other's beauty. That was such a healthy part of our connections. Some of the best times would be sitting around talking for hours about our feelings and really listening to one another and getting the most liberating perspectives. These women always kept a healthy perspective until it came to Babaji. They were all deaf, dumb, and blind, and did anything to be his favorite, and I mean anything. My mind works that I need to see the beauty in all things, so thinking about the beauty of my sisters always calms my spirit. It's such a beauty to behold, apart from the ugly we experience. And then we'll be on chapter 19, fireworks of his first, but you already know what time that it is, so I'm gonna go right on back and then drop that link. You know we got to get some commentary over here on this one right here. Come on, family, put them ones in the chat. Drop them gem janks to the gem jank. We locked in, y'all. We locked our way in now. That's right. Okay. I got to see what y'all think about this chapter right here. Now, y'all see how Babaji be switching up. He be like Doc Strange in the range, don't he? He be switching up on his stidal on him, huh? See how Babaji do? Babaji, hey, look here. They first say that they view Earth as being somewhat of a mother. Say they was going to work through Earth, you know, to connect back to their mother. And at the same time, when he acknowledged Earth as being the mother, he done tapped on the button and everything. Babaji was trying to smash y'all. The same thing I told. I'm about to play that old video when I was trying to explain this shit about Mama Dia and why Mama Dia was there and why he named himself Father Tahuti. It's the same science, you see. See, Velvet was handpicked. That's all that it is. See, him and Mama Dia had discussed this stuff right here. That's why, real strangely, you start seeing that Velvet was popping up on them pictures, and Mama Dia Instagram page is still up. That's why I tagged up in that Gym Jank the other day, so everybody could go to the page and look at how her page is just so blank and so bland. Just a few of the carbonation, so-called weak-ass warriors and shit with they fraudulent ass. Only them are on there. But if I go to these pages on Facebook and then show you this, you'll be like, man, what the right. And she know that. She can't deny that. That's why they hot about that thing now. And see, that's the same thing they tried to do. They tried to form that communion. They tried to form that damn communion with Earth. That's all the hell that is right there. That's why they sit up there talking about she like a mama and all this stuff. They ain't gonna try to name her Mama Earth and all that. Dude, come on, man. You ain't getting away what you did to Mama dear. I'm muting up, yo.
What up, world?
What's up with it, yo? What's good?
Chilling, just listening, my boy.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. How much you been listening to?
I came in on the chapter, the one you read right before. I had just came in on the end of that one.
Okay, word. That's what's up. Okay, what do you think about that? Was it anything that kind of, stood out or whatever, or that you think is kind of dark, strange in the range?
One thing to me is that she doing a lot of praising on one hand, and then she trying to diss them on the other. So it's like you really don't know what side she on, which really makes her sound just as delusional as everybody else over there. And then what I wanted to actually touch back on, it was a good point that Miss Johnson had made about how he controls everybody's mind. And people keep saying, well, why didn't Sybil step up and do something? She just sat back and watched. But it's like, you gotta think, she can't throw no hands. So I feel like if she had a win against when everybody got suited and booted to go beat up Malia, if she would have went against the grain on that, she would have been right in that circle getting her ass beat too. And possibly been the next Mama Dia. Because she can't throw no hands. And if she would have went against the grain, they was gonna get her too. Now somebody like you went over there and went against the grain, and he was like, okay, everybody jump on world. I feel like shit, Carb Nation have been laid down before you even got on the plane to come back home, because I know you'll beat their ass. But somebody like her, she couldn't do nothing but sit there and watch. Because
Oh,
either
I'm in
he would have
total
beat her
agreement.
ass, he would have beat her ass, or he would have had all the rest of them beat her ass. But you can
Exactly.
tell it's falling off. It's falling off. When Tron left, that's what let me know. Oh yeah, this shit about to be over with.
Come on.
And the only ones left over there right now are the ones who really have nowhere else to go. They
Exactly.
have, they don't have nothing to go back to. Pice got a mama that be looking out for him, so he could take his little young ass home. True can't go nowhere. Sheba can't go nowhere. Malia can't go nowhere. Like the rest of them can't go nowhere because they ain't got nothing to go to. Zoka could take her ass home, but she know what she got to face when she get home. It's like the
Yeah,
one who do have
yeah.
some. Elfaru could go home, but she know what she got to face when she get home. Them people gonna deprogram their ass so quick, and they gonna be ready to run back to them. So it's like, what's the point of leaving? But if now later leave again, that's when it's really over. If she leave and take that baby away again,
Who
it's
you say
really over.
9 later?
Now later bubblegum. I don't call their names. I feel like that's summoning some shit to come up in my house. I call them now
Come.
later bubblegum. I don't care. Like he keep on changing his name because it's like a leopard trying to change their spots. You can't. No matter what you change, nigga, you still you. You still playing them same games, and all
Exactly.
you do at this point is grab a new crowd that's gonna still be stupid enough to go over there. That's gonna still be stupid enough to send this nigga their money. All these SBA loans and all this stuff going around right now.
Oh shit.
He gonna catch one out there. And then the way he sit up, like when I watch his videos on even on the T, a lot of times when it's just him talking or Bubba or Annihilator talking, I put it on mute and I just read the comments. Cause all them hand motions and all that stuff he do it like that video he put up today. I couldn't tell you
Mm-hmm.
one word he said because I put it on mute and I just read the comments. But just looking at him looking like he directing traffic the whole time, I ain't even want to hear what he said. Cause I knew he wasn't saying nothing. He was just doing just what his name is, chewing bubblegum. Like, bruh, I be so with you, girl. You be having me dying because you be saying all that shit that I be thinking when I'm sitting up there listening. And sometimes I just have to call in and just say, bruh, I'm with you, bruh. Because it's so much in that
That's the
book.
stuff.
Like, you know, she spilled the little shot glass of tea. But at the same time, when she all about, oh, their bodies were so beautiful and he was intertwining with my fingers, like, bitch. She need to be slapped for some of that stuff she put in there. It's like, are you for him or are you against him? Like she be going back and forth, page after page.
See, it'd be back and forth. So you feel like if she
Mhm.
really felt the way that she feels, she'd just be going hard at him right now, huh?
Bruh, if I would have wrote the book, it'd have been a whole different thing. It wouldn't have been nothing nice in that book. I feel like I want some. I would help. I would donate to you sending somebody over there just as a spy. Get all the information, write all that shit down, and come back and spill it. Cause I mean, she did at least do something that nobody else has ever done, which is go over there, get the tea, and bring it back. You know what I'm
So
saying? But
right.
go
So do
ahead.
you think after so do you
Hello.
think all of this right here, after, Flo seeing all this, and of course, they tuning in too, yeah, everybody tuning in. But do you think this might prompt or get Flo to want to write his book and stuff too right now?
No, you know why I don't? Because a lot of them niggas who still left, just like that girl who called and was saying she was getting the death threats and all of that, they still under the
Come on.
influence. They ain't gonna say. And then the ones who with them, I don't care if you send all the feds in the country over there to them, they still gonna sit up there and say, "We here because we want to be here. He is our father. He ain't doing nothing to us." But yet, they just pulling them out the closet to come and say these things. And then when they go on live, you can tell every time I see one of them go live, I know they just got their ass beat for something, or I know they just coming off a punishment for something. And that's why he make them go live. That's why they sit up there and be talking all that crazy shit out their head. They don't even know what they saying. They just regurgitating what he want them to say and what he making them sit up and say. It's basically like their lives are an apology to him for whatever they supposedly did that got them standing in the corner or sleeping in the closet. Like I'd have been like Kunta Kinte over there. He'd have had to beat my ass every day. We would have been into it, tangled up. It would have been a real entanglement because they would have had to pull us apart every day. I don't think I would have made it 30 minutes over there. Cause as soon as he told me I was just eating rice and
Like
beans and he
homie,
was eating Chipotle,
like
it'd have
homie.
been an issue.
So you wouldn't have took the down low? That what you trying to say?
Hell no. Hell no. If it hell no. Just the smell alone, probably when you walk in the room, bro. You gotta think his feet, his ass, his mouth, their mouth, their coochie. The baby probably got a doodle diaper on. Like, just imagine the smell alone over there would have me ready to fight. Cause I'm gonna walk in the door like, what the fuck is that smell in here? You know what I'm saying?
All
Y'all
this
got me
shit
laughing,
crazy,
but I'm
bro.
dead ass serious, bro.
You to
I'm
you
dead
to
ass.
the Gucci. You to the Gucci. What's
Hilarious.
up, One
Y'all
Main TV?
calling out when you be
What up,
going
One
out
Main?
What's
What
there
going
up?
and
on,
going
bro?
on a rant about this shit.
What's
It
going
be
what's
so
going on,
funny.
bro?
What's
I just
good?
wanted to
You okay
add
with the
again.
panel right now? Okay.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I just
You
I
say
wanted
you
to
just
want to
wanted to
add?
say yeah, I just wanted to say something because I feel like everybody's is taking a book. She wrote the book as her mom said when she was there. So it's not like she's saying right now what she thought.
fact,
So people taking the book out of context, like she's saying
fact,
why she was there, how she was
fact.
thinking. So
Yeah,
he yeah, when he came on, he said, "Why you saying he smoked it?" No, she was thinking at that point. Then when she was there, like how he smells, stuff like that. She's not saying now, or she ain't trying to praise him now. She was thinking her mindset when she was there is what she's trying to
right.
say in the book because she had to write the book to get over all that stuff. So people gotta read the books thinking she's still there. You know what I'm saying? When she was there, so it's not like now, like she's out.
That's what I was gonna add too, bro. Like we got to keep it in context, man. You
Yeah, so
talking about
it's like
you talking about a person at that time who believed the bullshit. It ain't
That's
like
what I'm
us.
saying.
We ain't there. That's why we ain't never go the fuck over there. We knew better. She didn't know better. So you watching her unfold her own journey and peel back the layers as she had to consciously grow out of that shit. So that's what you're watching. When she writing that, that's where she was at that time. You can't
I,
knock her for that. That's her growth. She ain't you. We ain't her. We grow at different speeds, different paces. So we shouldn't do that. But just appreciate the fact that she was able to come out of it and then be vulnerable and open enough to come back and show you, like, yeah, I was fucked up during that time, and this how I was thinking, this what I said, this what I did. You see what I'm saying? So that's how
Yeah.
you know
See,
she's not lying, because she's
yeah,
showing you her own vulnerability. You see what I'm saying? So
mm,
to
facts.
me, I think we shouldn't do that. It's like, no, stop saying, oh, the girl did, she part. No, she didn't know. She was with the bullshit because she believed it at that time. So respect that. You see what I'm saying? And then watch her growth and then appreciate that from that level. You see what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to add on that, though, for real.
I
Yeah,
agree.
because on her live, she said she talked to him for 4 years, but she went over there. So if you really paid attention to her, she was just saying like, "Yo, I had to write this book to get over all that stuff." Because on her live, she felt disgusted, like saying, "I couldn't believe I believe all that bullshit he was preaching."
Hey fam,
And she
your
said,
connection. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a second. I want you to drop off and come back on, man, because your connection
"All
kind of
right,
bad right now. It's popping, okay? Come back up. I'm gonna
all
drop the
right,
link for you, all right? Okay,
all right,
word. We still checking in. Bloom and Lotus, what's good, Bloom and Lotus?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. What's
I
going
would.
on?
Oh, I just want to say I love listening to everybody. And World, thank you so much for letting me join, and Miss Mead, everybody. I don't know everybody's name, but I listen to you
What's
guys
good?
a lot. And this is an honor, really. It's my first time doing something like this, but I just kind of wanted to jump in, and I just wanted to say the reason why I felt so strongly about speaking on this is because it triggers me, because it reminds me of the dysfunction that goes on in homes a lot of times when you have a predator in the home and they molest, or they, they're just out of line, and it goes on for generations sometime, and they're never held accountable for their actions. So every time I see him or listen to him or whatever, I just get just so enraged. So this gives me a little bit of an outlet, and I'm glad she wrote the book. And I'm glad for the discussion, and I love listening to you read it. And I hope that if he's not put away or anything like that, at least it brings some attention, and people know that this is going on every day, and sometimes in your own home or your family. People who are just very controlling and dominating, and just a menace. So anyway, I wanted to just thank you guys.
Oh, you welcome. Let me ask you something though.
Sure.
Would you saying that you've been watching the whole thing like since we started?
Kind of in and out. I didn't.
Right.
Yeah, I started maybe about 13. I think it's chapter 13.
Okay. Yeah, you've been here a good minute. So
Yeah, yeah.
your opinion about her, everybody like Uncle Nuke said, keeps saying, well, if she talked to him 4 years, she knew. But do y'all know how much you can hide by just talking to somebody over the phone?
Come
Like
on.
you can hang up at any time. I mean, it ain't like he showed her some deep dark shit. He knew she was a potential to go over there one day. So I just don't
Hmm.
really think he was, even though he was online, she seen the stuff going on online too. But y'all heard, I forgot who the last person who left who semi tried to say something. I forgot who it was. They were saying he was doing that for all for an act. So if you telling me that, oh no, we just do that when we on camera. We totally different. When we off camera, why wouldn't she believe it?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
if, I mean, am I correct? Or do you have to stand something? Ah, she knew she shouldn't have went.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I think, and I might be out of line here. I just think that sometimes they're really attracted to him and the sex.
All the
I,
Yeah.
time.
I, I
Yeah.
mean,
Uh-huh.
I
Uh-huh.
Every
mean,
time.
All
yeah.
the
I
time.
really just think sometimes, you like bad boys. I've gone through a time
Right.
in my life where
Right.
I just like bad boys, and maybe I smoke or something to just forget. I don't want him really talking to me, having a conversation. I don't like what he's saying. But, I think we all go through stuff. And I think he has a charisma of sexuality that draws them in. And,
Exactly.
and I think they want to experience that. And a lot of women don't want to say, hey, I want some wild sex. And that's really sometimes what it's about.
Exactly. And it
Yeah.
also speaks to the psychosis that they're
Yes.
still under from being under the indoctrination of growing up in this culture. Where do we get that idea from?
Yeah.
That you a bad boy? Who told you that you need a bad boy? What the hell is a bad boy? Why would you want, if you even analyze, what the hell is a bad boy? So if you analyze that,
Uh-huh.
you essentially speak to that you're saying from a spiritual perspective, you want a devil. So why the hell would you want a devil? Because we're supposed to be divine by nature. So what draws you? So ain't no divine men putting down sex the same way a so-called bad boy is. Cut the bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We got to go back
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm.
indoctrination on that. So you still
Yeah.
you're
But
feminizing.
that's how society.
Somebody got some
But that's how
feedback going
society
on.
has conditioned. But that's how
Hold on for a
that's how
second, Aurelia.
society has conditioned. Okay, I'm
Exactly.
Who's
sorry, sweetheart.
unmuted? Yes. No. I was just said somebody got some feedback going on. Make sure all your apps are closed except StreamYard if you're on the phone. Make sure all your apps are closed. Because sometimes that's what brings the popping.
Okay.
Right. So at this
Go
time
ahead,
right now,
Aurelia.
hold on for a second. Before Aurelia even speak, this is what we're gonna do to figure this out. Everybody hit mute right now. And then Aurelia gonna be the next person that's talking, and then we'll just go on down the line with it. Okay, we'll do it like that. You know what I mean? Just to be able to get everybody in. Shout out to Ty Sharon. Shout out to One Main TV, Bloom and Lotus. What up, Aurelia? Everybody that's up here. If everybody can just mute up right now, then we're gonna see if we can't figure this out. I think it may be you, Bloom
Okay.
and
And I'm
Lotus.
trying to figure out where the mute is. I'm so sorry.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
Yep, it's you. So it's like you got some apps that's open on your phone. You know, like how you get a message and don't want to read it and swipe down like that or whatever. Hit that circle button or whatever that's the circle button and close out your apps on your phone. And then it won't do that, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna. But thank you so much. Okay.
Oh,
You,
you're
hey,
welcome.
hey,
God bless you, sis.
no doubt. You're always welcome to come
Okay.
back too.
All right. Thank
That's a
you.
fact.
All right. Okay. Bye bye.
But I was going to speak on the brother what he was saying about who told the society or who gave that notion. But that's how it's conditioned through all this entertainment. They put they drive these narratives and they dumb down the masses about what they see. They have always told us what we supposed to look like or what we supposed to act like. That's the narrative that has been ran. And so these people have adopted, because if you notice, whatever a celebrity come up with, you'll notice that the public will start mimicking or chanting what they hear these celebrities say, and they start living their life accordingly to that, what they heard, what they have
Exactly.
put out there. Um,
Exactly.
I think also too, when we was talking about the sister Sybil, of course it was her at that time, but I also, what I think too was kind of driving the notion, if she would just lead the other part. In other words, like, she got to tell her story, but like I said, also she's trying to up herself as well. She's trying to put herself in a position as if she was the more in tune and the more upgraded, in other sense, how she said she was talking to Velvet. Now we all been studying Velvet for years. The way she's saying that Velvet interacted with her, that is not Velvet character. We all know that. Velvet is not submissive.
Yep.
She don't take well to other women. She don't get along with other women. And so all these things she's saying, I think that's what she has mimicked in her own mind, or conversations that she wished that she had said in certain moments. And that's what she put in the book as well. So it's trying to decipher between the two, what she really wanted to say in that moment that she was embarrassed by, and the things that actually happened. Now, the things that she's saying about Eligio, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't diminish her book at all. But the things that we know how he taught, we know how he taught, like we know how Velvet taught. Everything she's saying, we definitely could relate to everything she's saying in regards to him. Because we have most of that stuff she's saying, we have heard him say before. We have even analyzed his behavior down to the T. But I think it's the part too in regards to how she tried to up herself a lot,
Yeah.
and it's almost
Yeah.
as if
Hey,
she.
Aurelia.
I'm sorry, sis. Go
No, I
ahead.
just want to say this. Remember, I asked you a question the other day when I was at the car place, and I said, "How do y'all? Why y'all keep talking about this bestiality?" Oh, he said, "Oh, okay." Now I say, question answered. Hey, Ty.
Hey, baby. I wanted to say this. First of all, I want to say, hey, Miss Me, how you doing?
Good.
My
Ain't talked to you in a
condolences to
while.
you. No, my condolences to you and the Falcons. My husband's
Oh,
downstairs
girl, bye.
sulking.
Listen,
He's
listen.
sulking. No, he's sulking.
My whole weekend been terrible. But hey,
He's
go ahead. Let's
sulking.
talk
He's
about it.
downstairs sulking. He don't even want to come upstairs. He said he's gonna sleep on the couch. But either here nor there. Mr. Aurelia, you know you have a piece of my heart. I love you so much.
Love
We
you
got
too,
our own
sweetheart.
relationship. Yeah, but what I wanted to say was I work some I guess some people don't know me at all, and that's fine. But I work in the business of helping people establish themselves and women trying to change the trajectory of their lives, abusive financial abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, and just financial destitute. So when I'm sitting and listening to it, and I'm listening to it, I'm so entertained. I'm like, wow, we finally get a bigger picture, right? And I know other people that have left there and have had direct conversations with them, but they never got in detail like this here. But what I want to say is, this is gonna sound really, really, really bad. I I don't praise her for anything because she's a woman of a certain age. And if you're seeing certain things going on, you should have like a responsibility to say, okay, no, not doing this. We're gonna figure it out. So something like that. Because I don't think that myself at 40 years old that I could be sitting there seeing baby with cuts and stuff on the baby, they fighting and all this kind of stuff. Niggas is hungry, like, and I wouldn't say anything, or I would just remove myself from the situation. So I understand Stockholm syndrome, and I also understand how like people, because they want to see the better and they want to do better and they want to be an intricate part of making things better. But I don't even want to. I'm gonna say it. All right, I'm gonna say it. Shorty a op, bruh. Like I don't even know if she's 100% with everything because she's not doing any interviews from the sector to say like, let us get your real perspective. Why did you wait so long? Like, why did you not address these things when you saw them going on? Because if I saw a cut or a gash on a baby, I mean, my maternal instinct is to initially react, boom, just like that. Like, this is not okay. So, I mean, dude can't beat your ass in front of 24 people. I mean, maybe he could. I don't know, but I don't know. That's just all I wanted to
But
say. Like,
but
I'm not
Ty, I
saying that she's
think
wrong. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm not saying anything like that or whatever. I'm just saying she's not this martyr. She ain't just like she gave us the insight of things we already knew, but she gave us the details. But she's still wrong as well. She's still wrong. She's gonna have to be a Cody. If some stuff go down, she's gonna be a Cody because she was there as well and she said nothing.
but I think she did do something in my opinion.
What did she
She
Exactly.
do?
because this
Exactly.
dude been doing
This book.
damage control. See, this
This
dude been
book.
doing damage control since she came out with this book.
But
So
what did
yes,
she do? What did she do? What
she
did she do to
she
not
came
entertain
out with
herself?
this book. She
Right,
I
came
but
out
well,
with
that's
I'm
this
what I'm
I'm gonna
book.
say
saying.
this.
You can
I'm
come
gonna
out
say
with a
this.
book, but if you commit a crime and you're accessory of the fact, or even accessory after the fact, you just can't say, "Oh, I wrote this book, and so I'm telling these things going on." But you was there when these crimes were going on, so you're just as guilty. You didn't do nothing about it.
Not really. I wouldn't say she
But
was
but
just as
but but
guilty.
I
I'm not
think
saying just as
too.
guilty. Maybe just as guilty is a wrong thing to say, but I'm just saying like she's not innocent in the stuff because when you don't commit a crime, when you don't what is I'm thinking of when you don't address a
Report.
crime, yeah, report a crime, you're like an accessory to the fact or after the fact or what have you.
Accomplice. You
So
talking about
yeah,
accomplice?
that's what I'm saying. I'm not, but I'm not faulting her because she's given us a greater insight so we can
Right.
understand. But I mean, I'm not, I ain't got no glitter and no shits and giggles.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. She wasn't doing this to be praised. It's not about
I
praise.
get that.
It's not about praising her at all. She's only
She incriminating
documenting.
herself though.
She's only documenting her journey. Now here's
She's
the difference.
incriminating herself. She's incriminating herself because she
Oh,
is
that's a part.
involved.
That's a part of it, though. That's a part. That's
Right.
why.
If you're gonna
That's
tell
why
the
you
whole
know
truth.
that she's telling the truth because she's implicating
Oh yeah, I know
herself.
she's telling the truth.
She's showing you how she felt in that instance, in that moment.
Hmm.
Because again, remember at the time she was still believing the bullshit. She was
Yeah,
there.
but let me negate everything you're saying right now. I understand where you're coming from, but if you're a witness to a crime and you do not report the crime, you're just as guilty, right?
Of
Guilty
course.
and sex after fact and all these different things. So I'm not praising her for nothing like that. She is a woman of a certain age. She should have done something about it. And so now that it's going down, if she's not making movements to do something about it and to report these kind of different things, I'm looking at her kind of side eye like, is this still just a narrative? Is this still like a
But
reality show?
God,
Is this what y'all
this
doing?
stuff has been reported. What this
We
stuff?
are. Thank
CPS,
you. We
CPS done came to their house a million times.
are.
I
Police done
know
came a
that, but I'm
million
talking
times.
about this time.
So
I'm talking about this
it's
time.
it
It's what?
to me. It ain't gonna make no difference. It's the same claim.
Yeah, I guess
Like
you're right. You're
this
right
has
about
been,
that.
yeah, it's the same claim.
Exactly.
The people have reported him whooping, not ass. People
Exactly.
have
Hmm.
reported him for that baby. They have been reported. The police ain't
Hmm.
doing nothing. So I think this
Exactly.
was a better approach. Now he's
Exactly.
doing
Yeah,
damage control. His
Exactly.
views that went
she's
down
still
to
gonna be
100 and
guilty.
something.
She's still gonna be
So
guilty though. If a crime's committed and she was there, even though she wrote the book, she ain't do nothing about it. So she's still just as guilty. Like she's still just as guilty.
I
You
think
see somebody.
it's gonna do something about it. So it's up to listen. If my family, okay, if she came out with a book, right? So, which we know they've been reporting this stuff already. But if I'm the family, and let's just say this, and I see this, and I see, and I'll try my best to do something. But we all got to remember they're grown. If the police come
Right.
in and go
Thank
say
you.
I reported somebody reported this crime, and they say no, nothing happened.
Thank you. Thank you. So
Yeah, but if something did happen and there's a rush thing to take place, she's not. She can't. What they say, ignorance is not a deflection of the law, right? So you were there and you were seeing it. You were part of it, and you did nothing about it. You're implicated as well yourself. Granted,
It
she's
did
given us insider knowledge of it. She's given us real insider knowledge, but she's not innocent. She's not
do
innocent.
so,
do we do
so
we
let me
do we
ask you
do
this: what was she
we
Well,
supposed to
wait.
understand?
do?
Do we
Yes,
Let
sir.
me
understand?
ask you that, Ty.
Do
Yes,
we
sir. No, I
understand
didn't hear what you say. What you
how
say? Yes,
fear
sir.
is? Do we understand how powerful fear is?
I do.
Yeah, I do. I work in women's shelters and women with abused
The
women all the time.
woman, the woman was in fear. They're all in fear.
Her
Fear is
readings did
a great
not speak of
immobilizer.
fear at all.
Fear is a great immobilizer. Fear does that. The reason why
Did you
our
read the whole book?
hold on. The reason
She
why
didn't
our
speak of
people still
fear.
go
She did not
through
speak of fear.
the
Hold
reason
on,
why
Ty. Let him
still
ask
go,
you, Ty.
the reason why our people collectively are still going through what we're going through is primarily because of fear. We have to come to understand how real that is and what that does to us as beings. It's
Hmm.
easy for us in our own homes and where in whatever city that we reside to say, okay, say what we would have done, this, that, and the third. But you ain't go over there. You didn't believe the
So,
bullshit. You didn't engage.
so on me?
I'm talking about any one of us.
No, yeah, my organization got
But
keys
it's
and
kind of
flow
like you
out.
victim
So
shaming, though. It's
I'm
kind of like
not
you
victim
victim
blaming.
shaming
I
a
would
little bit.
never ever victim shame. I would never ever do that. What I'm just saying is, it's like she's given us the firsthand knowledge, right? Like,
Right?
and nobody can say I'm victim shaming because our organization here in Atlanta got keys and flow home, out of that situation when they didn't have the money to do it. So that is not the case. What I'm saying is she's not like a martyr. She's
No
she's
one said
saying
that.
her experiences. What I don't know.
No one ever
She's
said that.
given a first hand account of her experiences, but I
And
don't
that's
think
it.
that makes her less guilty. I think that she's a woman of a certain age, and she should have had a responsibility to say, "Hey, this is not right. I need to do something about this." If she had free range and she had her phone and she was treated so much differently than other people, then she should have done something about it. So now, okay, you're gone and you're doing something about it. I get it though. I'm just not saying like I'm not faulting. Like I really want you to understand that it's like I'm
But
not
you're
faulting
just
her. I'm not faulting her. I'm not saying that she's a bad person. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying that she is implicated just the rest of them because she was there doing the crime. And it's the
That's
crime of
true.
children, it's the crime of people. So she's
That's
not a
true.
martyr. She's still implicated in a
No,
crime.
no, she's not. But
Yes, she is because if I see somebody getting their ass whipped, or I hear them upstairs getting their ass whipped, and nobody does nothing about it, and then it's a crime that's reported later, you're implicated because you were there at the fact.
right, right. However, psychologically, at the same
Okay.
No,
time,
you're talking legally. You're talking legally.
understand you
Psychologically,
must
there's level.
understand where she
But
was psychologically and where you are. It's different. That's all it is. You a little bit
I
farther along
think.
than she was. We're not talking about
Mhm.
age because we know in this culture, your age does not equate your level of consciousness. You have
Yeah, and
7
ignorance doesn't either.
act like a
Ignorance
child.
doesn't either.
That's not it. Her consciousness was not there. You talking
I
about
don't
the age?
believe it. She was
The age
very
don't mean
conscious. She spoke of her consciousness in her readings.
the
Like
age
reading this, she
doesn't
spoke of
mean
her consciousness.
anything.
I, I think
She
I
was
think
younger than you in her mind. She was younger than you. Period.
but
Doesn't
I
matter though.
also think
Her
but
reading kind of reads to the fact that she knew things was wrong and she did nothing about it.
I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem with her book. That's what I was speaking of earlier. It doesn't diminish nothing that she have written, nothing at all, because we know how Nature Boy is. We know how he talk.
Right.
But you said in the same sense, you see her trying to up herself in consciousness. Now, what
Right.
I would say in regards to that, when she said that I spoke to them like this, I had this talking. In other words, I was trying to tell them when I saw this kind of stuff. I would say X, Y, and Z to them. She was putting herself up in so many positions in regards to it, like
Mhm.
she was high, reigning higher to them.
Right.
But in that aspect, I think too, that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. I think those are imaginary conversations that she had that she wished she would have had said.
Amen. See,
I
that's what
think
I'm
that's
talking
the
about.
things
See,
that
yup.
she was, but you got to understand how how demonic entities, they will
Mhm.
immobilize you when
Mhm.
when your psyche has been dumbed down, when your psyche
Mhm.
has been immobilized and in prison, the things that you'll think you would do in a situation with somebody controlling, that's like somebody beating you. You get what I'm
But
saying?
see,
Or
I
some
no, I know, and you know that I know that. Just aside from real estate, I work with women's shelters, so I get
right.
that
So that's what I'm
totally.
saying.
I
So
get it
you get it.
totally.
So you
But
get
what I
that part,
don't get
right?
is her glorifying. She's kind of glorifying her. Like you
How
said
do
it
you
best.
feel like?
You said
But
it
I
How do
best.
you
think,
You
feel
but
like
said
I
it
she
best.
think, I think it was
glorifying?
Mrs. Dahlia, you said it best. Azalea said it best. It's like she's
right,
trying to
right.
say, it's
See, that's
like,
what I was saying. It was the little
yeah,
things
that's
that
what
she
I,
did
yeah.
say. Like I
Mm.
would tell Velvet this thing, and she would come unto me like
Right.
a, in other words, like a daughter, or she would say things that
Mhm.
she would tell him in higher consciousness. Like
Right.
in other words, even like the prison when they went to jail, and how she was like running the show as if she was the higher consciousness than them,
Mhm.
and they had a
Right.
kumbaya moment. It shows her in that light as if she was very consciousness, she was very in tune, and so therefore why you was there in the first beginning. I think that's what people getting confused at. But I would say these are the things I feel like she wanted to say. That's what she was in her imaginary bag then, on the things that her mouth was muzzled on, and she wished that she did say to him or said to her or said to any of them in those circumstances. I think that that's what the problem is, honestly.
Let me ask, let me say this.
Okay.
Do we have any psychologists on the panel?
I'm not.
Do we have psychologists?
Yeah.
No, but I dealt with a lot of people,
Okay. Okay. So we understand
and
that. Hold
what I'm
on.
saying, because these spirits.
Hold on.
Okay.
So we
Okay.
understand that because we're all speculating, and that's good. And I can definitely appreciate all of the various opinions on what we think is going on in her head at this time, and I can dig that. But
Uh,
understand, but we must always remember that we're not psychologists up here, even though it's my minor. And you do have to always consider the mindset of the individual at the time of whatever they're going through. That's all I'm saying.
I
That's
get
all.
that what you're saying, brother. But in it, like any European information, we read, we study, and we experience, and that ain't no different than anybody. And through life, it's a life lesson. You because anybody could read and
That's
study.
not
I
that's
hear
not what I'm saying
you're
though. The
saying.
mind
I
works
hear
in
what
so
you're
many
saying.
ways.
I hear what you're saying. I
Until
hear
you
what you're saying.
understand how the mind works, until you
That's
understand
what
how
I
the mind
just said.
works.
But that's what I just said. I just credit her
So
on that. I just
yeah,
credit the sister Silver on that
you got to
because
factor that in, right? The brain and
and
the
then not
trauma.
only that, let me tell you something too. Not only that, I actually went through. My cousin actually went through, and I almost was grafted in a cult. So I know
I get that.
exactly firsthand
But
what
what
I'm
I'm
speaking
saying
on.
is, do you understand how the brain works?
I just said yes,
I,
No,
I,
you
exactly.
I think we hear
experience.
what you're saying, Uncle
You
Nuke,
talking about
but and
experience.
I agree. I agree with
Experience.
you, but
Experience is not the same thing as understanding how the brain works. It's not the same thing. That's not what I'm saying. We
We
all go.
actually
We've all
we talk
endured
about the brain over
various.
here all the
Hold on.
time.
We've all endured various traumatic experiences. That
As
does not
exactly,
equal you knowing how the brain works. That's what I'm
exactly.
saying.
And I understand too, when you're going through something that's harsh in life, your brain will compartmentalize and and bring on a whole nother different personality to protect you from the feeling or to protect you from the harsh reality of what you just experienced. So I understand that your brain could split off into another personality so that you won't be able to go through and really feel the objectiveness of in which somebody is giving you that pain and that suffering. So that's what I'm saying. I was crediting that sister on that. I was crediting her on that because I get it. You're looking at an old woman, but a child in that body.
There you go.
You can't look at her at 37. I'm telling you, I
Thank
get it,
you.
brother.
There you
I
go.
get it.
Thank you. I'm
I
with
told you I
you.
was
There
getting
you
it.
go. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
I
saying.
know exactly what you're saying.
That's all
Yeah,
I'm saying. Okay,
I,
no
yeah.
doubt.
I
We
just
on
narrowed
the same
down to
page with
this. Listen, I just narrowed down to this. I just want to know what was she going. Okay, like I said, the police has been called to them. People don't call defects on them with these same reports. What is 25 people? What is she gonna just pick up her phone call now? Y'all already heard. See, World Read that they nosy as fuck. They watch her every move. They got her password to her phone. I mean, until you in that situation, you
Thank
don't know
you.
what you would do.
Put yourself in her shoes. Thank you. It's easy to be in your home and your couch and say, well, she should have did what you would have did, but you wasn't there. So you can't hold her because, in other words, you are not in the game playing. You in the stands cheering and you talking like folk do every year with all the damn sports. But you ain't no
Right.
player. The players don't listen to the folks in the stands. That's your opinion, and that's cool. If you would have saw she shouldn't have made this move, she have made that's you. That's not her. So you got to look at everything from her, taking you out the equation. Everyone is putting yourself in her shoes, but you ain't never went there. You cannot do that. No.
And then she said Aya was just going through her bag. She just go grab her purse and go through it. I mean, she had absolutely no privacy, never. Y'all heard her say that. She said there was always somebody in front of her and in the back of her. Somebody, okay, somebody got the YouTube playing. Mute up, mute up.
Well, but this is what I was saying that like you say you don't have firsthand experience. I have firsthand experience being with a very abusive man and being kind of like locked down on lockdown. And this is what I do for a living. Like I run community shelters and women's shelters and stuff like that to help empower other people because especially Black women because we are the most disenfranchised
Oh, no, no.
individuals
Hey,
ever.
Ty, listen,
So
let me say this to you right quick, Ty. No, I know you do. But what I'm saying is this. She's around 25 people that's
yeah,
on
I
her
know. I
ass,
wanted to
got
get to
her.
a point.
Listen, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. That's what I was trying to say to you before you dropped off. She's around these people. You already heard that she can't make a phone call without them down her throat. Every time she walks somewhere, it's a man, two men by her. They always
Yeah, I
taking her
know.
phone. They got the code to her phone. What was she supposed to do at that second? At that second when it was happening. That's what. Don't think about what we
No.
could have done. At that second, what was she gonna really do?
I am never going to shame a victim. This is like what I do. So I'm never going to shame a victim. I'm not. I'm not at
That's not
all.
what I
I
asked.
understand. I understand that she had no ability. That Stockholm syndrome is very, very real, but she had no ability. She was afraid or she was vested and in love and didn't want to shame the name and that kind of thing. I get all of that. But what I'm just saying is now, let's not glorify this as though it's like something to be glorified. We're getting the information that we need, and etc. But she's gonna be just as guilty. Like if prosecution goes down, she's gonna be just as guilty because she was there. Because ignorance or fear does not negate the law. That's just all I'm saying. I'm appreciative that she spoke up
But I think she
because
knew
so
that.
many
I think
people don't speak up. They don't speak up. They don't say anything, and
listen,
she did.
she is
So it gives us
Ty.
an
She
insight.
spoke up. She
I
spoke
said
up.
she
She's
did.
speaking
That's
up
what I
now.
just said. That's what I just said. I said she spoke
But
up.
how is she
That's what I
glorifying
said.
it? How is she no, I'm asking you, how is she glorifying it by
Isn't she
okay, either
charging
you
money
want her to
like
speak up
for
or not.
interviews? No, isn't she
No,
charging
she
money for
hadn't yet.
interviews?
Well, she hasn't
May I
yet that we
interject?
know of. But even if she has, oh well. I mean, I ain't mad. Look what
I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
do
if
it.
you're gonna do it, like, she put the book out for free, and that is amazing, and it's good for the people of us in this sector. So we're not like, damn, we wasn't crazy. These niggas was really out here doing all this fuckery stuff. And so I'm not saying that she's doing anything wrong in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just saying she's a victim, but she's also a culprit because she didn't do like if you see a child hurt, something got to be done.
Barbie
If
doll.
Malia was able to
Barbie
run
doll.
somewhere,
Hold on, Ty. Hold on, Ty. Barbie doll.
okay.
You have to turn off
All right, I'm a
the
mute. I'm a
YouTube
mute.
in the back.
I'm a mute. I'm a mute. I'm a mute. I'm a mute.
Well, I thought I turned it off. I just wanted to make a quick
Okay.
statement. I appreciate all the different perspectives, and I agree with a lot of what everybody's saying. But just like y'all was saying, if you wasn't there, it's hard to say what you would do because I feel like she was in survival mode. She never said she witnessed it. She said that the baby got hurt while they were fighting, and she saw what happened. It is easy to say, and I appreciate the fact that she's even telling more than anybody else has ever told, as far as we knew what was going on, but to go into so many details. And I feel like she was naive, just like the brother was saying, that all she did was try to, give her perspective on what she was going through at that moment. You know what I'm saying? But I agree with a lot of it. And right now I live in Louisville, Kentucky. We dealing with the Breonna Taylor situation, and people always say, well, they would have did this, they would have did that, but until you right in the line of fire, it's a big difference than saying sitting back and being a couch hero and then
Exactly.
actually doing the work to do something about it. And just like Mother Me said, how many times they gonna go over and say, oh, they being child abused, they being this, they being that, and then they saying no, it didn't happen. So it's sad to say, but until somebody really gets hurt or dies again, it's what it's going to take. But thank you for letting me speak my piece, and I love the conversation and all the different perspectives.
All right, peace. Thank you for coming up. Let's see, Dekulu, and then we're gonna go to One Main TV.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to be like a connecting bridge because I feel like we're saying the same things, all of us, but it just like like we need a bridge. So like what I feel like that we need to place this book in a perspective is that I feel like she used this book as a shedding from her experience, like basically to heal and to move forward and to transition back into her old self before
Yep.
she met him in 2016. Also, we have to remember as well is that when you're in that situation, when you're in that atmosphere, when you're seeing other women being abused, when you see the men being abused, and you don't have a way to call your parents, you don't have a way to call your family, you don't have any money to access, you know what I mean? You know, it puts you in a state to where you don't act like how you would if you had those things. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like we can easily say that we would fight, like Baba G when we get there and all this, but we don't actually know until we get into that moment. And I think as well is we know that everybody that goes there sleeps with Baba G. So I feel like the fact that she hasn't like said that in the book, I feel like she's kind of painting the narrative as if it never happened, but everybody else that has been there has had sex with Baba G. So to feel like she's the only one out of everybody that hasn't, and it may have came in the book, and I haven't read the book yet, but I feel like she's painting it in a light to where, like Dr. Relia and Tashira is saying, is that she's trying to make it seem like she was the wise one out of all the ladies there, trying to be the calming factor and things like that, instead of,
But you know what,
it's
Dekulu? She didn't sleep
yeah,
with him because he would have said it. Y'all know his big ass mouth. He would have said it. He would have, like, soon as that first day she came on, he would have said it. We all know him.
Well,
And then
He
I
wouldn't have
believe
said
that he
that.
slept with Mama Dia as well. Like, well, I believe that he slept with Mama Dia, and
in the same place, she wasn't lying. So in that instance, when she
mhm.
didn't, because she did try to, she always said her intuition or whatever, and of course it never transpired. At least it appears not to be. Would she be lying if she was saying that she wasn't smaller than the rest of them?
Whoa.
My
What'd
bad.
you say now?
Would it appear that since she didn't sleep with him, she was the one that quote unquote got away? That she was a little bit smarter because everybody else gave
Yep.
in.
No, I mean, there are other people that has escaped as well, like before. So I don't think that it's any different. I think that when she was
No,
sitting here writing it, I feel
they slept
like
with
it.
him. They slept with him though.
I feel like she
Like
didn't
yeah,
want her name and the
Hold on,
STDs and
Uncle.
everything to be
Hold on, Uncle.
involved.
I'm
Go ahead,
just saying
Dakota.
that the other previous women that did leave, they did sleep with him too at the same time, even going back to
Yeah.
Yaya. So
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying is to think that she's the anomaly. I think is kind of optimism biased. You know what I mean? Because we want to paint her since she wrote this book, which is different from everybody else, in this type of uh, like protagonist light when we have to actually see that she was part of the carbonation. She was on that frequency to be there. Yes, she was observing it, and yes, she is telling us that. But I feel like she left some parts out that kind of, like brought her to the same frequency as everybody else. Because in the book, she's kind of painting it as if she was on a higher frequency, and Baba G noticed that and things like that. You know what I mean? As if she
I
came
really
in.
wouldn't I really wouldn't call it higher. I would say different.
Okay, I can agree with that.
I say a little bit different, not really necessarily higher, but I think she was on a different one than them.
Do you think that was just her own perception of how she came into the group, or do you think that's really the dynamics of how it was in the group?
I think she was already on her journey, learning how she was. She came across him, and of course, she became enticed by him to a certain degree. And yes, the sex part, the physical aspect was very much alive and well. However, I do think that she does have a certain level of female intuition that at certain times she would doubt, at other times she would listen to. And that intuition within her, which of course we call Jehuted, when it did count, she did listen, which is the reason why she never gave in to the sexual aspect, because she came in with a certain set of morals and principles for herself prior to even knowing Eligio. And I think that's part of what saved her. And it does, to a degree, separate her from everyone else who came in because they were also younger than her and they did give in to that and they did have sex. But yet they still learned, a few of them, after the fact and left and then spoke on it, but they gave in to the sexual aspect because that is primarily what he's on, and they gave in to that. But this one, she didn't fully do that because in her mind, she was trying to do everything the right way, which is why she was always trying to include Velvet. She was trying to respect the first wife, which in polygamy you must do. So she was trying to do that right, but he was trying to do it wrong. And so now you have this dichotomy, and it did ultimately, yeah, prevent her from going all the way with him, which in her mind saved her even more. And so now she comes out with it. She never negates the fact that, yeah, she was out. That's what I'm saying. She tell you she was into it. She was with the bullshit. She tells you that.
Yep.
She said folk were telling her, don't go. This was going on over there. The nigga crazy, this, that, and the third. She was one of those who said you are not going to enter the kingdom of heaven. She tell you that she was with the bullshit. And so now in the book, all she's doing is showing, okay, I was that person. And then when I went over there, this what I had to deal with is being that person. So you're gonna see me support them. You're gonna see me doing this because I was trying to be that person for them. But what you're seeing also is her own realization, slowly but surely, to see that wait a second, wait a third, wait a fourth. It's some bullshit. This is bullshit, 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 bullshit. So you're watching her own consciousness grow out of that. And we shouldn't condemn her for that. You must
What can I ask
respect.
you, brother?
Watching that
Is
person, you watching that person. We see it and we knew we on a different vibe. That's why
mhm.
we ain't there.
And I
Even
agree
though
with you.
she went over there. So you still are getting to witness her consciously. No one can knock the growth of anyone consciously. That's all I'm saying. Observe it, appreciate that, but don't never knock the being. That's not your place. You see what I'm saying? It's not our place because we wouldn't do it. Cool. She did it. She went in under the, I mean, she, in other words, she didn't go in like I'm the agent. I'm gonna go in, fuck with this nigga, whatever. I want to gather information, intel. That wasn't her intent. She went in to be a part of it. So you seeing a person come out of it and then come back and be able to document it, then you have to appreciate the conscious growth of that being, not you. Take
Facts.
you out of the equation. It ain't you. It's about her and watching her. So now you can witness spiritually as someone grow if they put themselves in that space and then witness that. That's all the book represent. Period.
Facts.
That's all it is. And
And
that's
and
all
I
See,
it
I
agree
don't.
with you.
Yeah, and see, I don't care about like people keep, getting hung up on this money thing. If she choose to make money, and people, yeah, they send them money when they out there fake broke, acting like they left, and they sending them $200-300. They pay the carbonation members when they acting like they leaving, and then the next week you see it right back there. So what? I'm not a hater. I don't stop nobody's money flow. I don't care if I don't want to donate to you. I'm just not gonna. Nobody puts a gun up to these people's head. You
come
see what
on,
I'm
man.
saying? So somebody want to pay her to interview her about what her experience was, then it is what it is.
Come on,
I
man.
think that's part of our problem as well. You were speaking on some of our problems. That's part of our problems right there too.
Come on, man.
You
Mhm.
can't
It,
you can't tell this woman how to share her experience or what to do
Come
with
on,
it. Hell, I'm
come on.
not going over there to experience it. I can
Thank
promise you
you.
that.
but
Thank
it's not
you. That's
about telling
my
her what her
point. Come on,
experience is. Like it's not about telling her what her experience is because that's not what we're doing. We've said multiple times that we appreciate this book, but I think it is that we can't ignore the fact that she's in a cult that embodies Nature Boy. So to ignore the fact that and to put this holy image on her is we have to assume that she probably embodied the spirit of Nature Boy during some of these events as well. And to just think that she didn't do anything wrong to put her in the position that she's in, I think that we can't think like that. Yes, we appreciate her experience and this is what she went through, and we're all loving it. We're all talking about it. But we have to understand is that she vibrated on that frequency as well. She just wasn't no high vibrating person, and just Nature Boy caught her in some spell. I feel like you have to match, like to be a doctor, you have to match the frequency of a doctor. You have to think like a doctor. So like for me, like we have to understand is that it's still carbonation. Yes, we appreciate the experience, but we also can't just wipe the clean slate with her because of this book. And I feel like as well that she's leaving things out. You know what I mean? Because some things aren't adding up to me. But that's just my perspective, and I just want to listen to what y'all have to say.
All
I
right,
say,
one man.
I say
Uh,
again, no doubt, bro. But understand, no one ever is trying to wipe that slate. Not even her. If
no,
she was trying, if
not.
she was trying to wipe it clean, you wouldn't be hearing how she felt about Eligio. You wouldn't be hearing how she felt about whatever sister, wife, or whatever. It's not about that. It's just sharing the experience. Period. We the one. Oh, I ain't gonna say me, but other people are the ones that's putting these labels. She ain't never said that. When did she say that? She ain't never
Yeah.
said that. So your interpretation is merely speculation. And understand that your speculation could be wrong and be cool with that. Take your ego out of it for a minute. She ain't never said that. The only thing she's saying is, I am sharing my experience. And so now
Yeah.
what you draw from that, that's on you. But she ain't come out and say, yo, I'm this person, I'm doing that. You thinking that she ain't never said that. So it's all speculation. That's why I said, who is a psychologist up here? Because you're speculating and you're trying to build off speculation with no proof. And that's what we
Yeah.
can't do. Just leave it for what it is and take it for what it is. We'll be better off. A lot of chaos and confusion will be left out once you start doing that because psychology is or was my minor when I was in college. You see what I'm saying? So I had to put it out there like, We speculating, period. But who's
Hey,
certified?
hey, Aurelia,
So
make sure I can hear you.
so I just want to make that clear. Like, yo, she just wrote the book. That's it, man. It ain't no more to it. Stop trying to make a
And see,
mountain out of
and listen,
she
Uncle
just
Nuke, that's what I'm trying to say too. Like it's just she just wrote a book. I mean, listen, she just wrote a book. Y'all can read it or y'all cannot read it. Y'all can donate to the lady, y'all cannot. We
come
appreciate,
on.
just like World just said in the chat, we just all bear witness to all of this. And he got the receipts to back up some of this stuff she's saying in her book. So, hey, if she's a devil, she's not a devil. If she's a demon, she's a whatever. You know, all we're doing is bear witness to all of this and bringing out the receipts behind it.
That's
That's it.
it. Come on, man. Come, you trying to build a
She
mansion.
knows she know what she did wrong. She
You're
said
right. Exactly.
she been telling y'all that she knows she was wrong. I'm just stuck on the
Exactly.
point. I'm just stuck on the point was what was she supposed to do at that second when she seen that baby with cuss on her head with 24 other people surrounding her? What was
Mind
she
you,
supposed to do?
hold on, watch this. Mind you, experiencing that kind of environment was never her background.
Right. Just like
She
that
didn't
Dale.
come
Just like when
from
she
that.
screamed.
She ain't come from that. So what she gonna do? She in shock at this moment. She ain't come from growing up watching folk beat on each. That's not her. That's what I said earlier on the last live. She ain't built like that. Come on, man. Come on, people. Use your brains, man. Come on, man. You putting too much emotion in it and not enough critical thinking. Come on. That's not her background. She's not gonna do that. She ain't no
Okay.
hood. She ain't come
Right.
from that ain't her background, man.
I
Come
got a
on, man.
cousin right now, even though my neighborhood is not the worst neighborhood in the world. I don't, it's so quiet. I don't understand, but it is still black folk. But I got her when she's scared to get out the car. I'm like, girl, like some people just don't, but she stay out in the like she was born with a silver spoon, right?
Come on,
So
man.
she never experienced the east side of town, like that. So,
Come on.
because she grew up with silver spoon and she really makes it like she finna get killed.
We
you you would
look,
think she in the middle of the swats or something. But
look,
and
sis.
I'm not.
Hey, look, sis. We from the street, man. We know who green, man. She green. Come on, man. You
Yeah.
talking like she supposed to been did X, Y, Z. That ain't her background. She ain't gonna do a damn thing. What you mean? Be real. She is not that girl. So what you want her to do? She only did what she thought she could do because she was in survival mode. Period.
And look how
Living in
Sheba them are bullies. Look at Sheba
that's what
and
I'm saying.
Joker them. They some and Star. They some damn bullies.
That's what I'm
So I
saying.
mean, if she ain't about that life, she don't want her face messed up. Look at that pretty face. Is y'all
Come
crazy? Y'all
on,
gonna be marking up her face? Oh
be
no.
real. Keep it real, man. Come on, she ain't about that life, man. And then on
Mm-mm.
top of that, she knew she had what? Zero protection from the women or the men. So
That's
you
right.
gonna her just now be a hero, and she ain't never had to be. You're not being logical in your own assessment. Come on, yo. Come on, man.
Well, like we said, we just here to read,
That's
report,
it.
worlds here or there. We know,
That's
like
it.
just like you said, that dude, World said this too. I know you've been following for a minute. Like you said, he said he a nigga a long time ago. He said that nigga, that's just a nigga. That's
That's
what it
it.
is, and he
That's
know
it.
who the souls and energy to feed off of. Just like when he was saying he was in jail, he is an energy sucker. If he don't have nobody to suck their energy off of, then he gonna go crazy. He gonna lose his fucking mind.
Exactly. The best thing that need to happen to him is someone need to cut off his phallus and cut off his tongue and let him live and watch him go crazy. Watch him go crazy. He'll kill himself.
One main, can you not? I see you in the back chat. Can you? Are you waiting to get back up, or does your phone keep disconnecting? Because I go ahead and talk about what you were speaking about in the back chat for me. Oh, that's not them. I don't know who that is. I guess one
Oh,
main keeps trying to get up. How you doing? What is? I can't. I don't have on my glasses. What's your name?
oh, y'all can just call me Tachi.
Itachi. Okay.
Yeah.
What's
I just
good?
want to say what's up, world. Like, what's up to everybody? Y'all doing a great job. Like, I love this channel. I've been tuning in for like a couple of months, maybe almost a year, maybe, and this is literally my favorite channel on YouTube.
Right. Appreciate it. I mean, it's something you can go to to actually get content. People be like, I got content. Oh, talking about the next YouTuber from morning to night. Okay, content. But anyway, we appreciate that. No.
Yeah, and I wanted to speak on the carbonation situation. No, the book is I feel where Deculu coming from because it's like the book is very suspect. It's very suspect. Um, so it's I mean it's just like certain things she say she go from one emotion to the next. But it's crazy, man. Like it's really sad, and I felt like what Kiss was saying the other day. It's really mostly about the kids. Like no, nothing else should matter, you know.
But Itachi, did you hear Dr. Aurelia when she said the reason why y'all hearing that in the book, she's also playing out the emotions, but she wanted to say, she was too fearful to say. That's why y'all see her emotions going back and forth. Because at that time, like with that, okay, let's just put this as an example. When that baby got hurt, right? So she said she was playing out in her mind what she wished she could have done or what she was thinking at that time. So since she couldn't do it then, she's telling us now. You see what I'm saying? So she's telling her experience, but she's also playing out what she wanted to do or what she wanted to say, but she couldn't.
Simple,
So do
real
y'all
simple,
understand that part a little
real
bit?
Yes,
simple, real
yes, but
simple.
that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. Well, like we understand what Dr. Aurelia said. We understand that like completely. You know, we know that is she speaking from a place of what she wanted to do and what she wished she would have said in those moments that would have changed the whole dynamic of the circumstance that could have stopped all of that. So we understand that. And what I want to say to Ankh is that just because you have a minor degree, that doesn't mean you know more than somebody. I know there are Africans right now who don't have a college degree who are still smelting steel better than anybody that has a degree that's blacksmithing. So for me, it's like we can't use a degree to then basically bash or to discredit what Dr. Aurelia is saying because her experience matters, her life experience matters, and you can't say that is this woman's experience in this book matters if Dr. Aurelia's experience doesn't matter. And another thing too is like, why are we assuming that all books are true? Is we know that people have biases that, and they put that biases into their book the same way art, the same way a video, the same way a poem. So we just can't ignore that as well. And I'm not disagreeing with what Ankh is saying, what Miss Me is saying. I agree with y'all. You know, she's telling her experience, but we just have to put it in its proper perspective and not discredit people because they don't know how the brain works. Because her experience in life is what got her to this point in life. And to me, she's a pretty intelligent woman. You know what I mean? For what I've seen and spoken to her about. So like we just can't do that. And that's all I gotta say.
I wasn't trying to discredit because even me and the doc agreed. I was just trying to highlight the fact that it does help when one understands or at least have studied how the brain works. When you do that, that gives you a better understanding of why people
Then
do what they do in
you
certain
have to have
situations.
a brain and a spirit at the same time, dummy. Okay.
Say what now? Say what now? Hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
What? Hold on.
Hold
What?
on.
Oh, I'm
Mute
sorry.
up.
I
Yeah,
forgot.
mute up, Shadana.
Y'all can hear me. I'm sorry.
Mute up for me for a
Yo,
second.
man. Hey, I'm
we're
getting
gonna let it. We're
flagged
gonna let
out.
it touch. Yeah,
Hey,
Shadana,
no,
mute up for
no,
me right quick.
I'm
I'm
finna
gonna let you
mute
go.
up. I'm finna mute up.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
no. I was just saying that I wasn't, trying to bash anyone. I was just stating and highlighting the fact that it does understand. All right, it
Right.
helps for those who have at least studied. Like when you talk about the brothers
Yeah.
who do smelting and had no degree from, of course, a European college, they were taught how
Mhm.
to smelt, which means they understand what goes into that. You see, the
Okay,
brain is
but the
very
technique is different.
I'm just saying the brain is very complex, and we do have to have a basic understanding of how the brain works. As a people,
Yeah.
we need that. That's all I'm saying. So you can understand the
hmm
behavior that comes from the being, because it does
hmm
starts in the brain and the program that's being inoculated into the brain and how it
hmm
carries over into our behavior. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But
And
we
so I
also can't
did.
forget about
Okay.
spirit as well, because the physical is built off spirit. Like we can't forget that. We can't
Oh,
forget that.
yeah.
You
Right,
know what I
right,
mean?
right, right,
So
right, right.
just
Never
making
that,
sure
never
that's
that.
known.
Okay, y'all. We got some more people on the panel. Hitachi, hold on, Ty, and hold on, Shadana. I wanted Hitachi because she been trying to say something for a minute. Go ahead, Hitachi. And then we're gonna go to Shadana, and then
No,
we're gonna
I'm
go to
just
Ty.
saying that. Okay, okay. No, I'm very patient. I'm not, I'm not doing anything. But I was just saying, I feel where the cool is coming from because it's like you have to have that spirituality. You know what I'm saying, in order to decipher certain things as well. Because it's like everything isn't a mental situation. It's sometimes spiritual. But yeah, I was just saying I felt where he was coming from, and that it's crazy because um I've messaged World before. I'm the one that sent you the video of baby Eliana almost busting her head open. I
Oh,
don't know if you
okay.
remember that.
Okay. Facts. Yeah, facts. I appreciate the hell out of that
Yeah,
too. Yeah,
yeah,
you
and
talking
I
about
told you that I
on
was
the
with
24 hour.
carbonation, not literally in a sense. Mm,
Right, right. I'm muting up.
If
I
I
want to
if,
hear this.
if I could just interject one point,
yes, yes,
I want all of our people to understand one thing. Also, we speak about spirituality. We must understand that the original teachings of spirituality coincide and is one with science. Spirituality equals science. That's what it is. And
Yes.
it began with the understanding of the science of the body. So if you don't, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about understanding how the brain works. That's spirituality. So we
Yes.
must take a
Okay.
scientific approach to spirituality and not just emotional. That's your midbrain. You ain't talking about the frontal lobe. You ain't got there yet. That's a whole nother level. So the
We're
two
gonna
go
have
hand.
to we're
There
gonna
is
have to
no.
do a whole nother show on that. We're gonna have
I'm
to do a
just
show on
saying.
that. Maybe you could come up and explain. No, I'm
I'm,
saying maybe we can have a show on that. And since I mean, a dead ass. I'm serious. Like,
I
and then
mean,
we can get deeper into that.
I
But
mean, true, true. But I just want us to know
Okay,
that
see,
spirituality is
see,
science, and so we must equate the two, and we must understand the science of the body. That's what the original spiritual systems are based upon. It ain't your
right.
feeling; it's the knowledge
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
that we learn
yeah, see,
from observing the cosmos, nature, and ourselves, and align all three. Which, of course, the
Mm-hmm.
Europeans call science. We never called it science. So that's a whole
shit.
nother stuff. So we
We on,
must
hey, look,
understand.
we on this shit like we on the corner, my G. That's how we be moving over this motherfucker, man. We over this motherfucker. We on everything move. We beaming, man. I don't give a motherfucker where in Egypt they send me some shit. We on their ass. That's how we move. Cause see, like I
It's
done made an attempt. Look, bro, I done tried to, make an attempt, like from a psychological perspective with breaking shit down. Motherfucker, man, they don't pay attention to that shit right there. They don't pay
They
attention to
showed up.
none of that. You gotta attack this shit wherever the fuck wherever you at, you just got to attack. You feel what I'm saying? That's where we at
yeah.
with this shit right now, man. Look here, you can say, hey, well, being that I'm this or that, despite whoever's religious background or whatever their ideology or perspective is or whatever, man, you can't apply none of that shit to this shit right here, man. This shit right here will warp every motherfucking thing you know. You be trying to explain this shit for about 24 hours, man. Trust me, I know, man. We done had live streams longer than this about other shit, just talking, you know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like, I'm telling you, you got to look. All you got to do with this shit is look at the receipts, and from the receipts, make that shit make sense. I got all of them. I got all of them. That's my word. I'm telling you, every last one of them. All that shit she said in that book, I wouldn't give a fuck what the fuck anybody said about what the fuck she affiliated. Man, fuck that. She was right there. Think about all of the other motherfuckers that was over there,
Facts.
and they said shit. You feel what I'm saying? We can sit
Mm.
here all day and play Criminal Minds or NCIS and all that motherfucker shit. Man,
Come
look here, man.
on.
Hey, hey, look at here. I can give you an idea of what it's like in California. I ain't never been to California, but I can give you an idea of that shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I done read books and seen movies and shit like that or whatever. In the same sense, we got to look at not being a part of this cult, even though there's people that have been in cults or might have worked with people that's in cults. If you ain't been in that motherfucker, you don't know. You don't know. And all I'm doing right now is just allowing for everybody, you know what I'm saying, to be able to share their perspective on this shit or whatever. We ain't saying that it's this or that. That's why I ain't up this motherfucker saying, oh, she a lie. I ain't saying shit about it. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? That's up to you. You got to use your discernment from all of the receipts that's been provided
Hello.
by everything we've seen thus far. Take it from take it from that aspect. You feel what I'm saying? So you
That's
got
true.
receipts
That's
on
true.
everything that you've seen visually, but now you're hearing this stuff verbally. It was compiled and then compressed, put in a motherfucking book. She got the Jim Jank published and put that bitch up for free. Okay? So when she put it up there for free, it's just like saying, look, y'all, this is the fuck shit right here. Okay? That's exposure at the highest fucking degree. I would look at, man, all them scared motherfuckers that's over there like Tron Lurch ass, faggot ass, loyal, weak ass, solar, faggot. You know what I'm saying? Like all these motherfuckers is weak. It took a woman that never even experienced, going to jail. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That a motherfucker don't get no accolades for going to jail, but just keep it a buck though. She said, fuck that. Out of all this dumb shit, before I get fully engulfed and wrapped and trapped the fuck off in this shit, let me start jotting some of this motherfucker shit down in the workshops of my mind. Like that's some G ass motherfucking work right there. That's some goddamn boy, that's some hell of an intel right there,
Hard
like a
body.
motherfucker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go
And I
ahead.
was
Hey,
People like
world.
y'all got fucked up a little bit. They got scared. Look, they were shook and everything. And she from Louisiana. So just like when the sister was up here when she was talking about how he was trying to get, like those different sacrificial energies actually dealing with Louisianians. You know what I'm saying? He wanted all of that to be able to start fucking with that voodoo, to start fucking with them spirits. We know all that fuck ass
That
shit.
part.
But at the same time, let's look at about what the book is saying up, okay? And I can show you in video type of shit or whatever, okay? That's why I said we'll have an entire conversation about what the fuck it ain't. Then we'll have a whole live stream about what the fuck it is. I guarantee you, I'll put it in the title. Just like last time, I just put a fucking period as the fucking video, okay? So I put it up there and say, this is the day of debunking this shit. And I want to see how many of y'all want to talk then. If you're going to come back up in the building for that session, and I'm going to let everybody talk, put a one off in the motherfucking chat, okay? Y'all go ahead and do what you do. I'm going to mute up for a second. I'm still tuned in.
All right,
and
Shadonna.
I'll say this
I
real
know I
quick.
am.
I'll say
Hold on,
this real.
Unganu. Hold
My
on,
bad.
Unganu. We gotta let somebody else. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Shadonna.
No, I'm just saying I've been following y'all for years and years. Somebody put me on World, and I never did the YouTube thing or anything. But when I seen what he was doing from the beginning, I was like, nigga, you blessed. Like, you don't know the spirit that you got in you. God is doing something with you. Like, and all this stuff, I praise you guys. Like, y'all just don't know. Spiritually, mentally, naturally, y'all got it going. That's y'all job that y'all supposed to do in this world. So keep doing what y'all doing. Love y'all. Peace.
All right,
That's
Shadonna.
what's up
Peace.
right there.
Thanks,
I
sister.
appreciate you calling in
Right.
too. That's extra stupid, ridiculous love. I appreciate all of that. Just like everybody that's tuning in. That's why I say I want everybody, to get their perspective out, however that you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Now, some of y'all
Bro,
act
you
like
know
y'all
I
got
was
mad.
scared though. You know I was
You
scared to
just
come
scared.
on live though. This is my first time
What?
ever coming on live.
What you get scared? What you get scared and carried on for? What you scared of? All these folks up in
I,
here and stuff. There's all these folks in the world. What you talking about, man? Huh?
mm,
Man, what happened to the man, nigga? Imagine if
All
you
right.
get put in a situation where you got to be 1,000 motherfuckers and you don't know not nan
That's
damn
right.
one of them. A thousand motherfuckers, yo. A thousand, yo. Like straight up.
true.
Just at one time, they just ship you. You just there around 1,000. You don't know not nan one of them. How you gonna act then? You gonna be stuttering and fumbling and bumbling. What the fuck you gonna do? You feel what I'm saying?
No, I
Some people
prayed
do,
my way
world. Some
Uh,
people do. Some people do. You gotta have that gift now. You do
out.
got to have
Right,
that gift. Even
right.
behind even people don't even want to come up here with their camera blacked out. They just feel like people, like everybody can't feel like it's 1,000 people watching, even behind the camera. So it's a lot of people that can't do it. And a lot of people sure can't do it like you do. You take time and energy with that. So I'm gonna go on
Yes.
the tie if you're done for right now, she's done. If not, if you got something else to say.
No, I'm done. Hey, blessings. I'm gonna
Okay.
get back in the chat. Or if hey, it is what it is. Ones
bless
all the way, all day.
all day. Nothing but ones in the chat. That's what's up right there.
That's right.
I just wanted to
Ty.
say, just to close and add that in law, the way it's taught in law, silence equal acquiescence. So if you stay silent, that means you agree. At least this sister spoke out and wrote a book, which means she didn't acquiesce. No matter what kind of trauma she went through or how she handled it, that's her own karma. But the moment she began to speak out meant that she didn't agree and she ain't with it. I'm gonna close with that.
All right,
All facts.
Ty.
Well, I got a lot of little messages saying that I'm victim shaming, and I'm not victim shaming. But what I'm saying, you should be held accountable. You were there and you did nothing, and now you are giving us the word, and then it helps other people moving forward that might get into that, you know. So I get that, but this is something I want to say seriously.
But Ty, you
It's
didn't
like,
answer my question when I asked you that.
oh, what was the
What was
question,
she
baby?
supposed? I said, what? Okay, what was she supposed to do at that second with 24 people around her,
No,
hawking
I
her,
get it.
watching her?
No,
But
I
what?
get
No, you
it.
keep saying she did nothing. What was? I'm asking you, what was she supposed to do at that
I'm
second?
sorry, I
I
wouldn't
just
have
You
done
think that
said
the
shit
she
first
either.
did
time,
nothing.
I
I
wouldn't
think,
have done shit.
well, I just think at the first time she could have done something, she could. She was in contact with her family members and stuff like that. Like she could have, but you know what? I'm not victim shaming. I'm really playing devil's advocate. I work with women who have been financially destitute, emotionally abused, physically abused, verbally abused for years. And you ask them, like, what's stopping you from getting away? So I'm not saying it in like a derogatory means of saying like she didn't do enough. I'm just saying like it feels like she's glorifying it a little bit, you know, because it's
No,
almost
but
like
you
this
said,
love for
but
him,
you
this
said,
love for
you
him.
said she watched it and did nothing. And see, I'm not getting, I'm not,
Yeah,
you know how we talk. I'm just saying, you say,
Miss
what was
Me,
she
come on now,
supposed to
Miss
do at
Me,
that
Miss
second?
Me, Miss
What was she
Me,
supposed to
Miss
do?
Me. You know damn well
Huh?
if you saw a baby, you know damn well if you saw a baby with a gash on
That's
it, you gonna be
me,
like,
though.
hold the hell
That's
up.
me. That's me.
All
But
right,
I
well,
don't
just
know.
I
I
don't even
can't say
speak for me,
no, but
and I don't
I
even speak
can't
for me.
say, listen, I can't say I would do anything with 24 people
Yeah,
around me that
I
could
get
whoop
it.
my ass and bury me in the backyard some
I get
damn
it.
where. I don't know what I would do at the
I get it.
second.
I get it. But that's my
That's
perception, right? Like everybody has a perception, and it's my
that's
Club would have
perception.
had
Like me, I would
Club
have
would
been
have
that's
all
had a
big and nasty with it.
club. Club
that's
So,
a
would have had the
but this is
club
what I
feet
want
on
to
your
say.
forehead.
No, I have
that's a
something so
Yup.
much. No,
that's a
seriously,
Go
like
question.
for real,
ahead.
I have something so serious to say for real. I'm not lying to you for real, for real. Listen, seriously. It says the process of expelling demons is called deliverance, right? Deliverance is not a cure all for anything. So when you're in that environment and she's around those demons and things of that nature, I think all that she needed to do was just get in the like what they call it, the knowledge of self, right? And it's good that she probably did because she got herself away from it. And they say some expect too much deliverance and others too little. So me saying that some expect too much deliverance and expect um the other for too little. That's what I am saying my fault is, because I would have conducted myself differently than she did. And
Thank
I
you.
got to own up to the fact that I'm wrong. People do things with where they at, where they
Thank
meet in their life, right? You know?
you.
So,
Exactly.
and this is saying to say, I know Miss Array about probably listening, like, girl, you better tell her. It says the church is the bride of Christ, and the Christ is coming for his bride. And the scripture declares that his bride must be cleansed. So we all can fix our malfunctions. We can fix the things that have been done in this book. Like I know I wasn't had a chance because I felt like I was defending myself so much. So I didn't have a chance to say that I knew this book was a cleansing for her. It was like a guilty factor. Like I went through this shit right here. Nobody talks about it. So let me talk about it. But by in no means anything I know this is her deliverance, but I'm not trying to knock her. And if my delivery and my approach was different initially, you know, sometimes when you're online, you know, the tone and shit like that just gets taken out of place. But if this is her deliverance, I understand. I do, because she paints a beautiful picture, you know, like she's on both sides of it. And she's like, you know, like how it was beautiful for her, and then also how it was like embarrassing and all this kind of stuff. So I
You
don't
gotta
want nobody else
I
coming
agree
and
with
saying
that.
that I'm
I
victim
agree.
shaming.
you
I'm
gotta
not
you gotta
victim
read the chat.
shaming.
You gotta read the chat. If this many people feel this way and are in agreement that we are not glorifying it and that she's not glorifying it, it's just you gotta just see it for what it is. Like it ain't
But I'm
no.
not
I don't look
glorifying
at
it.
it. No. I'm
I
not
never
saying that
said I would.
no. You kept saying that someone was glorifying
I
this
never
or
said
she was
that.
glorifying. Yeah, you did. I can rewind it back. You kept using the
Okay,
word
you can rewind it
glorify.
back because I never said
No,
glorifying. I
I
did
don't.
not say
It,
that.
I've been
Yeah, you
live for
still
5 hours
I
and
said
19
attention.
minutes.
I said
Listen, I've
seeking
been look, look,
attention.
look, look, look,
I
look,
said,
look, 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 look. Let me mute you out for a minute. Listen to me, okay? This is my show, okay? I've been live for 5 hours and 19 minutes. I'm not gonna rewind back nothing, okay? I'm just saying it for what it is, though. Like you keep going in
okay,
circles with it, and you keep saying that somebody glorifying something. That's not what we're talking about. Number
and I
one,
never
because
said
you're
that.
not you listen. You're not the person that experienced this. We're giving our perspective, just giving us a little bit of commentary, a little bit of dialogue on all of this. If it's not you and you're
Did
not
you
the
hear
person,
anything that I
you
just said?
I'm telling you everything that I'm saying right now after 5 hours. You
Did you
understand?
hear
Like
anything that I just said though? I rectified my comment.
I'm gonna mute
You
up,
did say
okay?
glorifying. You said glorifying like
I
three,
did
four
not say
times.
glorifying. I did not.
Yes, you said
yeah,
she's glorifying it. That's what
No,
you
glorify.
said.
Right.
I really don't. I don't think so.
No, you
No,
said it a whole bunch of times.
I
Okay,
don't
so
think so. All right,
Right.
you know what?
Like,
I'm gonna agree
why
to
you get so
disagree.
defensive though? Like,
I'm
it's
not
just a
defensive.
discussion.
No, I'm not defensive. I've just been really in meditation and really getting to my better self.
Plus, this
And
is world show. Like, this
I
is the
want to make
show.
the things that I say make sense. I'm trying to make it make sense because I know a lot of times I can come off very abrasive, and so that's why I came back on
Can I
to
say
say,
something? Can I say something? Can I ask you a question, Ty?
mhm,
Because I've heard that you say that you've dealt with and you deal with people that come from these type of traumatic experiences, and you
mhm.
raised the question like, why wouldn't you leave or why didn't you leave? And that kind of had me thinking, in dealing with that on a continual basis. To me, again, it would kind of prove like how strong the fear is in us as beings, and to see that in that type of situation or in those types of situations the human being would respond like that. And if you're constantly seeing that, to me, that sounds like something that should be accepted as opposed to
No,
continuously questioning.
no, because in my experience in dealing with this sector and people that have been in this cult, they have the opportunity to leave if they want to leave. Now
But you understand,
they're gonna play the Jedi mind tricks and things like that, but they have every opportunity to leave.
true, just
That's
like
what I'm
everybody
saying.
else that you deal with on a regular basis, but you see they don't. So that says something also.
That's
That's
not
all
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying. I'm talking about just the carbonation sector. I'm not talking about abused women and women that are disenfranchised and with their mates
It's
and
the
things like
same
that.
so
I'm
they
thing.
talking
not
about the
abused
whole
women?
aspect.
Are
The
they
same
not
thing.
abused women?
Yeah,
The
there are
same kind of
totally
women?
abused women.
It's
They
the
are
same
abused
thing.
women. Like, wait a minute, hold up. Would y'all not? Okay, I can dismiss myself, but y'all not going to attack me because my heart is in the right place.
I'm
All
Uh
I'm
asking.
oh.
just saying is, all
Wait
right,
a minute, hold
fine. Now
on.
that's what we'll.
Okay, oh my God.
No one is attacking. No one is attacking.
Damn, why
I'm
you
really
so bad?
asking. I'm really
I don't
asking.
know. Ty, listen, we just asked you if you come up here with a different perspective, don't expect not to get asked questions. No one is
Right.
disrespecting no one up here or
Right.
anything.
Right.
If you come up here with a different perspective, no one says you have to agree with us. Never. We are
So
not that kind of
emotional.
platform over here. But you got to be able to answer the questions on your views as well as you're making us answer the question on our views. That's it. No one's disrespecting no one up here. No one is
It-
putting you
Man.
down for it. I mean, the chat gonna be the chat. We know this is what it is, and I think she's reading the chat as well, like I am. But if I have a certain view on something, that's just my view. If someone asks me a question about my view that I disagree on, I'm gonna tell you why I view it that way. I'm not gonna get
Especially,
mad.
especially if
Right.
you,
I don't
especially,
get why am I getting mad?
especially if you try to use your experience, because she did allude to that. I deal with this on the regular. That's cool. All I'm asking is, since you do, it never occurred to you that, wait a minute, this is a type of behavior, a defensive, a survival mode that the human being would subject themselves to, the same as Stockholm syndrome, and you can't accept that. You still try to say what they should be, they should be, they should be, but obviously in that case, in that instance, the human being doesn't. When was the last time you found yourself in that position? And
That's
if
what
it,
I was saying to you earlier, Uncle Nuke. Didn't I say I wouldn't be going over there? So I can't knock the woman. I'm not gonna do it. I'm glad somebody went and
exactly,
said something about something we already knew that world got the receipts on. That's all she's doing. What we're doing up here is trying to show y'all this is what has been said. We just didn't have solid proof until this lady that came out. We didn't even know this lady. Till she came out, I've been watching her for a minute because I see she pop up every once in a while on his live. So I knew exactly who she was. I knew when she gave him that 18-karat gold necklace. I knew all of that. But what I'm saying is this: like we can't. I think. Listen, it only took 2 months, so I think she did. She's speaking up. She's doing something about it to me because the cops ain't doing nothing. Defects are not doing anything. Y'all see how many times
Right,
defects and the cops been to that man's house? Come on, everywhere they
right.
go, even when they in another
Civil
country.
needs to be a op. Civil needs to be a op. Like nobody else was gonna do it.
Exactly. Thank you. If you ain't doing it, you on the side and you in the bleachers, man. When was the last time any of us went out here and stood up for our indigenous rights? When did you go and fight against the police? When do you do that? So if you ain't doing things like that in your everyday life, then how do you know how you'll respond in certain situations under pressure when your heart pounding? How do you know? It's easy to be on the couch and say, I would have did X, Y, Z. That's cool. But when was the last time you was in that situation? When was you being abused? You understand? I mean, you got
Right.
to have the
And
experience
and
to
and,
speak on
and
what
she
you're
act like we was she act like we were discrediting her for her job. But you can't turn around and say you see abused women and say the women in carbonation aren't abused. Yes,
Thank
they
you.
definitely are abused. And yes, I could be getting abused. Somebody in this chat probably getting abused, but they still in that house because they can't
Thank
leave. They
you.
don't have the mentality to leave or the strength to leave. So
In
you
other
can't say
words,
one abused group of women is better than another abused group of women. You can't do
in,
that.
look, in
Man,
other
look, I,
words,
I grew up in
look
a
at this
cult.
thing.
I grew up in a cult. Like I was raised in a cult from
What?
the time I was like 6. I was in a
Girl, why
cult
you
at
didn't lead off with that? Why you didn't lead off with
Right.
that?
I mean, I just, just it's just being like, something personal to me that is very hard for me to talk about, and like I get very emotional, and it's just, but yeah, I grew up in a cult, and it to this day, like my sister that was in the cult also, my whole family was in it, and she still has attachments to these people, and I'm like, what I'm saying,
See,
like,
there you go.
yeah, like
There you
not in a
go.
like she approves of what they were doing, or she's still in a cult or what. It's like she still has attachment with these people where there's like financial, where there's like friendship, what I'm saying, stuff like that.
Right.
because it
Well,
takes because it takes time to truly detox from that. It's
yes,
not gonna happen in a month. It ain't gonna happen in 2 months. It takes time because she was committed for what, 3 or 4 years. So therefore,
yes.
you got to give her that. This is real life. It's not instant.
And she's
It takes
still
time.
attached a little bit. She's still
Right.
listen, even though she wrote this book, she's still attached a little bit.
Right.
And whether y'all want to believe it or not, the lady still did more.
Thank
She
you.
she just proved some stuff that we have been speculating.
Thank you.
Everybody can't be saying the same thing. Like we knew he was kicking their ass, but now we know they're kicking their ass. Listen, I'm sorry. More than one person say the same shit. More than one person say the same
That's
shit.
Yo,
all.
It's
World's
That's
laugh,
happening.
all.
World's laugh is amazing,
Yo,
bro. Like I love his laugh.
hey
And
yo,
Think,
that's
anyone,
all that it
huh?
is. Hey, look, that's all that it is. Just now we got the receipts on it. That's all that we talking about. Like if we were to get emotional about any of this stuff right here, we'll lose focus of the mission. That's how a lot of people lose focus of the mission because they start dealing with the emotions on shit. You feel me?
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
right,
like
right.
it's
world.
just
That's
like
right.
it's just like entering a fight. You can't be emotional. It's just it is what it is. You can't be all going crazy and hollering and shit. You ain't gonna win shit, man. You know what
And
I'm saying? You gotta think, man.
anyone,
You feel me?
anyone who has had any kind of experience with these kind of people or whatever, then you would expect them to have what? The most understanding.
That's
Yep.
true.
And like I said, this is what I'm trying. Listen, I don't want to discourage anybody from coming on this panel. Y'all have a right to disagree. That's fine. But just like y'all ask us question, if you disagree with us something, I say, okay, well, how do you feel about this? It's not attacking you. It's just I want to know more about your perspective on things. And the only
Thank
That's
way I'm going to know if I ask
correct.
you a question. That's the
thank
only way
you.
I'm gonna know.
That's the
So you know,
underlying factor. That's the underlying factor. That's why even with myself, not to cut you off, but even myself, that's why when people come on the panel, as you see, I just mute up and I let you go in. And the reason being, you know what I mean, because I want to know what your perspective is on this. Now, like I say, for the brother that's up here with me, I appreciate everything that what you're saying. Even with the Kulu, when he came up here and said what he said, because you know, a lot of the brothers that be in the chat, like Mac J, the Peace to the God, 777, Peanut Nola, 504, like we like are real. Like when it comes to Dr. Aurelia, we hold her like in a special spot over here, you know, because of that light work that she doing. But see, you bringing it to us, you know what I'm saying, from a whole different perspective. We see what's going on. Like I say, what nobody out of line, everything is to the good. Like I
that's
say,
right.
this is the make sense network. That's what that's what it's about. See, we ain't getting all emotional and shit or whatever. You talk shit about me, I
Right.
just roast the shit out of you. Then I go on about my day and shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's how it's supposed to go. You see, and
Facts.
there you go with that trap phone. There you go, the trap phone, yo. There
My
you go. That
bad,
motherfucker,
my bad,
that
man.
motherfucker
I'm
jumping,
getting
boy.
hit.
That
I'm getting
motherfucker
hit,
jumping, boy.
bro.
It
I'm
got an
getting hit.
equalizer. It's got an
Man, that
equalizer on that
motherfucker,
motherfucker. Bass
that
boost.
motherfucker
Jesus
jumping, bro.
Christ. Your phone.
My
That
bad,
motherfucker
my bad,
trampoline,
man.
man.
My
You
bad.
trampoline king, boy. You trampoline king, boy.
My
But
bad.
that's a perfect example of what you just said, world, of how he has his perspective and Dr. Aurelia and the cool. But they came up here, he asked them about it, he said something about it, they talked about it, and they were satisfied. It wasn't that no one's getting on anybody. We want
Thank
to
you.
hear
Yeah.
everybody's perspective.
Just
We
like
should be
Ty.
able.
Ty
We,
be back. Ty be back. Ty probably
Yeah,
back
she
for the
will.
damn
She do
live.
that.
Man. That's how that Ty come about 2 3 times. That's what Ty do. Ty be in a, you know, she be in her shit. You know what I'm saying? She be going
because
in, man.
You know, I already know she'll be back.
look,
Hey,
look,
hey,
She
look
come on.
here.
So stop
I'm a,
listening
Hey,
to her
hey,
back up here, girl.
I'm a big
the chat
component
is
of. I'm a,
multifaceted. You say what now,
I'm a
brother?
big. I'm a big component of we as black people. I love my people. I love y'all. I love all of us, yo, for real. And we should be able to discuss. You
Hmm.
understand different perspectives without feeling violated, without feeling attacked, because no one is trying to control anyone. We all on our own journey. We're just exchanging views, and we should be able to discuss without getting angry, without leaving angry, without thinking someone is against us. That's European thinking. I'm not against Ty or none of y'all, and I should be
Well,
able
she
to
kind
ask
of, well, brother,
questions and
she a little emotional. She a little emotional like
I
that. You'll
mean,
see. She'll be, and then she'll be back like nothing happened. You know, like how other sisters fighting. Then she'll be back. But she do be feeling like she. But I still gotta let her know that we're not attacking her. Some people
right.
just very sensitive and emotional like that.
I ain't mean to trigger nothing. You understand it? If she thinks so, I apologize. I love the sister. I'm just asking questions because I don't take it personal. You understand? I lead with intellect. You know, I remove the emotion out. I'm an alpha, so we don't move like that. So, but I
Right.
get it. You understand? So, I mean, much love to her, the panel, man. Keep doing what y'all doing. Love y'all, bro. Peace, man.
See you next time. Um.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. And like I say, yeah, before you do jet off, yeah, man. Hey, look here, man. Don't make it the like I said, don't make it the last time. Like I said, we all got different vantage points that we even, you know what I'm saying, got commentary on this club for shit. This the spot for it. You figure them. Sometimes it get like that. Sometimes it get heated up like that over here. You figure them.
I see. I see.
But we always listen. We always come out on top because you know what we
Yeah.
do. We talk about it, then we move on.
You feel me?
That's what we do.
Don't be sounding like, you know what I'm saying, you about to take your ball and go home and shit. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta, hey, you know what I'm saying?
We're stupid.
This motherfucker, hey, hey, we be bucking over this motherfucker, man. Peace to the God,
It's
triple
love.
step. We be bucking, boy. I'm telling you, boy.
We all grown, man. It's love, bro. Much love, no doubt. Yeah,
Yes, I know she part of the family. She just one of them. She just the emotional one.
I'm gonna stay coming through, bro. I appreciate the channel, man, and what y'all doing, brother.
We
So I'm
appreciate you.
a little bit more. You'll
Man,
see me
facts.
more. For real.
Facts.
Appreciate you,
We'll be
Uncle
here.
Luke.
Yeah, we'll be right here.
Itachi.
Hey, Miss Me. And I just want to say, you guys are literally like co-parenting people on here. Like, you guys are literally like parents to some people on here. So, but
Aw.
yeah, no, seriously. But another thing I wanted to speak on is, um, I actually used to talk to a member from Carbonation. I don't know if you guys know who this is. His name is Azul. I didn't talk to
Yep,
him,
we
but
know
his
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, Azul has a wife, I guess. And at the time she was, I don't know if she was pregnant or having, I don't know if she was pregnant or just had a baby. But I would message her and I would be like, because I was a fan of his music. I don't know if you guys know, but he has a really
Oh yeah,
he has a yeah, he
Azul
has
was
a
nice.
really dope channel.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was
he
nice.
has a really
I got I got some throwback videos of Azul, but not the music, but just in the essence when like him, Tron, and Old Mac used to be building, and then when Nature Boy used to come around and then sit behind him. You know, like when Old Mac was with Velvet. Yeah, I
yeah,
got some fine. Just now that I know that you know that's who you are, I will play that and show the people what's good. Okay.
He
yeah,
used to be
yeah,
sitting
and
behind him looking like a straight creep, back there looking creepy as hell, smiling and
yeah,
shit, like a Kool-Aid smile.
yeah, and it's like if you guys know that Zool kind of left pretty fast. Like he kind of, I don't know if like what happened, but I just know he's not there. Like, and because I'm a fan of his music. Like he has some really dope music. But I was messaging his baby mom, and I was telling her like, yeah, I'm a fan of his music, and I'm glad he left Carbonation, and I'm glad to see, because it was one time where he went missing. Like it was so weird. Like he went missing. They put out a post saying that he was missing and all this stuff. And
Yeah,
I don't know if he was I don't know if he was doing that just to get his music out. But
I think
I
him and his
told her, I
baby
was
mama
like,
might have had a fight. Shit, anytime you got the spotlight on you, he was at Carbonate. So anytime you got the spotlight on you, they gonna think so. Hey, let me say this right quick. Can y'all stop harassing Ty in her inbox? Come on, y'all. Don't do that to
Okay.
her.
Come
Come on,
on, man.
y'all.
Don't
Come
be,
on, don't
y'all
do
don't be,
that.
y'all
Just
fall back
stop.
off Ty always be
Yeah,
on the panel. Ty just be chilling though. But like I say, we all got different perspectives on this. I just like hearing the perspectives on it, as with anything that we talking about. So it's all good. That's why I be telling everybody, like, yeah, come through, comment or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even if you did play like you ain't fuck with me, you can still come over here. It's you good. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to hear that. We ain't gotta fall out over that shit and all that. But what you talking about Azul and them talking about when he was missing and all that, I don't know. That was weird. Then people were saying like that
yeah,
they think that Azul had that he had started, like abusing like some type of drug. I don't know what drug, but they were saying like he, what I'm saying, they found him like, like passed out type of, what I'm saying? It was like it was
oh
real
wow,
crazy. Yeah, I ain't even
well,
touch on it. And the reason I didn't touch on it, because I can tell it wasn't nothing that had anything to do with some nature boy type of clout type of
right.
stuff or whatever. Like I could tell
oh
it
okay,
was something going on with him. And then, like I say, it's been times in my life where I've noticed people, that were going through some stuff. And it's like just by talking to them, I could tell if I wouldn't have, it would have led to something, that could have been, even at the point of them even taking their life or losing their life or anything, what I'm saying, on the lines of that road right there. So I was like, nah, that's some stuff, I'm pretty sure that his family and of course his loved ones will reach out to him and try to connect with him or whatever. So nah, I ain't even say nothing about that because I had peep game with it. I was like, nah, because he ain't moving like that because the entirety of the time that he ain't even been, connected or affiliated with them like at all. Think about it. That was from back like 2017, right? Wasn't it like 2017?
yeah. Yeah, well,
Hmm.
yeah, I bring it up because I was gonna do like I wanted to interview, because you inspire me, world. I don't know, but I messaged you. I told you like that you inspire me and stuff. But you inspired me to do an interview with her, and with his baby mother, and she was gonna do it. And I don't know, maybe a couple of days after, she was like, yeah, because it's some stuff I want to get off my chest. And she was like, Azul is acting really weird. So I can believe that it was the drugs and stuff, because she was like, oh yeah, he's acting crazy. And I asked her, I was like, so what is he doing? Is he hitting you? Is he putting his hands on you? And she was like, I don't, like, she kind of just, like, in other words, she said yeah, but she didn't just put it in that form.
Yeah, I knew
If
it
you
didn't have anything to do with carbonation when he disappeared. That's what I'm saying. Just because he was there, that's why he had the spotlight on him, right? So it's probably some old regular old nigga shit. That's what it was. And,
I
that's
mean,
why
I
we're
just I just
you're right.
brought
He
it up.
he really didn't. Yeah, he really didn't touch on that either because he said he was like, "This is weird." So
I mean, I
he
brought
really
it up
didn't touch on
because
that.
I brought it up because if in the fact that what Eligio was preaching and what he was, saying that you gotta be this with a woman, you gotta be aggressive, you gotta make your woman fear you and all that. I just, I believe like when all of this is coming up about the baby getting hit and stuff like that, the fact that she told me that Azul was hitting her, I don't know why, but I just got a sense of that's what, what I'm saying, that same, like Aurelia was saying, that same spirit, can come up in them and they don't even know they have it. So it's kind of scary, because it's like,
Y'all
we
crazy.
didn't really
Listen,
see
the chat
yeah,
is lit. Oh, she talk about her IG. I said inbox. Okay, let me correct myself. Can y'all get out of her DMs in her IG, please?
Hey yo,
Let me be more politically correct. No, yeah, YouTube actually does have a messaging place where you can go on YouTube Studio. So yes, it does. She's talking about her IG.
well, I'm gonna hit the hey, well, like I say, if y'all to the good, like I say, you know what I'm saying, with everything, I'm gonna go ahead and then close out with that
Okay.
chapter. This edition of the book, I don't know what that, you know what I'm saying, that chapter is, but I'm gonna mute up and then let y'all close out on it, and I'm gonna go ahead and then jump back in the book. All right.
All right. All right. Yeah. So we just gonna jump. Shit, I'm done for the day. I'll just talk about, after you finish reading, we come back on again. We'll discuss that portion. Thank
yeah.
y'all, everybody, again for showing world
I
love,
appreciate y'all.
showing the Beam Team love, hitting them likes, supporting them financially as well, because this does take time. It takes money, and y'all want to see him on here. So I appreciate everybody for what everybody does for the brother, because he is really, one of the content holders that you really should follow now. Come on, let's be real on everything. And I'm in the
Yeah,
chat.
most def. I'm a big fan, and I appreciate you for having me up here. I appreciate you for letting everybody come up here and say what they gotta say, because if it wouldn't be no fun if people couldn't say what they had to say. So I think that's what makes your channel very different. You just let everybody be themselves. So I appreciate that, Miss Meat. I love y'all. I love both of y'all. I love this channel, and I just
No
hope that y'all
doubt.
keep doing what y'all do. And yeah, so I appreciate you. And I'm
Oh,
out.
we're gonna keep it high. All right, no doubt. I appreciate you too. Indeed. So, like I say, let me see if I'm gonna have to get a refresher. Shout out to the panel. Hopefully, they ain't got me bust all the way up right now, man. Hold on, let me see. They be killing the audio. Hold on, let me get a hot second. Let me see if I can catch up with the catch up right quick. Let me look and see. Hold on. Okay. All right. Okay. World gang in this thing now. Hold on. Chapter 19. Fireworks of his fist. We were awakened to pull up. It had to be like 5 a.m. Everybody was wiping the crust from their eyes and moving super slow, but we got to the living room and awaited the salute. Babaji at attention. He walked in and said, Atun, at ease. Nanaji didn't come out with him, but he was in a great mood. He told us today was going to be a fun day. He wanted to celebrate and said he had a surprise for us later. He told us to go to the park, make videos, and get ready for tonight. He asked what was for solar noon and dismissing the meeting. As I was heading to the park with Loyal and Musa Babaji, came to the front door as they were leaving the video equipment and tripod and asked them what were they going to do. They said they were gonna record the Patreon video, and I told him I was gonna do a download. He told me to do the Patreon video instead. He gave Loyal the order to record Earth doing the commercial. Loyal said facts, fist to the heart. Babaji said what mine. We all replied, head bowed, fist to the heart, oneself. We went to the park and I began recording for the Patreon app. We had a lot of fun doing that recording. It was mainly I and Loyal because Musa was on the phone with Joy arguing about her returning and how and what she wanted to negotiate before it could happen. I remember when I told Babaji that Joy was really close after the meeting. Musa asked me if I was psychic because she had just called him that morning and no one knew. I laughed and told him I got messages all of the time. They just show up to the point that I sometimes don't say anything because it can seem so random. But whenever I get the info, I can see how it plays out. Ever since I had gotten the carbonation, I would second guess myself a lot. I wasn't listening to that still small voice. I would always hear Babaji and be afraid of what he approved or not. Loyal and I finished the recording after a few takes and we laid out on the grass. He showed me some of the clips and I didn't like them at all. It looked blurry and it felt like the camera added extra weight. Musa came in and viewed it and said I was such a natural and that all of the women loved my weight and were trying to be my size and to enjoy it and not complain about it. I laughed some more with my bros and felt a lot of energy, so I wanted to dance. I had Loyal record me freestyle dancing. I want you around my snow. I was flowing and feel free and let go. I watched back and danced and loved it. Maybe I added, you can see it here since I never posted it. We then laid out some more in silence and enjoyed the sunset. Musa decided after a bit to head out, so we followed his order. When we got to the house, music was playing, Solar Noon was ready. So some people were eating, the couples were booed up. Zoka in the corner with Solar, Azim with a titty out, of course, breastfeeding baby, Shaka and Shaka Zulu chilling. Syrian and Mitte were eating together at the table. It was a lot of love in the house. Babaji was in his room with the door open. Nanaji was fixing princess hair, and it was all good. I got my meal, sat on the couch next to Azim, and watched the movie upload with the family. Sounds was in the corner. Star was on the adjacent couch, and we all enjoyed ourselves. True walked in from doing the groceries with the boomy, and they had way more than usual. 2 huge boxes we weren't used to seeing. They went straight to Mente and gave Pound super excited, and Mente jumped up and went in the kitchen. Next thing you know, margaritas were ready. Babaji and the Naji got theirs first. Babaji was lit on a whole nother level. He came out of his room and told Mente, make Earth drink the same way you make mine with Patron. The rest of the family got the generic tequila brand. One thing for sure is Babaji always wanted me to feel like he was giving me an extra. He knew how invested I was in the mission, and he made sure I knew that he recognized me. He also wanted to get me drunk so I could get loose. So I give a little smirk when I got my drink, which he waited for Mente to make for me, and he cheered me to the carbonation. I cheered him to good life. He loved that and gave me the deep glare he does when he's feeling me. He would feel into me a lot, and it was intense. I look forward to those glares. I could hear him saying to me, your mind's in his head. He would hypnotize me a lot. I used to watch him sometimes, and I could pick up his thoughts when I really concentrated. He was doing a lot of breathing and working on the Naji for a while before she finally returned in Hawaii. I could hear Babaji casting spells about the Naji needing to be with him and bringing his daughter back. It's as if he was rehearsing her, calling him, saying she wanted to come. I used to feel crazy tapping into his thoughts that way, but it was very real. The more you are connected to someone, you can actually pick up on their thoughts a lot. I've gotten into the habit of asking myself, is this my thought due to picking up so much information around other things so frequently? So we all were drinking, feeling wavy and nice. Babaji started playing his music and it was on. He played a lot of Spanish music, feeding into his roots. I could tell he wanted to connect to his family, find his, and prepare for what was coming, whether he admitted it or not. He couldn't hide the excitement he had for discovering his biological family, which I won't lie, made me feel some type of way, considering we were on strict orders not to connect with any Babylon family for any reason. He explained to him, and finding connecting with his Babylon family was different because he never knew them, so he had no attachment to them. But he wanted to find out because of death to see what kind of mental conditions they were in, because so many of them died young. He said he wanted to see if he had any land in Puerto Rico and needed to learn as much as possible from them. Him and the Naji danced the night away, salsa songs, one after the other. They had such smooth rhythm that Spanish DNA was activated. They were both naturals. The whole family cheered them on. Princess and Jahumi were jamming right along with them. We were all having a blast. At one point, Babaji was holding Princess and dancing with her. The Naji watched them and all. It was the sweetest moment you could see between a father and a daughter. Some of the women were in the kitchen cooking. I was still waiting for the clothes to finish washing so I could switch them to the dryer. Of course, some way, somehow, Babaji finds me in there and grabs my ass, hemmed me up by my neck up against the wall and said, I'm going to fill you all the way up. You're going to give me all of you. You're going to submit, gritting his teeth. I did my usual whenever he would grab my neck, but this time I asked him, are you always so violent? Sheesh. Then he said, stop resisting me. I went back out into the living room and he gave me the dirty looks all night long. Every time he passed me, he would grab my ass from my nipple. He was really tipsy, to say the least. I think Nanaji saw him grab me at one point because she said to him right afterwards, I'm watching you, and then gave me the side eye. I just turned my face away. Everyone is now liquored up. Everyone was dancing. Even Azim managed to stick her boob back in her shirt and got in a two-step. I never screamed so loud, cheering someone on. It was a live miracle. Malia and Pice were really getting it in. I started recording them and cheering them on. Then Babaji literally sized me up and down with the crazy face. I didn't get it at all why I was getting them so worked up. He is the one who put Malia and Pice back together. But as I realized in the last Malia situation, nothing is what it seems. He was only doing that for Nanaji. So anyway, Babaji walked straight to my face and said, why you all in niggas' faces? I was like, huh? What? He got straight in my face, practically touching my lips and said, stay out of niggas' faces. I told you who you belong to. Stop fucking playing with me. Then he grabbed my skirt, signaling me to follow him on the porch. So I waited a second because it felt like all eyes were on us. I couldn't even look up. I just felt all eyes on me. So I went out on the porch. He had his back to me and faced the street. I walked up beside him, followed suit, looking out the street. He said to me, Earth, you know I'm jealous about you. Don't play with me. You have to be patient. Just be patient. I keep telling you. I said, okay, got it. I'll be patient. But please stop doubting me. I'm not doing anything. He told me to call him daddy. I was like, oh, Lord, laughing and started walking back inside. But I could feel the heat on my neck from him staring me down. So as I opened the door, I looked back at him and mouthed it again. We locked eyes for a good minute and I shook my head no. Then he puffed up his chest and started walking towards me. I panicked and said, okay, fine, daddy, and rolled my eyes. As I let go of the door to make sure he wasn't behind me, guess who's the first face I see staring at me? Yep, it's her, Nanaji. I froze. I didn't know what she might do because everyone warned me about her vicious temper. She abruptly walked past me and went straight to Babaji. I was so relieved. I took a deep breath and set my happy ass down. It was becoming extremely uncomfortable with Babaji, especially while he was drinking tequila and doing who knows what else. I had my suspicions with the vertigo around his nose and his gnawing at the jaw all over time. It was really weird and he hid it a lot. One would never know. I didn't witness it, so I can't confirm it, even though Babaji convinced me every day that I was his wife and that Nanaji would eventually accept it. She hadn't yet, so anytime he was doing the most, it was a big risk. Oh my gosh, with her temper. It always felt like I was honoring her by not sleeping with Babaji. The simple fact is she knows all the women are there for him. There's really no other reason. The knowledge can all be learned online. Even Babaji himself has said, no one has to be in carbonation. It's a choice to come and stay because if it's for the knowledge, all of it's online. I never forgot how I felt when he said that. Literally, how at that moment, I kept in my mental files. I peeked outside to see what the vibe was, and they seemed pretty cool, so I figured everything was okay. A few of the women went to the other side of the porch as Nanaji and Babaji went inside. Aya, Sheba, Star, Zoe, and Efruru, Sirion, Star, and Azim were all dancing and really enjoying themselves. I started hyping them up. Nanaji came back out and was dancing too, and we cheered on big time. It was all G. 4th of July was really feeling like a celebration. Babaji told us it was time to go outside and watch the fireworks. I ran to the bathroom to change. My cycle was on and it was time. I had been postponing for a while, trying not to miss anything. By the time I squatted to urinate, I heard Loyal say, "Everyone's gone. Let's go." Then I screamed out, "I'm in the bathroom." Loyal was yelling at me to hurry up. So I jumped up, barely finished. He kept screaming, "The family left, Earth. Let's go." We left and caught up to the family. Babaji was DJing from his iPad. It played on a speaker very loud. We danced in the street, skipped, hopped, and twerked the whole way. I felt invisible, like we were taking over the world, one block at a time. Babaji stopped to ask some bystanders, "Where's the best place to see the fireworks?" They told him to park. So we actually did a circle for about 20 blocks to be across the street from the same Airbnb we stayed in. But it was worth it. For the fun we had, we went to the top of the park and watched the fireworks. We sang and danced some more. The full moon was ravishing. Babaji rolled in the grass with all the men one by one. We were all like little kids in the playground. Then he said he was hungry and told the men to order shrimp fried rice and orange chicken from the Chinese and have it delivered. Get some for the whole family. We all clapped and cheered for the food coming. I was cheesing and Babaji came by me and grabbed my nipple. So I bit his nipple back and screamed, "Damn, Earth, why you do that?" I told him to shh, because Nanaji was right behind him. He shook his head and walked off. I laughed so hard. I started playing with the princes and Jahumi, and all of a sudden I heard Babaji say, "You good, huh? You got a fucking problem? You good?" I looked over and he was asking that to Nanaji. She kept backing up from him, saying, "I'm good." But he wouldn't let up. He got all in her face and pumped his chest on her. He completely pummeled up, stammering 260 pounds, 6'2" at Nanaji, 115 pounds and 5'2". I kept taking breaths, praying it wouldn't be over, but he kept going at her. She had backed up way over out of the circle, trying to take steps away from him. He kept going at her. Finally, she yelled, "Stop flirting." Then all I heard was pow. It sounded just like a firework was so loud. He punched Nanaji in the face. Then she tried to run. He grabbed her dress from behind and dragged her across the ground. Her whole dress ripped open and she was completely naked except for her underwear. He turned her over and put his knees on her shoulders and started punching her face, head, and neck. I couldn't understand what was happening. I completely froze. I looked around. There seemed to be people sitting on a car with the lights on. I was thinking of what I could do. I considered jumping on his back, but I knew he would just fling me over like a fly. I kept flinching and I pushed out of the circle. True kept telling everybody to keep the circle tight. They were all just standing there. Babaji got off of her and dragged her to the center of the circle, and she kept trying. She kept trying away, crawling on her knees. He started kicking her in the ribs, and then he tackled her, and they were wrestling. He turned her over and held her between her underarms so she couldn't get away. Then he stood her up in the same position and headlocked her so hard to the point of her feet being off the ground. He was choking her to death. Her eyes started to roll out the back of her head. Her feet were dangling and her breast was hanging in the air. He told the men not to look at her, to turn their eyes away and keep their heads down. He kept screaming that he's beating the white man out of her. He told the men this is how they have to discipline our women. The bitty body slammed the Nazi back on the floor, face down. She didn't move for a moment, and then she got in a fetal position and covered her head. He told her, "You nothing without me, and I'm nothing without my woman. You need me, and I'm your husband. I'm here for you, but I will not tolerate disrespect from anyone." He told her to take her hands off her ears because she needed to hear him, and that she needs to stop trying to run. I'm practically gagging at this point. He really believed what he was saying. He watched his queen lay bare and helpless in a fetal position and felt no doubt what he was doing was the right thing. He told the men, "This is how you dominate your woman. You have to discipline her." All the men nodded in agreement. I didn't know it in this moment who I hated more, Babaji or the men. No one did anything. Sheba got on her knees and started rubbing the Naji's back, telling her to get up. I took a blanket and covered her up. Then Babaji told her to cover up. Then he told us to move and let her get up on her own. She crawled on her knees looking for a dress and tried to put it on, but couldn't. She had to drag it over and almost crawl into the dress. I've never seen such an atrocious vision in my life, besides my mother who was shot twice, raped, arm and breast cut off, and burnt vagina. This was equivalent. Babaji demolished Nanaji and had no feelings but rage. He kept yelling at her, "Get up, get up, get up." She crawled her way up and he took her to the side too and spoke spoke with her. None of us could hear what he was saying to her, but they were deeply engulfed. The Chinese food delivery showed up and everyone passed the food around. I declined my portion. When Star handed me my food, she said, "You don't want it, Herb?" I said, "No, very nasty." I was so disgusted. There was no way I could stomach food after what just happened. I felt so nauseous. All I could do was wrap my entire head with my scarf and lay down on the grass, cover myself with the blanket. It was so cold. It felt like an ice box. Everyone ate like we didn't just witness a tragedy right before our eyes. Under the covers, I could hear faint laughs. Some were saying the food had a funny taste, and others were saying it was good. Princess has fallen asleep, and Aya was looking after her on the same blanket I was laying on, but at the other end, I kept getting up, checking on Princess. I knew her subconscious mind couldn't even grasp what she just saw. This is something that would stay with her forever. Babaji came over to the group and said it was way too cold to sleep outside now and that we are all going inside. I was in between sleep, but I heard faintly. I still couldn't talk. I was again looking for my sandals and someone took them. So I saw another pair just sitting in the grass, and I was one of the last ones behind. So I just put them on and walked to the house, got in the house and couldn't say one word. Everyone looked at me like I was crazy. It was the strangest thing. It was as if I was the one doing something wrong. What I didn't know, I found out the next morning. Chapter 20, planning my escape. And I opened my eyes and I knew I was in a foreign place. I slowly lifted my body up on the bed. The other women were all getting dressed, very lively and carrying on as normalcy. Aya said, "Atum, Earth." I didn't reply. I still couldn't speak. My eyes were puffy. My tears were printed on my face from crying myself to sleep. All I could do was look out the window thinking of how am I getting out of here. I stayed focused on the window. Sheba walked in and said, "You okay, Earth?" I didn't even turn to look at her. I kept my head looking out the window. Aya said, "She's still processing." And Sheba said, "Well, if you want to talk, Earth, I'm here." Then she said, "Today is going to be a great and amazing day." And Star and Aya all said, "Yep, that's right. It sure is." Then we heard pull up. I dragged myself to the living room, still crushed in my eyes and barely coherent. It felt like I had been hit by a truck. I could barely stand up. My whole body was weak. I kept my head down the entire time. When Babaji walked out, we usually salute him in attention, but I couldn't look up at him. I hated myself. I couldn't believe that that I did absolutely nothing to protect my queen. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I didn't fight. I stood there and witnessed a crime scene and froze. I felt like I didn't recognize myself. I didn't know who I was. I was lost and completely heartbroken. No one said any words when Babaji came out either. He just sat quietly by himself on the couch and said, at ease, very calmly. So we all sat down. I kept my head in between my knees. Tears were already falling down my face uncontrollably. Babaji started off by saying, "This is what has happened in order to discipline your women. This is what the black man has to deal with because our women have been put under the MK Ultra to work for the government so they don't feel like they need the black man." The first thing Eliana said to me is that she is leaving with our daughter. Yo, I want to kill this. She's trying to take my granddaughter, man. She's trying to make me submit to her, but she doesn't get that my soul is not for sale. And if I have to sacrifice my daughter for the kingdom, then so be it. If you hear some tussling and commotion running down the hallway, just know that it's Nana leaving with my baby. This is what they do. The white man has made them feel that they can run to the system. We have literally beat the white man out of our woman. Unfortunately, this is the only way you can discipline your woman. This is what eventually has to happen for you to be the authority in your home, for her to submit to your will, because a man only submits to Allah. Everyone literally nodded in agreement. I could barely lift my head from my knees. My lap was completely soaked in tears. It felt like my ears was bleeding. The rest of my body was completely numb. Babaji screamed, "Fuck is wrong with you, Earth?" I ain't answer. I actually had no strength to lift my head up. I was so weak. He screamed again, "Earth, I'm talking to you. Fuck wrong with your ass?" Sheba said, "She been like that all rising." Then he said, "Earth, I'm talking to you." I finally built the strength to lift my head, and all I could do was weep. He said, "Look at this weak shit, man. She's supposed to be an elder, but all she does is live in fear. Where the fuck is the Haitian warrior in you?" My blood started to boil, and I was catching my breath to speak words. He screamed again, Earth, I'm fucking talking to you. Speak. So I said, I still can't understand what I just witnessed yesterday. He replied, fuck, you don't understand. A man in his authority to discipline his wife. This is how we rule. Carbonation is like the world. We do carbonation is not like the world. We do things differently. And if anyone has a problem with that, you can go. I put my head back down. I just kept thinking of how I will escape without getting my ass beaten like Malia and Nanaji. I knew I would be in danger, so I had to stay calm. I truly began to see the narcissistic monster Babaji was, so I know I had to play cool because the narcissistic has to know what you're feeling in order to make his next move. If you give them nothing, it makes them more angry. So I said to him, one day you order me to protect the queen with my life, and the next day I'm watching her naked face down in the fetal position, helpless. Then he said, so fucking what? Yeah, she was beaten down and naked. That's what had to happen to her for her to learn, because she hard-headed and disrespectful. I would not tolerate disrespect from anyone, and that's what'll happen if anyone tries me. I knew that was my cue because I was literally getting to tell him that he was a monster, but I was trembling in fear, so I just kept weeping. He said again, see, this is weakness, Earth. Doesn't belong here. She doesn't think the queen can be disciplined too because she out of tune. She doesn't understand order and authority. This is just, I just shook my head, so disgusted, and let the tears roll. Then he said, you got something to say, Earth? I said, there's no compassion at all. That was so painful to watch. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. He said, well, that's what the fuck will happen if anybody disrespect me. So as long as everyone stays in their lane, this is what it is. And if Nana gets out of line again, she'll have to keep being disciplined because I rule my house. I put my arms on my knees to support my body to stay up, but my head couldn't stand up straight because it felt so heavy like a bowling ball. So the tears kept rolling. I tried to keep my head up best I could. Then I finally could see the disgust on Babaji's face, and he said, man, does anybody have anything they want to say? All you could hear was sniffling and probably my tears too. They were falling so hard, I could barely move. I was so weak. True said, I think Earth's still in shock because it happened to Nanaji. She didn't think it could happen to her. I shook my head. Then Babaji said, man, she's a hypocrite because yesterday she was all for beating Malia's ass. She ain't feel nothing then. I nearly threw up in my mouth that he could compare Malia and Nanaji, slapping her to him beating on Nanaji like a dog for over 30 minutes, non-stop, dragging her in the grass, leaving her naked and freezing in a fetal position. What a fucking monster is all I kept seeing. When I looked at him, I wanted the rebuttal to tell him he's a fucking coward, but I just let the tears do the talking. He hated tears. Most narcissists do because it makes them realize the pain they're causing, and they never want to take responsibility for doing wrong. But he always tell us crying is weak. Only weak people can't explain themselves. I expressed themselves. He used constantly to tell Neytiri how weak she was because she used the cleans for crying. I told her to allow her tears to flow, that it's a form of cleansing. But as to this situation, Babaji was actually 100% correct, and that I was weak because in that moment I surely was the weakest point I've ever been in my whole life. I've never felt so disgraced. I can't even say I wanted to die. I felt so disgraced, already felt dead. Babaji then said, I want all of the women to watch Shiraza Ali today. I don't want you doing nothing else. Listen to her all day. Watch her, and I want a full report. All the women stayed in the living room. I got up and sat on the couch. Sheba put the videos on, and we watched this amazing, radiant black queen speak on understanding the black man. Her wisdom was sounding on point. She spoke on lifting the black family and how we can heal our men as women. She even spoke on domestic violence and how black men have beaten, stabbing, killing women for years, and that women have also been abusive with their mouths because no man can out argue a black woman. So the men resort to violence. Not that she condoned it, but she explained the history of where it comes from. Over 400 years we are carrying as a black woman. She said that the slave owners used to beat, rape, sodomize, and cut babies out the black women's womb, while her husband stood there and watched, never protecting the black woman. So that has carried over in her, and she can't trust the black man. So she rather trust the system to be with her man and woman in her house because genetically we've been trained to throw the black man away on how much money he doesn't have, and that his only value is money, not acknowledging the discipline, structure, order, comfort, and love he brings to the black family, and that we have to heal from this. I truly believe black families unite in our revolution. to re-implement the home of black men, woman, and child imbalance. It was helpful and really calmed me down, but I couldn't wrap my head around was the fact that Babaji took no responsibility for the foul behavior and the lack of care for the physical pain he caused his queen. On the contrary, he repeatedly, profusely, that pain is the greatest teacher, and it's exactly what Nanaji needed in order to heal her generational curses. He had such a twisted perspective on his position as her husband and the premonition that his job was to beat the white man out of her. Although the video calmed me down personally, it made me see more clearly how sick he is. I took many notes and it helped me have deeper understanding out of the root cause. Around midday, Loyal came and brought a chocolate chip cookie sent from Babaji. I'm not sure if this was his way of saying sorry or showing some sort of remorse, but it definitely made me annoyed that he sent out cookies like that was supposed to make it all better. Then Loyal came to personally with a glass of wine from Babaji, and Lord knows I needed it. He only sent it to me and no one else. So I felt awkward, but I'm sure he was trying to keep me calm at best. He came that night and called a meeting asking us what message we took from the video. The Naji actually came out as well. Her face was completely swollen on both her eyes. She had knots and whelps all over her jaw. Deep scratches were on her neck, face, neck, back, and arms. God only knows what a rib cage, stomach, and back looked like from the kick she took. My rage got so full when I saw her, it's as if it was happening all over again. How could someone think this was the right thing, yet alone normalcy? What the fuck? My heart is in agonizing pain. Babaji forced us to talk about the Shiraza Ali, only sent it to me and no one else. Video, as if it was the same situation about his behavior, but it wasn't. What the fuck? My heart was agonizing in agonizing pain. Babaji forced us to talk about the Shiraza Ali video as if it was the same situation about his behavior, but it wasn't. Sheba went in heavy. She spoke about how Shiraza Ali helped her realize how important that it is to build up the black man and to submit to your husband. Zoka said she loved how she spoke so eloquent. Star said that one of the things that stood out to her was that black women have never had a female black role model, and that we were always taught since grade school that white women were superior and that the image looked nothing like us. So we as black women have tried to adopt to the European instead of our embarrassing, our natural beauties, because we never had someone show us the way. I really love that point. Even when you think of the most impactful black women besides entertainment, Oprah is the first to come to mind. But she is also not married and doesn't have her own kids, even though she has been able to do great work in the world. That black family structure has been completely tainted. I spoke and said that Shiraz Ali made me realize how angry that I am. I've never given a black man his true value. I was definitely a person who judged him by his money and not his heart. I always wanted a prestigious black man who could give me security financially above all else. Then I spoke about how she made it so simple and plain to understand why the black man has always been more than one woman. How the black man has always been with more than one woman. She said that never in history of time has any black man had only one woman, and that we have modernized to be called mistresses now, but that black man in particular nature is to be with more than one woman. That really struck a chord. Not saying that every man is polygamous, but that genetically he has always had more than one woman. It gave me a lot to process. Are we asking our men to go against his own nature? And does it really destroy the black family for a husband to love two women openly and honestly? I still haven't given my take on it. We have to save that for another breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then Syrian came in and said that's why a woman should give her man the blessing to be polygamous, so that he can expand himself and multiply his legacy. I was shocked to hear Syrian say that. I wonder if she could really do that with Mente, considering that they are attached at the hip. But it was beautiful to see her so passionate about something so controversial. Syrian is usually sweet and throws in her sarcasm in every now and then, but that was nice to hear her speaking up. Babaji told Afuru that stand in the corner for 2 hours since she had no feedback. Although before Babaji got there, she had mentioned to us that it's crazy how women use sex, food, and children against their men to control them. Then Babaji asked Nanaji to share with us what she told him about the experience she had with her mom and why she's so afraid of polygamy. She told us that when she was really young, she didn't remember the age. She remembers her mom crying at night all of the time. And then one day she found out about the other woman. And then he left her alone with all the bills and the problems. So that image subconsciously stayed in her head. I saw it as Nanaji just being in fear to be herself. She is a monogamous woman, but is codependent with Babaji, and I couldn't control her emotions. She was so stuck on the family aspect of him and her being a family, and she didn't know how to change that vision yet. Babaji tries to convince her to conform to what he wants, and they'll never come to a conclusion because neither of them want to change. This created 99% of the problems they had in the relationship, so they just keep looping the same vicious cycle because neither of them wants to compromise. I completely understood Nanaji in the sense that Babaji is insatiable. Even when she allowed polygamy, he just kept wanting more and more women constantly. She could never understand why she wasn't enough for him, or from her perspective, she felt like he's addicted to sex and not in tune with his moral nature when it comes to women, but allows his sex demon to control him. I wanted to say in that moment, but I was terrified of another fight coming along and him taking his rage out on her. Truth is, we all enjoy bonding so much as sisters, and it was very therapeutic to have another woman you could trust. So I also understood a healthy polygamous viewpoint, although Babaji never practiced it the correct way. So there was no way to really honor his supposed mission, which basically meant sleeping with as many women that he could, calling it sacred exchange of energy, then put his so-called knowledge, which comes from his sperm DNA, into them. It has nothing to do with being in an honorable polygamous relationship. He completely twisted it to fit into his own agenda for collecting souls of the weak and enslaving them. I finally understood what it was. I came into the cult at my weakest moment from my baby sister's past, and it really made me yearn to be around community that I feel validated and not a weirdo for spiritually being the most aspect of my life, even still. If not more so now, truly dig deep within myself and reveal the God living in me. I started to feel free in my spirit, as if I had enough of the cult's supposed kingdom of God, which basically the worship of man anyway. Not only is he moral and infinite, but he is the devil in person and has said many times himself. He plays it down and says he shapeshifts in order to become a catalyst for your situation, for your simulation. But the naked truth is the agenda he is really pushing is himself, collecting puppets to play as his service. He has said countless times, a real doesn't listen to follow another man, but instead builds his own kingdom. Yet he has about 15 mouses chasing after his every beck and call on a daily basis, simply because he provides food and unstable shelter from place to place until a raid and cops get called for him beating the shit out of Nanaji. This has been going on for years and would never change if she doesn't leave. I remember Nanaji told me in a dream once that she did voodoo for Babaji to marry her, and in the dream she had this baby like smirk and said she only did it because she was bored. When I woke up, I knew it was a message for me to understand how sick the cult really is. She doesn't really understand what she is in. He has taken her soul from her and owns her every single soul still in the cult. And as he claims, even those who leave the cult, he still owns their souls. That is until he met me. Once you learn this inside of the Satan's mind, you can only be the student for so long before you realize the truth. I started to feel this really heavy shadow over me, and I sat in the living room and everyone was giving more feedback on the video. I saw that I took my body and stepped out of the cloud and walked out of the door. It was a very surreal moment that 100% understood what I meant. Later that day, as I was folding clothes, I thought about the fact that I would be going to New York, and just one day it kind of stayed in the background because of the Nazi just being beat to a pulp. Also not knowing if she is still even going. But from the looks of it, she put a game face on as if everything was okay. She was so struck on her goal of being legally married, she was willing to kill herself for it, that which is what staying with him is doing to her. And he is sucking the life out of her. She is dumbing herself down and deflecting her true feelings so that she can prove to her family that he would marry her. For the Naji, having a husband meant security, even if it meant not loving herself. She could no longer see that her mind was completely wiped and that his spirit and dominate her to the point that she has to be beat his message into her to submit. Her heart and soul has no value to him until he takes them completely over for himself. as a slave to and for himself. I began folding towels. And as I thought about the fact that in less than 24 hours, I will be in New York, I looked down at the towel, and for some strange reason, I wanted to look at the tag on it. Lo and behold, the brand of the towel is Stay Home. I mean, who can make this kind of shit up? I knew in that moment that I was not coming back, and I was terrified and relieved at the same time. I didn't know how I would escape Babaji's well, but whenever my messages drop in like that, there's no confusion whatsoever. It also plays itself out in a way that amazes me into myself again. The more we explore within the more we explore within, the more we allow there is that life is to be itself. I was starting to feel my heart race, and all of my goosebumps were alive. And well, you can kind of guess what happens next, right? I'm in the laundry room, remember? So of course, the creator of this space being our secret room mysteriously shows up. I didn't even look at him. I took a deep breath and kept my eyes closed, head down, then felt him stare at me for a minute, then said, "We'll have our moment. You're going to have my baby. Watch." Then he walked away. I was so glad he didn't touch me. I was so repulsed at the sight to see him. All I could see was a big black shadow monster. There was nothing higher self about him. I only felt the lowest in his presence. I couldn't shake the feeling. Next thing I hear is pull up. Oh God, is all I was thinking. Like, what does this man want? He started showing us different YouTube videos the trolls had created about carbonation and people live to destroy him and put him down. And that's what he feels like is happening in the house. He said he felt like the devil's spirit moving around. I wanted to say clearly, you feel yourself, but I just kept my damn head down and mouth shut. As we watched some of the skits, we laughing because they created all kind of characters for everyone, and it was running a joke. As I watched, though, I realized how vibrant, young, and fun everyone else was around him in the skits, but it was like a pimp looking kind of character every time. I saw him a whole new light. The veil was off. I hated this aspect of myself in him, as everything is truly a reflection, and I was ready for it to disappear. One part came on with TKO and his women went African God, and they were comparing it to Babaji when the women were polygamous and took pics in the same type of looks. I said, wow, he is literally trying to be you. He is so weird. Then boom, he starts to yell at me. That's what you see when you look at that. Has everything I've been teaching, you've been a waste. That's all you can see is that he is my copycat. I said, I guess it's also promote you too, but it's just awkward that it's the exact copycat of the same picture. He starts saying I'm so out of tune and that I wasn't aligned, blah 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 blah. He was saying a whole lot of nothing trying to trigger me, but I was so numb to him and just kept my poker face on. He started saying how he could feel the spirit of an agent and Judas in the house, that someone was going to go on Sinetta and the black community to tell all his business and hurt the mission. He said he felt like there was an agent in the house. He has mentioned this many times, but never directly to the group. He was always paranoid that someone was going to betray him, but it really made no sense to me at all because that was the furthest thing from my mind. Now in hindsight, I realized he felt that my spirit had already left the house. He knew I was checked out and couldn't tap back into me. He kept digging and poking and jabbing, but he got nothing. Then he started playing the pity role when I gave him no reaction. It's the worst thing you can do to a narcissist because they need to feed off of something in order to thrive. I wasn't even being intentional. I was just truly disconnecting in every facet. He said that all his work has been for nothing and that the group was such a disappointment for the vision he had, and that he has no one great only thing, and that he was so tired of giving and getting nothing in return. I was so baffled I nearly fell out my chair. He has people there for over 4 years slaving for him. The man was having live bipolar temper tantrum, and he would have started kicking and screaming on the floor if it would have made much sense. Oh my goodness. Let me mute up for a minute. Hold on. Let me take a brief intermission for a second. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. Flood the chat with them ones. You still rocking with me? Yeah, I just had to fire for a minute. Like I say, man, that's a whole bunch of shit right there. This ain't got nothing to do with that other stuff. You hear me? That's right. Just let me get a breather right quick, and we're gonna jump right back up in this gym jank. I think I'm going down in the Guinness Book of World Records too, because I don't know anybody that's ever did the audio book live. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go. I know y'all ready, man. I know y'all ready. Let's go, man. Okay, word. It was draining at this point, and we were getting nowhere. When he becomes a big baby, it's like he wants you to go to him. But I just kept my distance and said nothing. All the women in the house had the long won't face, as if they really gave two shits about how he felt. He was just sucking up all the energy in the room again, draining. All I knew is I already left the building and I was free. It was super late by now, and everyone was going to bed. I somehow felt unsettled and laid in the bed with my eyes open. Before I could close my eyes, Babaji said, "Earth, report." I got to the room and kept my head down. My eyes started watering again. Babaji asked me if I had any ibuprofen or pain medication. I told him no. I haven't taken those in years. He said Nanaji feels like she has a concussion. So we're going to the hospital. I kneeled down in front of her and rubbed her back in her face. I got up and got some water for her in the kitchen with a frozen pack of corn. I kneeled down again next to her and told her to drink a little bit. I tried to put the ice bag on her head, but she couldn't take the pain. And she said it hurt so bad she could barely put her head up. She said it hurt so bad. I told her to take a deep breath and put it on the right side of her head, and she screamed. I saw all the gashes in her head. As I got closer, I asked Babaji to give me the Neosporin. I rubbed it on her and had the nerve to say, "Oh, she heals quick. That'll go away in a few days." I just rolled my eyes at her, and she saw me too, and kind of ducked her head, feeling embarrassed. Like, who says that after demolishing such a beautiful queen? I kept my cool and tried again with the ice pack. She couldn't take it, so I told her to try and lay on it. So I put it on the pillow and she gently put her head on it. And I was able to stay put for about a minute before she couldn't anymore. She said, "I don't know. I really think I have a concussion or a busted vein." I started hyperventilating. I said, "Let me go put something on so we can go." Babaji told True and Musa to report. They came into the room as I was getting up, and Babaji said, "We're taking Nanaji to the hospital. She might have a concussion." I asked Nanaji what she gonna say happened. She shrugged her shoulder and said, "Babaji said, don't worry about it. I speak for her." I said, "Just wear something to cover her up." We could say she failed. True and Musa looked at me like I was crazy to be suggested that Babaji would say, but they didn't understand. That's how him and I talk, very regular in front of women, and the Naji too. They were used to it, but the men weren't really around when we had our women meetings. They usually only saw me and Babaji interact in front of the whole family. When I was usually getting chewed out, if he wasn't asking questions, if he wasn't asking my opinion, which was all of the time. But anyway, I looked at Babaji and he gave me a hard stare for real. I walked out the room and went to change before I could even put some pants on. Babaji said, "Earth, report." I ran to the room at this point thinking something happened to the Naji. Babaji told me we're not going to go anymore and that the guys went to get her some meds and she's going to try to rest. I kneeled down by the Naji and rubbed her face and asked if she's okay. She told me her head still hurt. She couldn't touch it. I said, "Okay, drink some more water. I'm going to make some tea for you." I went to the kitchen and made strawberry and banana tea. She loved when I made this tea. I made it for her before when she had a cycle. It's very common. I added a hint of cinnamon and some honey. I brought it to her, but she couldn't sit up to drink. She told me she told me her head was too heavy to get up. True and Musa had made it back super quick with 2 packets of extra strength Advil. I opened the packets and said, "Here, baby, let's try to take this down." She barely looked at Babaji, held her up. He yelled at me and said, "How much have you given her? Did you read the instructions?" I told him, "Okay, I give her one to see how she feels in 30 minutes, but she's in a lot of pain." He said, "Just read the instructions." I stared to read it, and he said, "Man, fuck it, just give her both." He held her head up. She took both. I had her sip on some tea while she was up. When she sipped the tea, she said, I knew the cinnamon, I knew the cinnamon thin out blood. If she had any blood clots, Babaji laid her back down, and she said she would try to rest. I kissed her cheek and told her everything is gonna be okay, and the rest up. The ID check on her in a few. I looked at Babaji from the side and rolled my eyes at him. He know I despised him. Nanaji was like taking care of my baby sister. She was so precious to me. I knew I had to protect her somehow. I came back to the room after about an hour. She was still up, but laying down. She told me she was feeling much better. Then I asked her if she could run her bath with some Epsom salt. Then it would help her feel better. Then she grabbed me and hugged me and said, "Yes, that's exactly what I need." I told her, "I got you, and then everything will be okay." I went and ran her a warm bath, filled it with lavender oil and Epsom salt. I burned some incense for her and put the speaker on the side of the tub. I called in the bathroom when it was ready. I turned off the light and lit her 2 candles. She was thankful. She kept saying, "I'm so thankful, Mama Earth," and kept putting her hand on her heart. She got into the water. I saw the rest of the bruises on her most beautiful body. Her back was black and blue. The scratches went all the way down to her butt from him dragging her. I tried my best not to react, but my eyes immediately got watery and I had to take a deep breath. She told me, "It's okay, Mama Earth, I'm okay." I held my tears and asked what music she wanted me to play for her. She asked me to find Babaji's reggae love music playlist he made for her. It read Reggae Love Addiction to Nana. I kept trying to fight my tears at this tragic moment, but she was too far gone to understand that she no longer had a soul. I hit play, then quickly turned away to wipe my face, but I knew she knew. I left the bathroom and went and got her fresh, clean towels for when she finished. I knocked softly and arranged the towels on the toilet. Babaji came in and saw me taking care of her and sighed deeply like he knew I hated him. He quickly shut the door. I told Nanaji that her body was literally a work of art, so beautiful it was hard to fathom. She was a perfect from head to toe. I told her to call me if she needed anything, that I'd just be outside the door. She said, "I'm so thankful," and immersed herself in water. I knew those tears were coming out, and I was so happy. She had time for herself. I went in the laundry room, kneeled down to the ground, and wept right along with her. I was completely devastated. After about 40 minutes, I saw her run into the room in a towel. Everyone was pretty much asleep, so it was dark. I gave her a few minutes, went in behind her. She was curled up under the sheets, and I went on the floor, kneeled next to her, and asked how she felt. She told me it's exactly what she needed. She grabbed my hand and told me she was truly grateful. I put my hand to my heart and knew it was pure. Man, what? What? Man, look at here. Man, I'm bookmarking right here. Yeah, I'm just bookmarking right here. I'm gonna have to bookmark right here. Good, great. Hey yo, this is just too much for me right here. This is too much. This what we're gonna look. This what we're gonna take off tomorrow. If y'all good with it, we'll take off on it tomorrow. Yo, this just too much for one day. This is too much for one day. We at the 6 hour, 30 minute mark, man. Hey, yo, my head about to bust now. Just listen to this, man. This is beyond sad. This is messed up. This is crazy. This is all that stuff right there and more that we've been talking about for a minute on the Make It Make Sense Network. And like I say, for the people that tuned in, for the people that came through, make sure that you come back next time when we hit that live button. I say, I don't know the next time I hit that live button, but when I hit that live button, come through. I'm gonna try to post it on the Instagram, Jim Jake, and all of that. And we'll continue to, you know what I'm saying? We'll continue to chop it up about this thing, like straight like that. Because, like I say, it's up for discussion. These chapters are up for discussion. All this right here and more. Shout out to everybody that came through on the panel. Like I say, no disrespect to anybody or whatever. Like I say, we all at times, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna have different views on this thing or whatever. But the main thing that I be asking for, you know what I'm saying, is that we respect each other to the point where we ain't talking over each other. And shout out to my co-host, Miss Meat. Shout out to everybody that came up on the panel. I can't even remember everybody. This was a long episode this time right here. Like I say, the next time that we take off, we'll go even harder in the paint. Okay, family? It is what it is. I ain't even gonna do the closeout music or none of that. It ain't even necessary at this point right here. I think everybody pretty much get the message over here on this network and what's going on, okay? Uh-huh. All this stuff is crazy, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to One Main TV. I see you. Shout out to the Kulu Classic Corporation. What up? Love Tam, Big Mo, exclusive. Everybody that came through. Y'all already know what it is. So like I say, tomorrow we'll take back off. I don't remember the exact chapter what that was, but like I say, I'm just gonna bookmark it right here. So we'll have it tomorrow and we'll just proceed that way right there. Same demonstration, same format. We'll still open the panel up. Everybody can build too. Y'all good with that? Okay, bet. Okay, bet. And shout out to everybody that donated to the live stream. And shout out to everybody that smashed like. And a special shout out, you know what I'm saying, to K.I. Jen for sharing the video. Shout out to everybody that shared the video. All right, family. And I'm going to see y'all on the next one. We're all going to try to get something to eat and rest up on you one time with the one time. All right.